The Works of Aphra Behn, Volume 3 *****, produced by Jonathan Ingram, Tapio Ratikkanen and PG, distributed proofreaders. The Works of Aphra Behn, Vol 3, edited by Montague Summers MCMXV. Contents: The Town Fop, or Sir Timothy Tawdry, The False Count, The Lucky Chance, or An Alderman's Bargain, The Forked Marriage, or The Jealous Bridegroom, The Emperor of the Moon. Notes: The Town Fop, or Sir Timothy Tawdry. Argument. Sir Timothy Tawdry is, by the wishes of his mother and the lady's father, designed for Celinda, who loves Belmer, nephew to Lord Plotwell. A coxcomb of the first water, Sir Timothy receives a sharp rebuff when he opens his suit, and accordingly he challenges Belmer, but fails to appear at the place of meeting. Celinda's old nurse, at night, admits Belmer to her mistress' chamber, where they are surprised by Friend Love, her brother, who is, however, favourable to the union, the more so as he is a friend of Belmer, and they have but newly returned from travelling together in Italy. Lord Plotwell warmly welcomes his nephew home, and proceeds to unfold his design of giving him his niece Diana in marriage. When he demurs, the old lord threatens to deprive him of his estate, and he is compelled eventually to acquiesce in the matrimonial schemes of his guardian. Belmer sends word to Celinda, who replies in a heartbroken letter, and at the wedding feast Friend Love, who himself is deeply enamoured of Diana, appears in disguise to observe the traitor. He is followed by his sister disguised as a boy, and upon Friend Love's drawing on Belmer a scuffle ensues which, however, ends without harm. In the nuptial chamber Belmer informs Diana that he cannot love her, and she quits him maddened with rage and disappointment. Sir Timothy serenades the newly mated pair and is threatened by Belmer, whilst Celinda, who has been watching the house, attacks the fop and his fiddlers. During the brawl Diana, issuing forth, meets Celinda, and taking her for a boy leads her into the house and shortly makes advances of love. They are interrupted by Friend Love, disguised, and he receives Diana's commands to seek out and challenge Belmer. At the same time he reveals his love as though he told the tale of another, but he is met with scorn and only bidden to fight the husband who has repulsed her. Belmer, meantime, in despair and rage at his misery, plunges into reckless debauchery, and in company with Sir Timothy visits Abagnio, where they meet Betty Flauntit, the knight's kept mistress, and other Cyprians. Hither they are tracked by Charles, Belmer's younger brother, and Trusty, Lord Plotwell's old steward. Sharp words pass, the brothers fight and Charles is slighted, wounded. Their uncle hears of this with much indignation, and at the same time receiving a letter from Diana begging for a divorce, he announces his intention to further her purpose, and to abandon Holy Charles and Phyllis, his sister, in consequence of their elder brother's conduct. Sir Timothy, induced by old Trusty, begins a warm courtship of Phyllis, and arranges with a parasite named Sham to deceive her by a mock marriage. Sham, however, procures a real parson, and Sir Timothy is for the moment afraid he has got a wife without a dowry or portion. Lord Plotwell eventually promises to provide for her, and at Diana's request, Now she recognizes her mistake in trying to hold a man who does not love her. Belma is forgiven and allowed to wed Celinda as soon as the divorce has been pronounced, whilst Diana herself rewards friend love with her hand. Source: The Town Fop, or Sir Timothy Tawdry, is materially founded upon George Wilkins' popular play, The Miseries of Enforced Marriage, 4 1607, 1611, 1629, 1637, reprinted in Dodsley. Sir Timothy himself is moulded to some extent upon Sir Francis Ilford, but, as Jean Est aptly remarks, he may be considered a new character. In the older drama, Claire, the original of Celinda, dies tragically of a broken heart. It cannot be denied that Mrs. Behn has greatly improved Wilkins' scenes. The well-drawn character of Betty Flauntet is her own, and the realistically vivacious Bagnio episodes of Act 4 replace a not very interesting or lively tavern with a considerable accession to wit and humour, although perhaps not to strict propriety. Theatrical history. The Town Fop, or Sir Timothy Tawdry, was produced at the Duke's Theatre, Dorset Garden, in September 1676. There is no record of its performance, and the actors' names are not given. It was a year of considerable changes in the company, and any attempt to supply these would be the merest surmise. The Town Fop, or Sir Timothy Tawdry. Prologue. As country squire, who yet had never known the long-expected joy of being in town, whose careful parents scarce permitted heir to ride from home, unless to neighbouring fair, at last by happy chance is hither laid, to purchase clap with loss of maidenhead, turns wondrous gay, bedizened to excess, till he is all burlesque in mode and dress, learns to talk loud in pit, grows wily too, that is to say, makes mighty noise and show. So a young poet, who had never been dabbling beyond the height of ballading, who, in his brisk essays, durst ne'er excel the lucky flight of rhyming doggerel, sets up with this sufficient stock on stage, and has, perchance, the luck to please the age. He draws you in, like cozening citizen, cares not how bad the wear, so shop be fine. As tawdry gown and petticoat gain more, though on a dull diseased ill-favoured whore, than prettier frugal, though on holiday, when every city spark has leave to play underscore, damn her, she must be sound, she is so gay, so let the scenes be fine, you'll ne'er enquire for sense, but lofty flights in nimble wire. What we present today is none of these, but we could wish it were, for we would please, and that you'll swear we hardly meant to do, yet here's no sense, pox on't, but here's no show, but a plain story, that will give a taste of what your grandsires loved ith age that's past. Dramatis Personae. Men. Lord Plotwell. Belma, nephew to the Lord Plotwell, contracted to Celinda. Charles, brother to Belma. Friend love, brother to Celinda, in love with Diana. Sir Timothy Tawdry, a fop knight, designed to marry Celinda. Sham, hangers on to Sir Timothy. Sharp, trusty, an old steward to Belma's family. Page to Belma. Page to Lord Plotwell. Sir Timothy's page. Guests, dancers, fiddlers, and servants. Women. The Lady Diana, niece to the Lord Plotwell. Celinda, sister to friend Love, contracted to Belma. Phyllis, sister to Belma. Betty Flauntit, kept by Sir Timothy. Driver, aboard. Jenny, two-horse doll, nurse, ladies and guests. Scene, Covent Garden. Acti Sceni. The street. Enter Sir Timothy Tawdry, Sham, and Sharp. Sir Tim. Hereabouts is the house wherein dwells the mistress of my heart, for she has money, boys, mind me, money in abundance, or she were not for me. The wench herself is good-natured and inclined to be civil, but a pox on't, she has a brother, a conceited fellow, whom the world mistakes for a fine gentleman, for he has travelled, talks languages, bows with a born mine, and the rest, but, by fortune, he shall entertain you with nothing but words, Sham. Nothing else, Sir Tim. No, he's no country squire, gentleman, will not game, nay, in my conscience, you will hardly get yourselves drunk in his company. He treats a la mode, half wine, half water, and the rest. But to the business. This fellow loves his sister dearly, and will not trust her in this Lloyd town, as he calls it, without him, and hither he has brought her to marry me. Sham. A pox upon him for his pains, Sir Tim. So say I. But my comfort is, I shall be as weary of her, as the best husband of them all. But there's conveniency in it, besides, the match being as good as made up by the old folks in the country, I must submit. The wench I never saw yet, but they say she's handsome, but no matter for that, there's money, my boys. Sharp. Well, sir, we will follow you, but as dolefully as people do their friends to the grave, from whence they are never to return, at least not the same substance, the thin airy vision of a brave good fellow. We may see thee hereafter, but that's the most. Sir Tim. Your pardon, sweet Sharp, my whole design in it is to be master of myself, and with part of her portion to set up my Miss Betty Flauntit, which, by the way, is the main end of my marrying. The rest you'll have your shares of. Now I am forked to take you up suits at treble prizes, have damned wine and meat put upon us, cause the reckoning is to be booked but ready money, ye rogues. What charms it has! Makes the waiters fly, boys, and the master with cap in hand, excuse what's amiss, gentlemen, your worship shall command the best, and the rest, how briskly the box and dice dance, and the ready money submits to the lucky gamester, and the gay wench consults with every beauty to make herself agreeable to the man with ready money. In fine, dear rogues, all things are sacrificed to its power, and no mortal conceives the joy of argent content. 'Tis this powerful God that makes me submit to the devil, matrimony, and then thou art as a of me, my stout lads of brisk debauch. Sham. And is it possible you can be tidy up to a wife? Whilst here in London, and free, you have the whole world to range in, and like a wanton heifer, eat of every pasture. Sir Tim. Why, dost think I'll be confined to my own dull enclosure? No, I had rather feed coarsely upon the boundless common. Perhaps 2 or 3 days I may be in love, and remain constant, but that's the most. Sharp. And in 3 weeks, should you wed a Cynthia, you'd be a monster. Sir Tim. What, thou meanest a cuckold, I warrant. God help thee. But a monster is only so from its rarity, and a cuckold is no such strange thing in our age. Enter Belma and friend Love. But who comes here? Belma. Ah, my little dear rogue. How dost thou? Ned friend Love too. Dear lad, how dost thou too? Why, welcome to town, I faith, and I'm glad to see you both. Friend. Sir Timothy Tawdry, Sir Tim. The same, by fortune, dear Ned, and how, man, how go matters? Friend. Between who, sir? Sir Tim. Why, anybody, man, but, by fortune, I'm overjoyed to meet thee, but where dost think I was going? Friend. Is possible one showed divine? Sir Tim. Is possible you showed not, and meet me so near your sister's lodgings? Faith, I was coming to pay my respects and services, and the rest, thou knowest my meaning, the old business of the silver world, Ned, by fortune, it's a mad age we live in, Ned, and here be so many, wicked rogues, about this damned Lloyd town, that, 8th, I am fain to speak in the vulgar modish style, in my own defence, and railly matrimony and the rest. Friend. Matrimony, I hope you are so exactly refined a man of the town, that you will not offer once to think of so dull a thing, let that alone for such cold complexions as Belma here, and I, that have not attained to that most excellent faculty of keeping yet, as you, Sir Timothy, have done, much to your glory, I assure you. Sir Tim. Who, I, sir? You do me much honour. I must confess I do not find the softer sex cruel. I am received as well as another man of my parts. Friend. Of your money you mean, sir? Sir Tim. Why, faith, Ned, thou art right, I love to buy my pleasure, for, by fortune, there's as much pleasure in vanity and variety, as any sins I know. What thinkest thou, Ned? Friend. I am not of your mind, I love to love upon the square, and that I may be sure not to be cheated with false ware, I present am nothing but my heart. Sir Tim. Yes, and have the consolation of seeing your frugal Hugh's wife miss in the pit, at a play, in a long scarf and night-gown, for want of points, and garniture. Friend. If she be clean, and pretty, and dressed in love, I can excuse the rest, and so will she. Sir Tim. I vow to fortune, Ned, thou must come to London, and be a little managed, Slife, man, shouldst thou talk so aloud in good company, thou wouldst be counted a strange fellow. Pretty, and dressed with love, a fine figure, by fortune, no, Ned, the painted chariot gives a lustre to every ordinary face, and makes a woman look like quality, so like, by fortune, that you shall not know one from t'other, till some scandalous, out of favour laid aside fellow of the town, cry, damn her for a bitch, how scornfully the whore regards me, she has forgot since Jack, such a one, and I, clubbed for the keeping of her, when both our stocks well managed would not amount to above 7 shillings 6 pence a week, besides now and then a treat of a breast of mutton from the next cook's dot. Then the other laughs, and cries, rot her, and tells his story too, and concludes with, who manages the jilt now? Why, faith, some dismal coxcomb or other, you may be sure, replies the first. But, Ned, these are rogues, and rascals, that value no man's reputation, because they despise their own. But faith, I have laid aside all these vanities, now I have thought of matrimony, but I desire my reformation may be a secret, because, as you know, for a man of my address, and the rest, 'tis not altogether so jaunty. Friend. Sir, I assure you, it shall be so great a secret for me, that I will never ask you who the happy woman is, that's chosen for this great work of your conversion. Sir Tim. Ask me, no, you need not, because you know already. Friend. Who, I protest, Sir Timothy, Sir Tim. No swearing, dear Ned, for 'tis not such a secret, but I will trust my intimates. These are my friends, Ned, pray know them, this Mr. Sham, and this, by fortune, a very honest fellow, bows to Mr. Sharp, and may be trusted with a business that concerns you as well as me. Friend. Me. What do you mean, Sir Timothy? Sir Tim. Why, sir, you know what I mean. Friend. Not I, sir. Sir Tim. What, not that I am to marry your sister Celinda? Friend. Not at all. Bell. Oh, this insufferable sot. Aside. Friend. My sister, sir, is very nice. Sir Tim. That's all one, sir, the old people have adjusted the matter, and they are the most proper for a negotiation of that kind, which saves us the trouble of a tedious courtship. Friend. That the old people have agreed the matter, is more than I know. Sir Tim. Why, Lord, sir, will you persuade me to that? Don't you know that your father, according to the method in such cases, being certain of my estate, came to me thus, Sir Timothy Tawdry, you are a young gentleman, and a knight, I knew your father well, and my right worshipful neighbour, our estates lie together, therefore, sir, I have a desire to have a near relation with you, at which, I interrupted him, and cried O Lord, sir, I vow to fortune, you do me the greatest honour, sir, and the rest, Bell. I can endure no more, he marry fair Celinda. Friend. Prithee let him alone. Aside. Sir Tim. To which he answered I have a good fortune, have but my son Ned, and this girl, called Celinda, whom I will make a fortune, suitable to yours, your honoured mother, the Lady Tawdry, and I, have as good as concluded the match already. To which I, who, though I say it, am well enough bred for a knight, answered the civility thus: I vow to fortune, sir, I did not swear, but cried I protest, sir, Celinda deserves, no, I lie again, 'twas merits, Celinda merits a much better husband than I, friend. You speak more truth than you are aware of. Aside. Well, sir, I'll bring you to my sister, and if she likes you, as well as my father does, she's yours, otherwise, I have so much tenderness for her, as to leave her choice free. Sir Tim. Oh, sir, you compliment. Alons, entrance. Exant. Scene 2. A chamber. Enter Celinda, and nurse. Cell. I wonder my brother stays so long, sure Mr. Belmer is not yet arrived, yet he sent us word he would be here today. Lord, how impatient I grow. So methinks, if I had the hopes of enjoying so sweet a gentleman as Mr. Belmer, I should be so too, but I am past it. Well, I have had my pantings, and heavings, my impatience, and qualms, my heats, and my colds, and my I know not whats, but I thank my stars, I have done with all those fooleries. Cell. Fooleries, is there anything in life but love? Wouldst thou praise heaven for thy being, without that grateful part of it? For I confess I love. You need not, your sighs, and daily, nay, and nightly too, disorders, plainly enough betray the truth. Cell. Thou speakest as if it were a sin, but if it be so, you yourself helped to make me wicked. For ere I saw Mr. Belmer, you spoke the kindest things of him, as would have moved the dullest maid to love, and ere I saw him, I was quite undone. Quite undone. Now God forbid it. What, for loving? You said but now there was no life without it. Cell. But since my brother came from Italy, and brought young Belmer to our house, how very little thou hadst said of him. How much above thy praise, I found the youth. Very pretty. You are grown a notable proficient in love, and you are resolved, if he please, to marry him. Cell. Or I must die. But you know the Lord Plotwell has the possession of all his estate, and if he marry without his liking, has power to take away all his fortune, and then I think it were not so good marrying him. Cell. Not marrying him. Oh, canst thou think so poorly of me? Yes, I would marry him, though our scanty fortune could only purchase us a lonely cottage, in some silent place, all covered o'er with thatch, defended from the outrages of storms by leafless trees, in winter, and from heat, with shades, which their kind boughs would bear anew, under whose covert we'd feed our gentle flock, that should in gratitude repay us food, and mean and humble clothing. N. Very fine. Sell. There we would practice such degrees of love, such lasting, innocent, unheard of joys, as all the busy world should wonder at, and, amidst all their glories, find none such. N. Good lack. How prettily love teaches his scholars to prattle. But hear ye, fair Mrs. Cellender, you have forgot to what end and purpose you came to town, not to marry Mr. Belmer, as I take it, but Sir Timothy Tawdry, that spark of men. Sell. Oh, name him not, let me not in one moment descend from heaven to hell. How came that wretched thing into thy noddle? N. Faith, mistress, I took pity of thee, I saw you so elevated with thoughts of Mr. Belmer, I found it necessary to take you down a degree lower. Sell. Why did not heaven make all men like low Belmer? So strangely sweet and charming. N. Marry, come up, you speak well for yourself, O intolerable loving creature. But here comes the utmost of your wishes. Sell. My brother, and Belmer. With strange men. Enter friend Love, Belmer, Sir Timothy, Sham, and Sharp. Friend. Sister, I've brought you here a lover, this is the worthy person you have heard of, Sir Timothy Tawdry. Sir Tim. Yes, faith, madam, I am Sir Timothy Tawdry, at your service, pray are not you Mrs. Cellender Dresswill? Sell. The same, but cannot return your compliment. Sir Tim. O Lord, not return a compliment. Faith, Ned, thy sister's quite spoiled for want of town education, 'tis pity, for she's devilish pretty. Friend. She's modest, sir, before company, therefore these gentlemen and I will withdraw into the next room. Sell. Inhuman brother. Will you leave me alone with this sot? Friend. Yes, and if you would be rid of the trouble of him, be not coy, nor witty, two things he hates. Bell's death. Must she be blown upon by that fool? Friend. Patience, dear Frank, a little while. Exeunt friend. Bell. Sham and Sharp. Sir Timothy walks about the room, expecting when Cellender should speak. Sell. Oh, dear nurse, what shall I do? N. I that ever help you at a dead lift, will not fail you now. Sir Tim. What a pox, not a word. Sell. Sure this fellow believes I'll begin. Sir Tim. Not yet, sure she has spoke her last. N. The gentleman's good-natured and has took pity on you, and will not trouble you, I think. Sir Tim. Heyday, here's wooing indeed, will she never begin, trow? This some would call an excellent quality in her sex, but a pox on't, I do not like it. Well, I see I must break silence at last, madam, not answer me, sure, this is mere ill-breeding, by fortune, it can be nothing else, O my conscience, if I should kiss her, she would bid me stand off, I'll try. N. Hold, sir, you mistake your mark. Sir Tim. So I should, if I were to look in thy mouldy chaps. Good matron, can your lady speak? No. Try, sir. Sir Tim. Which way? No. Why, speak to her first. Sir Tim. I never knew a woman want a cue for that, but all that I have met with were still beforehand with me in tittle-tattle. No. Likely those you have met with may, but this is no such creature, sir. Sir Tim. I must confess, I am unused to this kind of dialogue, and I am an ass, if I know what to say to such a creature. But come, will you answer me to one question? Sell. If I can, sir. Sir Tim. But first I should ask you if you can speak. For that's a question too. Sell. And if I cannot, how will you be answered? Sir Tim. Faith, that's right, why, then you must do tea by signs. Sell. But grant I can speak, what is tea you'll ask me? Sir Tim. Can you love? Sell. Oh, yes, sir, many things. I love my meat, I love abundance of adorers, I love choice of new clothes, new plays, and, like a right woman, I love to have my will. Sir Tim. Spoke like a well-bred person. By fortune, I see there's hopes of thee, Celinda. Thou wilt in time learn to make a very fashionable wife, having so much beauty too. I see attracts, and allurements, wanton eyes, the languishing turn of the head, and all that invites to temptation. Sell. Would that please you in a wife? Sir Tim. Please me? Why, madam, what do you take me to be? A sot, a fool, or a dull Italian of the humour of your brother? No, no, I can assure you, she that marries me, shall have franchise, but, my pretty miss, you must learn to talk a little more, Sell. I have not wit, and sense enough, for that. Sir Tim. Wit. Oh la, wit. As if there were any wit required in a woman when she talks. No, no matter for wit, or sense, talk but loud, and a great deal to show your white teeth, and smile, and be very confident, and tease enough. Lord, what a sight 'tis to see a pretty woman stand right up and end in the middle of a room, playing with her fan, for want of something to keep her in countenance. No, she that is mine, I will teach to entertain at another rate. No. How, sir? Why, what do you take my young mistress to be? Sir Tim. A woman, and a fine one, and so fine as she ought to permit herself to be seen, and be aided. No. Out upon you, would you expose your wife? By my troth, and I were she, I know what I would do, Sir Tim. Thou do, what thou wouldst have done 60 years ago, thou meanest. No. Marry come up, for a stinking night, worse than I have gone down with you, ere now, 60 years ago, quoth ye, as old as I am, I live without surgeons, wear my own hair, am not in debt to my tailor, as thou art, and art fain to kiss his wife, to persuade her husband to be merciful to thee, who wakes thee every morning with his clamour and long bills, at thy chamber door. Sir Tim. Prithee, good matron, peace, I'll compound with thee. N. 'Tis more than thou wilt do with thy creditors, who, poor souls, despair of a groat in the pound for all thou owest them, for points, lace, and garniture, for all, in fine, that makes thee a complete fop. Sir Tim. Hold thy eternal clack. N. And when none would trust thee farther, give judgments for twice the money thou borrowest, and swear thyself at age, and lastly, to patch up your broken fortune, you would fain marry my sweet mistress Celinda here, but, faith, sir, you're mistaken, her fortune shall not go to the maintenance of your missus, which being once sure of, she, poor soul, is sent down to the country house, to learn housewifery, and live without mankind, unless she can serve herself with the handsome steward, or so. Whilst you tear it away in town, and live like man and wife with your jilt, and are every day seen in the glass coach, whilst your own natural lady is hardly worth the hire of a hack. Sir Tim. Why, thou damnable confounded torment, wilt thou never cease? N. No, not till you raise your siege, and be gone. Go march to your lady of love, and debauch, go, you get no Celinda here. Sir Tim. The devil's in her tongue. Cell. Good gentle nurse, have mercy upon the poor knight. N. No more, mistress, than he'll have on you, if heaven had so abandoned you, to put you into his power. Mercy, quoth ye, no, no more than his mistress will have, when all his money's gone. Sir Tim. Will she never end? Cell. Prithee forbear. N. No more than the usurer would, to whom he has mortgaged the best part of his estate, would forbear a day after the promised payment of the money. Forbear, Sir Tim. Not yet end. Can I, madam, give you a greater proof of my passion for you, than to endure this for your sake? N. This, thou art so sorry a creature, thou wilt endure anything for the lucre of her fortune. 'Tis that thou hast a passion for, not that thou carest for money, but to sacrifice to thy lewdness, to purchase a mistress, to purchase the reputation of as errant a fool as ever arrived at the honor of keeping, to purchase a little grandeur, as you call it, that is, to make every one look at thee, and consider what a fool thou art, who else might pass unregarded amongst the common crowd. Sir Tim. The devil's in her tongue, and so 'tis in most women's of her age, for when it has quitted the tail, it repairs to her upper tire. N. Do not persuade me, madam, I am resolved to make him weary of his wooing. Sir Tim. So, God be praised, the storm is laid, and now, Mrs. Celinda, give me leave to ask you, if it be with your leave, this affront is put on a man of my quality. N. Thy quality, Sir Tim. Yes, I am a gentleman, and a knight. N. Yes, sir, knight of the ill-favoured countenance is it? Sir Tim. You are beholding to Don Quixo for that, and 'tis so many ages since thou couldst see to read, I wonder thou'st not forgot all that ever belonged thee to books. N. My eyesight is good enough to see thee in all thy colours, thou knight of the burning pestle thou. Sir Tim. Again, that was out of a play. Hark ye, witch of Ender, hold your prating tongue, or I shall most well favour dly cudgel ye. N. As your friend the hostess has it in a play too, I take it, ends which you pick up behind the scenes, when you go to be laughed at even by the player women. Sir Tim. Wilt thou have done? By fortune, I'll endure no more. N. Murder, murder. Sell. Hold, hold. Enter friend Love, Belma, Sham and Sharp. Friend. Read here the worst of news that can arrive, gives Belma letter. What's the matter here? Why, how now, Sir Timothy, what, up in arms with the women? Sir Tim. Oh, Ned, I'm glad thou art come, never was Tom Dove baited as I have been. Friend. By whom? My sister. Sir Tim. No, no, that old mastiff there, the young whelp came not on, thanks be praised. Bell. How, her father here tomorrow, and here he says, that shall be the last moment, he will defer the marriage of Celinda to this sot. O God, I shall grow mad, and so undo all. I'll kill the villain at the altar, by my lost hopes, I will, and yet there is some left. Could I but speak to her, I must rely on Dresswell's friendship. O God, tomorrow, can I endure that thought? Can I endure to see the traitor there, who must tomorrow rob me of my heaven? I'll own my flame, and boldly tell this fop, she must be mine, friend. I assure you, Sir Timothy, I am sorry, and will chastise her. Sir Tim. Sir, I that am a knight, a man of parts and wit, and one that is to be your brother, and designed thee to be the glory of marrying Celinda. Bell. I can endure no more. How, sir, you marry fair Celinda? Sir Tim. Frank, is she not a pretty little plump white rogue, ha? Bell. Yes. Sir Tim. Oh, I had forgot thou art a modest rogue, and to thy eternal shame, hadst never the reputation of a mistress. Lord, Lord, that I could see thee address thyself to a lady. I fancy thee a very ridiculous figure in that posture, by fortune. Bell. Why, sir, I can court a lady, Sir Tim. No, no, thou art immodest, that is to say, a country gentleman, that is to say, ill-bred, that is to say, a fool, by fortune, as the world goes. Bell. Neither, sir, I can love, and tell it too, and that you may believe me, look on this lady, sir. Sir Tim. Look on this lady, sir, ha, 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 well, sir, and what then? Bell. Nay, view her well, sir. Tim. Pleasant this, well, Frank, I do, and what then? Bell. Is she not charming fair to a wonder? Sir Tim. Well, sir, 'tis granted. Bell. And canst thou think this beauty meant for thee, for thee, dull common man. Cert him. Very well, what will he say next? Bell. I say, let me no more see thee approach this lady. Cert him. How, sir, how? Bell. Not speak to her, not look on her, by heaven, not think of her. Cert him. How, Frank, art in earnest? Bell. Try, if thou darst. Cert him. Not think of her, Bell. No, not so much as in a dream, could I divine it. Cert him. Is he in earnest, Mr. Friend Love? Friend. I doubt so, Sir Timothy. Cert him. What, does he then pretend to your sister? Bell. Yes, and no man else shall dare do so. Cert him. Take notice I am affronted in your lodgings, for you, Belmer, you take me for an ass, therefore meet me tomorrow morning about 5, with your sword in your hand, behind Southampton House. Bell. 'Tis well, there we will dispute our title to Celinda. Exit Sir Tim. Dull animal. The gods could ne'er decree so bright a maid should be possessed by thee. Exeunt. Act 2. Scene I. A palace. Enter nurse with a light. N. Well, 'tis an endless trouble to have the tuition of a maid in love, here is such wishing and longing. And yet one must force them to what they most desire, before they will admit of it. Here am I sent out a scout of the forlorn hope, to discover the approach of the enemy. Well, Mr. Belmer, you are not to know, 'tis with the consent of Celinda, that you come. I must bear all the blame, what mischief soever comes of these night works. Enter Belmer. Oh, are you come? Your hour was 12, and now 'tis almost 2. Bell. I could not get from friend Love, thou'st not told Celinda of my coming. N. No, no, make peace for me, and yourself too. Bell. I warrant thee, nurse, oh, how I hope and fear this night's success. Exeunt. Scene 2. A chamber. Celinda in her night attire, leaning on a table. Enter to her Belmer and nurse. Cell. O heavens! Mr. Belmer at this late hour in my chamber. Bell. Yes, madam, but will approach no nearer till you permit me, and sure you know my soul too well to fear. Cell. I do, sir, and you may approach yet nearer, and let me know your business. Bell. Love is my business, that of all the world, only my flame as much surmounts the rest, as is the object's beauty I adore. Cell. If this be all, to tell me of your love, tomorrow might have done as well. Bell. Oh, no, tomorrow would have been too late to make returns to all my pain. What disagreeing thing offends your eyes? I've no deformity about my person, I'm young, and have a fortune great as any that do pretend to serve you, and yet I find my interest in your heart, below those happy ones that are my rivals. Nay, every fool that can but plead his title, and the poor interest that a parent gives him, can merit more than I, what else, my lovely maid, can give a freedom to that same talking, idle, nighted fop. Sell. Oh, if I am so wretched to be his, surely I cannot live, for, sir, I must confess I cannot love him. Bell. But thou mayst do as bad, and marry him, and that's a sin I cannot overlive. No, hear my vows, Sell. But are you, sir, in earnest? Bell. In earnest? Yes, by all that's good, I am. I love you more than I do life, or heaven. Sell. Oh, what a pleasure 'tis to hear him say so. Aside. But pray, how long, sir, have you loved me so? Bell. From the first moment that I saw your eyes, your charming killing eyes, I did adore 'em, and ever since have languished day and night. Nuh. Come, come, ne'er stand asking of questions, but follow your inclinations, and take him at his word. Bell. Celinda, take her counsel, perhaps this is the last opportunity, nay, and, by heaven, the last of all my life. If you refuse me now, say, will you never marry man but me? Sell. Pray give me till tomorrow, sir, to answer you, for I have yet some fears about my soul, that take away my rest. Bell. Tomorrow. You must then marry, O fatal word. Another. A beast, a fool, that knows not how to value you. Sell. Is 't possible my fate should be so near? Nuh. Nay, then dispose of yourself, I say, and leave dissembling. 'Tis high time. Bell. This night the letter came, the dreadful news of thy being married, and tomorrow too. Oh, answer me, or I shall die with fear. Sell. I must confess it, sir, without a blush, for 'tis no sin to love, that I could wish, heaven and my father were inclined my way, but I am all obedience to their wills. Bell. That sigh was kind, but ere tomorrow this time, you'll want this pitying sense, and feel no pantings, but those which joys and pleasures do create. Sell. Alas, sir! What is 't you'd have me do? Bell. Why, I would have you love, and after that you need not be instructed what to do. Give me your faith, give me your solemn vow to be my wife, and I shall be at peace. Sell. Have you considered, sir, your own condition? Is in your uncle's power to take your fortune, if in your choice you disobey his will. And, sir, you know that mine is much below you. Bell. Oh, I shall calm his rage, by urging so much reason as thy beauty, and my own flame, on which my life depends. He now has kindly sent for me to London. I fear his busness, yet if you'll yield to marry me, we'll keep it secret, till our kinder stars have made provision for the blessed discovery. Come, give me your vows, or we must part forever. Sell. Part. Oh, 'tis a fatal word. I will do anything to save that life, to which my own so nearly is allied. Enter friend Love. friend. So, forward sister. Bell. Ha, friend love. Friend. Was it so kindly done, to gain my sister without my knowledge? Bell. Ah, friend. 'Twas from herself alone that I would take the blessing which I ask. Friend. And I'll assist her, sir, to give it you. Here, take him as an honor, and be thankful. Bell. I as a blessing sent from heaven receive her, and ere I sleep will justify my claim, and make her mine. Friend. Be not so hasty, friend, endeavor first to reconcile your uncle to tea. Bell. By such delays we're lost, hast thou forgot? Tomorrow she's designed another's bride. Friend. For that let me alone tea evade. Bell. If you must yet delay me, give me leave not to interest such wealth without security. And I, Celinda, will instruct you how to satisfy my fears. Kneels, and takes her by the hand. Bear witness to my vows, may every plague that heaven inflicts on sin, fall down in thunder on my head, if e'er I marry any but Celinda, or if I do not marry thee, fair maid. N. Heartily sworn, as I vow. Cel. And here I wish as solemnly the same, may all arrive to me, if e'er I marry any man but Belma. N. We are witnesses, as good as 1,000. Friend. But now, my friend, I'd have you take your leave. The day comes on apace, and you've not seen your uncle since your arrival. Bell. 'Tis death to part with thee, my fair Celinda, but our hard fates impose this separation. Farewell, remember thou art all mine. Cel. What have I else of joy to think upon? Go, go, depart. Bell. I will, but 'tis as misers part with gold, or people full of health depart from life. Friend. Go, sister, to your bed, and dream of him. X. Cel. And nurse. Bell. Whilst I prepare to meet this fop to fight him. Friend. Hang him, he'll ne'er meet thee, to beat a watch, or kick a drawer, or batter windows, is the highest pitch of valor he e'er arrived to. Bell. However, I'll expect him, lest he be foolhardy enough to keep his word. Friend. Shall I wait on thee? Bell. No, no, there's no need of that. Good morrow, my best friend. Friend. But ere you go, my dearest friend and brother, now you are sure of all the joys you wish from heaven, do not forgetful grow of that great trust I gave you of all mine, but, like a friend, assist me in my great concern of love with fair Diana, your lovely cousin. You know how long I have aided that maid, but still her haughty pride repelled my flame, and all its fierce efforts. Bell. She has a spirit equal to her beauty, as mighty and tyrannic, yet she has goodness, and I believe enough inclined to love, when once her pride's o'ercome. I have the honor to be the confidant of all her thoughts, and to augment thy hopes. 'Tis not long since she did with sighs confess to me, she loved a man, she said, scarce equal to her fortune, but all my interest could not learn the object, but it must needs be you, by what she said. This I'll improve, and so to your advantage, friend. I neither doubt thy industry, nor love. Go, and be careful of my interest there, whilst I preserve thine as entirely here. Ex severally. Scene 3. Sir Timothy's house. Enter Sir Timothy, Sham, Sharp, and Boy. Sharp. Good morrow, Sir Timothy. What, not yet ready, and to meet Mr. Belmer at 5. The time's past. Sir Tim. A. Pox on tea, I hand he slept tonight for thinking on tea. Sham. Well, Sir Timothy, I have most excellent news for you. That will do as well, I have found out, Sir Tim. A new wench, I warrant, but prithee, Sham, I have other matters in hand. Shirt, I am so mortified with this same thought of fighting, that I shall hardly think of womankind again. Sharp. And you were so forward, Sir Timothy, Sir Tim. A. Sharp, I am always so when I am angry. Had I been but a little more provoked then, that we might have gone to tea when the heat was brisk, I had done well, but a pox on tea, this fighting in cool blood I hate. Sham. Sure, sir, tea's nothing, a man would do tea for exercise in a morning. Sir Tim. A. If there were no more in tea than exercise, if a man could take a breathing without breathing a vein, but, Sham, this wounds, and blood, sounds terribly in my ears, but since thou sayest tea's nothing, prithee do thou meet Belmer in my stead, thou art a poor dog, and is no matter if the world were well rid of thee. Sham. I would do tea with all my soul, but your honour, sir, Sir Tim. My honour. Tea's but custom that makes it honourable to fight duels. I warrant you the wise Italian thinks himself a man of honour, and yet when did you hear of an Italian that ever fought a duel? Is tea not enough, that I am affronted, have my mistress taken away before my face, hear myself called dull, common man, dull animal, and the rest, but I must after all give him leave to kill me too, if he can, and this is your damned honourable English way of showing a man's courage. Sham. I must confess I am of your mind, and therefore have been studying a revenge, suitable to the affront, and if I can judge anything, I have hit it. Sir Tim. Hast thou? Dear Sham, out with it. Sham. Why, sir, what think you of debauching his sister? Sir Tim. Why, is there such a thing in nature? Sham. You know he has a sister, sir. Sir Tim. Yes, rich, and fair. Sham. Both, or she were not worthy of your revenge. Sir Tim. Oh, how I love revenge, that has a double pleasure in it, and where is this fine piece of temptation? Sham. In being, sir, but Sharp here, and I, have been at some cost in finding her out. Sir Tim. Ye shall be overpaid, there's gold, my little Marquis, but she's very handsome. Sharp. As a goddess, sir, Sir Tim. And art thou sure she will be Lloyd? Sharp. Are we sure she's a woman, sir? Sure, she's in her teens, has pride and vanity, and 2 or 3 sins more that I could name, all which never fail to assist a woman in debauchery. But, sir, there are certain people that belong to her, that must be considered too. Sir Tim. Stay, sir, ere I part with more money, I'll be certain what returns 'twill make me, that is, I'll see the wench, not to inform myself, how well I like her, for that I shall do, because she is new, and Belma's sister, but to find what possibility there is in gaining her. I must to these things, and can guess from a look, or a kiss, or a touch of the hand, but then I warrant, 'twill come to the knowledge of Betty Flauntit. Sham. What, sir, then it seems you doubt us. Sir Tim. How do you mean, your honesty or judgment? I can assure you, I doubt both. Sharp. How, sir, doubt our honesty? Sir Tim. Yes, why, I hope neither of you pretend to either, do you? Sham. Why, sir, what, do you take us for cheats? Sir Tim. As errant, as Ennis in Christendom. Sharp. How, sir? Sir Tim. Why, how now, what, fly in my face? Are your stomachs so queasy, that cheat won't down with you? Sham. Why, sir, we are gentlemen, and though our ill fortunes have thrown us on your bounty, we are not to be termed Sir Tim. Why, you pair of Hectors, whence this impudence? Do ye know me, ye ragamuffins? Sham. Yes, but we knew not that you were a coward before. You talked big, and huffed where'er you came, like an errant bully, and so long we reverenced you. But now we find you have need of our courage, we'll stand on our own reputations. Sir Tim. Courage and reputation, ha, 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 why, you lousy tatterdemalions, dare ye talk of courage and reputation? Sharp. Why, sir, who dares question either? Sir Tim. He that dares try it. Kicks em. Sharp. Hold, sir, hold. Sham. Enough, enough, we are satisfied. Sir Tim. So am not I, ye mangy mongrels, till I have kicked courage and reputation out of ye. Sham. Hold there, sir, 'tis enough, we are satisfied that you have courage. Sir Tim. Oh, are you so? Then it seems I was not to be believed. I told you I had courage when I was angry. Sham. Sir, we have proved it, and will now swear it. But we had an inclination to try, sir. Sir Tim. And all you did, was but to try my courage, ha. Sharp. On our honours, nothing else, Sir Timothy. Sir Tim. Though I know ye to be cursed cowardly lying rogues, yet because I have use of ye, I must forgive ye. Here, kiss my hand, and be forgiven. Sham. 'Tis an honour we are proud of, sir. Sir Tim. Oh, is it so, rascallions. Then I hope I am to see the lady without indentures. Sharp. O Lord, sir, anything we can serve you in. Sham. And I have bribed her maid to bring her this morning into the mall. Sir Tim. Well, let's about it then, for I am for no fighting today, d'ye hear, boy? Let the coach be got ready whilst I get myself dressed. Boy. The coach, sir. Why, you know Mr. Shatter has pawned the horses. Sir Tim. I had forgot it, a pox on tea. This tea's to have a partner in a coach. By fortune, I must marry and set up a whole one. Exeunt. Scene 4. Lord Plotwell's house. Enter Charles Belmer, and Trusty. Trusty. Mr. Charles, your brother, my young Master Belmer, is come. I'm glad on't. My uncle began to be impatient that he came not, you saying you left him but a day's journey behind you yesterday. My uncle has something of importance to say to him. I fancy it may be about a marriage between him and my Lady Diana, such a whisper I heard, Trusty. Marry, sir, that were a match indeed, she being your uncle's only heir. But they are sisters' children, and too near akin to be happy. Trusty. 'Twere a pity my young master should be unhappy in a wife, for he is the sweetest natured gentleman, but one comfort is, Mr. Charles, you, and your sister Mrs. Phyllis, will have your portions assigned you if he marry. Yes, that he can't deny us the very day after his marriage. Trusty. I shall be glad to see you all disposed of well, but I was half afraid, your brother would have married Mrs. Cellender Friendlove, to whom he made notable love in Yorkshire. I thought, not but she's a fine lady, but her fortune is below that of my young master's, as much as my Lady Diana's is above his. But see, they come, let us retire, to give them leave to talk alone. Exeunt. Enter Lord Plotwell, and Belmer. Lord. And well, Frank, how dost thou find thyself in Clindy? Thou shouldst begin to think of something more than books. Dost thou not wish to know the joys that are to be found in a woman, Frank? I well remember at thy age I fancied 1,000 fine things of that kind. Bell. My lord, 1,000 more perhaps than are to be found. Lord. Not so, but I confess, Frank, unless the lady be fair, and there be some love too, 'tis not altogether so well, therefore I, who am still busy for thy good, have fixed upon a lady, Bell. Lord. What, dost start? Nay, I'll warrant thee she'll please, a lady rich, and fair, and nobly born, and thou shalt marry her, Frank. Bell. Marry her, my lord. Why, yes, marry her. I hope you are none of the fashionable fops, that are always in mutiny against marriage, who never think themselves very witty, but when they rail against heaven and a wife. But, Frank, I have found better principles in thee, and thou hast the reputation of a sober young gentleman. Thou art, besides, a man of great fortune, Frank Bell. And therefore, sir, ought the less to be a slave. Lord. But, Frank, we are made for one another, and ought, by the laws of God, to communicate our blessings. Bell. Sir, there are men enough, fitter much than I, to obey those laws, nor do I think them made for every one. Lord. But, Frank, you do not know what a wife I have provided for you. Bell. 'Tis enough I know she's a woman, sir. Lord. A woman. Why, what should she be else? Bell. An angel, sir, ere she can be my wife. Lord. In good time, but this is a mortal, sir, and must serve your turn. But, Frank, she is the finest mortal. Bell. I humbly beg your pardon, if I tell you, that had she beauty such as heaven ne'er made, nor meant again to enrich a woman with, it could not take my heart. Lord. But, sir, perhaps you do not guess the lady. Bell. Or could I, sir, it could not change my nature. Lord. But, sir, suppose it be my niece Diana. Bell. How, sir, the fair Diana? Lord. I thought thou dst come about again. What think you now of womankind, and wedlock? Bell. As I did before, my lord. Lord. What? Thou canst not think I am in earnest, I confess, Frank, she is above thee in point of fortune, she being my only heir, but suppose 'tis she. Bell. Oh, I'm undone, sir, I dare not suppose so greatly in favour of myself. Lord. But, Frank, you must needs suppose. Bell. Oh, I am ruined, lost, forever lost. Lord. What do you mean, sir? Bell. I mean, I cannot marry fair Diana. Lord. Death. How's this? Bell. She is a thing above my humble wishes, Lord. Is that all? Take you no care for that, for she loves you already, and I have resolved it, which is better yet. Bell. Love me, sir. I know she cannot, and heaven forbid that I should injure her. Lord. Sir, this is a put off, resolve quickly, or I'll compel you. Bell. You would not use extremity, what is the forfeit of my disobedience? Lord. The loss of all your fortune, if you refuse the wife I have provided, especially a handsome lady, as she is, Frank. Bell. O me, unhappy! What cursed laws provided this severity? Lord. Even those of your father's disposal, who seeing so many examples in this Lloyd age, of the ruin of whole families by imprudent marriages, provided otherwise for you. Bell. But, sir, admit Diana be inclined, and I, by my unhappy stars so cursed, should be unable to accept the honour. Lord. How, sir? Admit, I can no more admit, than you can suppose, therefore give me your final answer. Bell. Sir, can you think a blessing e'er can fall upon that pair, whom interest joins, not love? Lord. Why, what's in Diana, that you showed not love her? Bell. I must confess she has 1,000 virtues, the least of which would bless another man, but, sir, I hope, if I am so unhappy as not to love that lady, you will pardon me. Lord. Indeed, sir, but I will not. Love me this lady, and marry me this lady, or I will teach you what it is to refuse such a lady. Bell. Sir, 'tis not in my power to obey you. Lord. How? Not in your POWR. Bell. No, sir, I see my fatal ruin in your eyes, and know too well your force, and my own misery. But, sir, when I shall tell you who I've married, Lord. Who you've married, by all that's sacred, if that be true, thou art undone forever. Bell. Oh, hear me, sir. I came with hopes to have found you merciful. Lord. Expect none from me, no, thou shalt not have so much of thy estate, as will afford thee bread, by heaven, thou shalt not. Bell. Oh, pity me, my lord, pity my youth, it is no beggar, nor one basely born, that I have given my heart to, but a maid, whose birth, whose beauty, and whose education merits the best of men. Lord. Very fine. Where is the priest that durst dispose of you without my order? Sirrah, you are my slave, at least your whole estate is at my mercy, and besides, I'll charge you with an action of £5,000. For your 10 years' maintenance, do you know that this in my power to? Bell. Yes, sir, and dread your anger worse than death. Lord. O villain! Thus to dash my expectation. Bell. Sir, on my bended knees, thus low I fall to beg your mercy. Lord. Yes, sir, I will have mercy, I'll give you lodging, but in a dungeon, sir, where you shall ask your food of passers-by. Bell. All this, I know, you have the POWR to do, but, sir, were I thus cruel, this hard usage would give me cause to execute it. I wear a sword, and I dare write myself, and heaven would pardon it, if I should kill you, but heaven forbid I should correct that law, which gives you power, and orders me obedience. Lord. Very well, sir, I shall tame that courage, and punish that harlot, whoe'er she be, that has seduced ye. Bell. How, harlot, sir, death, such another word, and through all laws and reason I will rush, and reach thy soul, if mortal like thy body. No, sir, she's chaste, as are the new-made vows I breathed upon her lips, when last we parted. Lord. Who waits there? Enter trusty and servants. Shall I be murdered in my own house? Is time you were removed. Go, get an action of £5,000, enter against him, with officers to arrest him. Trusty. My lord, 'tis my young master Belmer. Lord. Ye all dote upon him, but he's not the man you take him for. Trusty. How, my lord? Not this Mr. Belmer. Lord. Dogs, obey me. Offers to go. Bell. Stay, sir, oh, stay, what will become of me? Were better that my life were lost, than fortune, for that being gone, Celinda must not love me. But to die wretchedly, poorly in prison, whilst I can manage this, is below him, that does adore Celinda. Draws. I'll kill myself, but then, I kill Celinda. Should I obey this tyrant, then too she dies. Yes, sir, you may be cruel, take the law, and kill me quickly, 'twill become your justice. Weeps. Lord. Was I called back for this? Yes, I shall take it, sir, do not fear. Offers to go. Bell. Yet, stay, sir, have you lost all humanity? Have you no sense of honor, nor of horrors? Lord. Away with him, go, be gone. Bell. Stay, sir. Oh, God. What is 't you'd have me do? Here, I resign myself unto your will, but, O Celinda, what will become of thee? Weeps. Yes, I will marry, and Diana too. Lord. 'Tis well you will, had I not been good-natured now, you had been undone, and Miss Diana too. Bell. But must I marry, needs marry, sir? Or lose my fortune, and my liberty, whilst all my vows are given to another? Lord. By all means, sir. Bell. If I must marry any but Celinda, I shall not, sir, enjoy one moment's bliss, I shall be quite unmanly, cruel and brutal, a beast, unsafe for women to converse with. Besides, sir, I have given my heart and faith, and my second marriage is adultery. Lord. Heart and faith, I am glad 'tis no worse, if the ceremony of the church has not passed, 'tis well enough. Bell. All, sir, that heaven and love requires, is past. Lord. Thou art a fool, Frank, come, dry thy eyes. And receive Diana, trusty, call in my niece. Bell. Yet, sir, relent, be kind, and save my soul. X. Trusty. Lord. No more, by heaven, if you resist my will, I'll make a strange example of thee, and of that woman, whoe'er she be, that drew you to this folly. Faith and vows, quoth ye. Bell. Then I obey. Enter Trusty and Diana. Lord. Look ye here, Frank, is this a lady to be disliked? Come hither, Frank, Trusty, haste for Dr. Tickle text, my chaplain's not in town, I'll have them instantly married. Come hither, Diana, will you marry your cousin, Frank Belmer? Dear. Yes, if it be your pleasure, heaven could not let fall a greater blessing. Aside. Lord. And you, Frank, will you marry my niece Diana? Bell. Since you will have it so. Lord. Come, follow me then, and you shall be both pleased. Bell. O my Celinda, to preserve thee, what is I would not do? Forfeit my heaven, nay more, I forfeit you. Exit. Scene V. The street. Enter Sir Timothy Tawdry, Sham and Sharp. Sir Tim. Now, Sham, art not thou a damned lying rogue, to make me saunter up and down the mall all this morning, after a woman that thou knowest in thy conscience was not likely to be there? Sham. Why, sir, if her maid will be a jilting whore, how can I help it? Sharp. Thou knowest we presented her handsomely, and she protested she'd duty. Sharp. Sir, but the devil a maid we saw. Aside. Sham. Sir, it may be things have so fallen out, that she could not possibly come. Sir Tim. Things. A pox of your tricks. Well, I see there's no trusting a poor devil. Well, what device will your rogueship find out to cheat me next? Sham. Prithee help me out at a dead lift. Sharp. Aside. Sharp. Cheat you, sir, if I bent revenged on this she-counsellor of the patching and painting, this letter-in of midnight lovers, this receiver of bribes for still-en pleasures, may I be condemned never to make love to anything of higher quality. Sir Tim. Nay, no threatening. Sharp. It may be she's innocent yet. Give her other bribe, and try what that will do. Gives him money. Sham. No, sir, I'll have no more to do with frail women. In this case, I have a surer way to do your business. Enter page with a letter. Sir Tim. Is not that Belmer's page? Sharp. It is, sir. Sir Tim. By fortune, the rogue's looking for me, he has a challenge in his hand too. Sham. No matter, sir, huff it out. Sir Tim. Prithee do thee huff him, thou knowest the way on't. Sham. What's your business with Sir Timothy, sir? Page. Mine, sir, I don't know the gentleman, pray which is he? Sir Tim. Tease so, pox on him. Sharp. Well, boy, I am he. What, your master? Page. My master, sir. Sharp. Are not you Belmer's page? Page. Yes, sir. Sharp. Well, your news? Page. News, sir. I know of none, but of my master's being this morning, Sir Tim. There it is, behind Southampton House. Page. Married this morning. Sir Tim. How? Married. Slife, has he served me so? Sham. The boy is drunk, Belmer married. Page. Yes, indeed, to the Lady Diana. Sir Tim. Diana. Mad, by fortune, what Diana? Page. Niece to the Lord Plotwell. Sir Tim. Come hither, boy, art thou sure of this? Page. Sir, I am sure of it, and I am going to bespeak music for the ball anon. Sir Tim. What'st thou there? A letter to the divine Celinda. A dainty boy, there's money for to buy thee knickers. Page. I humbly thank you. Exit. Sharp. Well, sir, if this be true, Celinda will be glad of you again. Sir. Tim. But I will have none of her, for, look you, Sham, there is but two sorts of love in this world. Now I am sure the rogue did love her, and since it was not to marry her, it was for the thing you wot on, as appears by his writing to her now. But yet, I will not believe what this boy said, till I see it. Sham. Faith, sir, I have thought of a thing, that may both clear your doubt, and give us a little mirth. Sir Tim. I conceive thee. Sham. I know why are quick of apprehension, Sir Timothy. Sir Tim. Oh, your servant, dear Sham, but to let thee see, I am none of the dullest. We are to jig it in masquerade this evening, ha! Sham. Faith, sir, you have it, and there you may have an opportunity to court Belma's sister. Sir Tim. 'Tis a good motion, and we will follow it. Send to the Duke's house, and borrow some habits presently. Sham. I'll about it, sir. Sir Tim. Make haste to my lodging, but hark ye, not a word of this to Betty Flauntet. She'll be up in arms these 2 days, if she go not with us, and though I think the fond devil is true to me, yet it were worse than wedlock, if I should be so to her too. Though whores in all things else the mastery get, in this alone, like wives, they must submit. Exeunt. Act 3. Scene I. A room in Lord Plotwell's house. Enter Lord Plotwell, Belma leading in Diana, followed by Charles Belma, Phyllis, and other ladies and gentlemen. Music plays, till they are all seated. Lord. Here, nephew, I resign that trust, which was reposed in me by your dead father, which was, that on your wedding day I should thus make you master of your whole fortune, you being married to my liking, and now, Charles, and you, my niece Phyllis, you may demand your portions tomorrow, if you please, for he is obliged to pay you the day after that of his marriage. Phil. There's time enough, my lord. Lord. Come, come, ladies, in troth you must take but little rest tonight, in complaisance to the bride and bridegroom, who, I believe, will take but little. Frank. Why, Frank, what, hast thou changed thy humour with thy condition? Thou wert not wont to hear the music play in vain. Bell. My lord, I cannot dance. Dear. Indeed, you're wondrous sad, and I, methinks, do bear thee company, I know not why, and yet excess of joy have had the same effects with equal grief. Bell. 'Tis true, and I have now felt the extremes of both. Lord. Why, nephew Charles, has your breeding at the academy instructed your heels in no motion? Cha. My lord, I'll make one. Phil. And I another, for joy that my brother's made happy in so fair a bride. Bell. Hell take your ignorance, for thinking I am happy, woody heaven, woody strike me dead, that by the loss of a poor wretched life I might preserve my soul, but oh, my error! That has already damned itself, when it consented to break a sacred vow, and marry here. Lord, come, come, begin, begin, music to your office. Soft music. Bell. Why does not this hard heart, this stubborn fugitive, break with this load of griefs? But like ill spirits it promised fair, till it had drawn me in, and then betrayed me to damnation. Dear, there's something of disorder in his soul, which I'm on fire to know the meaning of. Enter Sir Timothy, sham, and sharp, in masquerade. Sir Tim. The rogue is married, and I am so pleased I can forgive him our last night's quarrel. Prithee, sharp, if thou canst learn that young thing's name, 'tis a pretty airy rogue, whilst I go talk to her. Sharp. I will, sir, I will. One goes to take out a lady. Cha. Nay, madam, you must dance. Dance. Bell. I hope you will not call it rudeness, madam, if I refuse you here. The lady that danced goes to take out the bridegroom. After the dance she takes out Sir Timothy, they walk to a courant. Am I still tame and patient with my ills? Gods! What is man, that he can live and bear, yet know his power to rid himself of grief? I will not live, or if my destiny compel me to it shall be worse than dying. Enter page with a table book. Bell. What's this? Page. The answer of a letter, sir, you sent the divine cylinder, for so it was directed. Bell. Ha, cylinder, in my crowd of thoughts I had forgot I sent. Come nearer, boy, what did she say to thee, did she not smile? And use thee with contempt and scorn, tell me. Page. How scorn, sir? Bell. Or she was angry, called me perjured villain, false, and forsworn, nay, tell me truth. Page. How, sir? Bell. Thou dost delay me, say she did, and please me. Page. Sir. Bell. Again, tell me, what answer, rascal, did she send me? Page. You have it, sir, there in the table book. Bell. Oh, I am mad, and know not what I do. Prithee forgive me, boy, take breath, my soul, before thou dost begin, for this, perhaps, may be so cruel kind, to leave thee none when thou hast ended it. Opens it, and reads. Letter. I have took in the poison which you sent, in those few fatal words, forgive me, my cylinder, I am married, 'twas thus you said, and I have only life left to return, forgive me my sweet Belma, I am dead. Cylinder. Can I hear this, and live? I am a villain. In my creation destined for all mischief, to commit rapes, and murders, to break vows, as fast as fools do jests. Come hither, boy, and said the lady nothing to thee? Page. Yes, ere she read the letter, asked your health, and joy dispersed itself in blushes through her cheeks. Bell. Her beauty makes the very boy adore it. Page. And having read it, she drew her tablets from her pocket, and trembling, writ what I have brought you, sir. Bell. Though I before had loaded up my soul with sins, that would have weighed down any other, yet this one more it bears, this sin of murder, and holds out still. What have I more to do, but being plunged in blood, to wade it through? Enter friend love in masquerade. A jig. Friend. There stands the traitor, with a guilty look, that traitor, who the easier to deceive me, betrayed my sister, yet till I came and saw the perjury, I could not give a faith to tea. By heaven, Diana loves him, nay, dotes on him, I find it in her eyes, all languishing, they feed the fire in his, armed with a double rage, I know I shall go through with my revenge. Sir Tim. Fair maid, Phil. How do you know that, sir? Sir Tim. I see why are fair, and I guess you're a maid. Phil. Your guess is better than your eyesight, sir. Sir Tim. Waiter you are, by fortune. I wish you would permit me to love you with all your faults. Phil. You. Pray who are you? Sir Tim. A man, a gentleman, and more, a knight too, by fortune. Phil. Then 'twas not by merit, sir, but how shall I know you are either of these? Sir Tim. That I'm a man, the effects of my vigorous flame shall prove, a gentleman, my coat of arms shall testify, and I have the king's patent for my title. Phil. For the first you may thank your youth, for the next your father, and the last your money. Sir Tim. By fortune, I love thee for thy pertness. Phil. Is it possible you can love at all? Sir Tim. As much as I dare. Phil. How do you mean? Sir Tim. Not to be laughed at, 'tis not the mode to love much, a platonic fop I have heard of, but this is an age of sheer enjoyment, and little love goes to that. We have found it incommode, and loss of time, to make long addresses. Enter Celinda like a boy. Phil. I find, sir, you and I shall never agree upon this matter, but see, sir, here's more company. Cel. O heaven! 'Tis true, these eyes confirm my fate. Yonder he is, and that fair splendid thing, that gazes on him with such kind desire, is my blessed rival. Oh, he is married. Gods! And yet you let him live too with all his charms, as fine and gay, as if you meant he should undo all easy maids, and kill em for their sin of loving him. Wretched Celinda! But I must turn my eyes from looking on the fatal triumphs of my death, which of all these is my brother? Oh, that is he, I know him by the habit he sent for to the playhouse. Points to Sir Tim. And hither he's come in masquerade, I know with some design against my Belma, whom though he kill me, I must still preserve, whilst I, lost in despair, thus as a boy will seek a death from any welcome hand, since I want courage to perform the sacrifice. Enter one and dances an entry, and a jig at the end on tea. Lord. Enough, enough at this time, let's see the bride to bed, the bridegroom thinks it long. Friend. Hell. Can I endure to hear all this with patience? Shall he depart with life to enjoy my right, and to deprive my sister of her due? Stay, stay, and resign that virgin. Bell. Who art thou that darst lay a claim to aught that's here? Friend. This sword shall answer ye. Draws. Bell. Though I could spare my life, I'll not be robbed of it. Draws. Dear. Oh, my dear Belma. All draw on Belma's side underscore. Diana holds Belma, Celinda runs between their swords, and defends Belma, Sir Tim. Sham, and sharp draw, and run into several corners, with signs of fear. Friend. Who art thou, that thus fondly guardest his heart? To Celinda. Begone, and let me meet it. Cel. That thou mayst do through mine, but no way else. Friend. Here are too many to encounter, and I'll defer my vengeance. Cha. Stay, sir, we must not part so. X. Drawing at the same door, that Sir Tim is sneaking out at. Come back I say. Pulls in Sir Tim. Slave. Dost thou tremble, Sir Tim? Sir, I'm not the man you look for, by fortune. Sham, we're all undone, he has mistook me for the fighting fellow. Cha. Villain, defend thy life. Sir Tim. Who, sir? I have no quarrel to you, nor no man breathing, not I, by fortune. Cel. This coward cannot be my brother. Aside. Cha. What made thee draw upon my brother? Sir Tim. Who, sir? By fortune, I love him, I draw upon him. Cha. I do not wonder thou canst lie, for thou art a coward. Didst not thou draw upon him? Is not thy sword yet out? Did I not see thee fierce, and active too, as if thou hadst dard? Sir Tim. Why, he's gone, sir, a pox of all mistakes and masqueradings I say, this was your plot, Sham. Cha. Coward. Show then thy face. Sir Tim. I'll be hanged first, by fortune, for then 'twill be plain. Was I, because I challenged Belma last night, and broke my assignation this morning. Aside. Cha. Show thy face without delay, or, Sir Tim. My face, sir. I protest, by fortune, 'tis not worth seeing. Cha. Then, sirrah, you are worth a kicking, take that, and that, kicks him. Sir Tim. How, sir? How? Cha. So, sir, so. Kicks him again. Sir Tim. Have a care, sir, by fortune, I shall fight with a little more. Cha. Take that to raise you. strikes him. Cert him. Nay, then I am angry, and I dare fight. They fight out. Lord. Go, ladies, see the bride to her chamber. X. Women. Bell. The night, Sir Timothy Tawdry, the rascal missed me at the appointed place, and comes to attack me here, turns to sell. Brave youth, I know not how I came to merit this relief from thee, sure thou art a stranger to me, thou art he so kind. Sell. Sir, I believe those happy ones that know you had been far kinder, but I'm indeed a stranger. Bell. Mayst thou be ever so to one so wretched, I will not ask thy name, lest knowing it, I'm such a monster, I should ruin thee. Sell. Oh, how he melts my soul! I cannot stay, lest grief, my sex, my busness show thee betray. Aside. Farewell, sir, may you be happy in the maid you love. Exit cell. Bell. Oh, dost thou mock my griefs? By heaven, he did. Stay, sir, he's gone. Enter Charles Belmer. Cha. The rogue took courage, when he saw there was no remedy, but there's no hurt done on either side. Lord. 'Tis fit such as he should be chastised, that do abuse hospitality. Come, come, to bed, the lady, sir, expects you. Bell. Gentlemen, good night. Exeunt. Scene 2 _ A bedchamber _ Enter Diana. Dear. I long to know the cause of Belmer's disorder tonight, and here he comes. Enter Belmer, Lord, Charles, and the rest. Cha. Shan't we see you laid, brother? Bell. Yes, in my grave, dear Charles, but I'll excuse that ceremony here. Cha. Good night, and no rest to you, brother. X all but Belmer and Diana. Dear. Till now, my Belmer, I wanted opportunity to ask the cause, why on a joyful day, when heaven has joined us by a sacred tie, thou droopest like early flowers with winter storms. Bell. Thou art that winter storm that nips my bud, all my young springing hopes, my gay desires, the prospect of approaching joys of love, thou in a hapless minute hast took from me, and in its room, hast given me an eternal desperation. Dear. Have you then given me vows ye can repent of? Bell. I given ye vows. Be witness, ye just POWRS, how far I was from giving any vows. No, no, Diana, I had none to give. Dear. No vows to give. What were they which unto the holy man thou didst repeat, when I was made all thine? Bell. The effects of low submission, such as slaves condemned to die, yield to the angry judge. Dear. Dost thou not love me then? Bell. Love thee? No, by heaven, yet wish I were so happy, for thou art wondrous fair and wondrous good. Dear. Oh, what a defeat is here! The only man, who from all nature's store I found most charming, fit for my desires, and now after 1,000 expectations, such as all maids that love like me do hope, just ready for the highest joys of love. Then to be met thus cold, nay, worse, with scorn. Aside. Why, since you could not love me, did you marry me? Bell. Because I was a beast, a very villain. That stark dear wretched fortune to all my joys of life, and like a prodigal gamester lost that all. Dear. How durst you, sir, knowing my quality, return me this false pay, for love so true? Was this a beauty, sir, to be neglected? Bell. Fair angry maid, frown on, frown till you kill, and I shall dying bless those eyes that did so. For should I live, I should deprive the happier world of treasures, I'm too wretched to possess. And were't not pity that vast store of beauty should like rich fruit, die on the yielding boughs? Dear. And are you then resolved to be a stranger to me? Bell. Forever. For a long eternity. Dear. O thou hast undone me then, hast thou found out a maid more fair, more worthy of thy love? Look on me well. Bell. I have considered thee, and find no blemish in thy soul, or form, thou art all o'er divine, yet I must hate thee, since thou hast drawn me to a mortal sin, that cannot be forgiven by men, or heaven. Oh, thou hast made me break a vow, Diana, a sacred solemn vow, and made me wrong the sweetest innocence, that ever blessed the earth. Dear. Instead of cooling this augments my fire, no pain is like defeated new desire. Aside. Is false, or but to try my constancy. Your mistress is not so divine as I, and should I, gainst himself, believe the man who first inspurred my heart with love's soft flame. Bell. What bliss on me insensibly you throw! I'd rather hear thee swear, thou art my foe, and like some noble and romantic maid with poniards would my stubborn heart invade, and whilst thou dost the faithful relic tear, in every vein thou dost find Celinda there. Dear. Come, sir, you must forget Celinda's charms, and reap delights within my circling arms, delights that may your errors undeceive, when you find joys as great as she can give. Bell. What do I hear? Is this the kind relief thou dost allow to my despair and grief? Is this the comfort that thou dost impart to my all-wounded, bleeding, dying heart? Were I so brutal, could thy love comply to serve itself with base adultery? For could I love thee, could I love again, our lives would be but one continued sin, a sin of that black dye, a sin so foul, would leave no hopes of heaven for either soul. Dear. Dull man. Dost think a feeble vain excuse shall satisfy me for this night's abuse? No, since my passion thou hast defeated thus, and robbed me of my long-wished happiness, I'll make thee know what a wronged maid can do, divided twixt her love and injuries too. Bell. I dare thy worst, show hell assist thy aims. Thou couldst not find new plagues, unless thou shouldst continue kind. Hard fate, Diana, when thy love must be the greatest curse that can arrive to me. That friendship which our infant years begun, until this day has still continued on, I will preserve, and my respects shall be profound, as what was ever paid by me, but for my love, 'tis to Celinda due, and I can pay you none that's just and true. Dear, the rest I'd have thee know I do despise, I better understand my conquering eyes, those eyes that shall revenge my love and shame, I'll kill thy reputation and thy name. Exit. Bell. My honor and my reputation, now they both were forfeit, when I broke my vow, nor could my honor with thy fame decline, whoe'er profanes thee, injures naught of mine. This night upon the couch myself I'll lay, and like Franciscans, let th ensuing day take care for all the toils it brings with it, whatever fate arrives, I can submit. Exit. Scene 3. A street. Enter Celinda, dressed as before. Cell. Not one kind wound to send me to my grave, and yet between their angry swords I ran, expecting it from Belma, or my brothers. Oh, my hard fate! That gave me so much misery, and dealt no courage to prevent the shock. Why came I off alive? That fatal place where I beheld my Belma, in th embrace of my extremely fair and lovely rival. With what kind care she did prevent my arm, which, greedy of the last sad parting twine, I would have thrown about him, as if she knew to what intent I made the passionate offer. What have I next to do, but seek a death wherever I can meet it? Who comes here? Goes aside. Enter Sir Timothy, sham and sharp, with fiddlers and boy. Sir Tim. I believe this is the bedchamber window where the bride and bridegroom lies. Sham. Well, and what do you intend to do, if it be, sir? Sir Tim. Why, first sing a bawdy song, and then break the windows, in revenge for the affront was put upon me tonight. Sharp. Faith, sir, that's but a poor revenge, and which every footman may take of his lady, who has turned him away for filching. You know, sir, windows are frail, and will yield to the lusty brickbats. 'Tis an act below a gentleman. Sir Tim. That's all one, 'tis my recreation. I served a woman so the other night, to whom my mistress had a pique. Sham. Sir, 'tis a revenge fit only for a whore to take, and the affront you received tonight, was by mistake. Sir Tim. Mistake? How can that be? Sham. Why, sir, did you not mind, that he that drew upon Belma, was in the same dress with you? Sir Tim. How showed his be like mine? Sham. Why, by the same chance, that yours was like his, I suppose sending to the playhouse for them, as we did, they happened to send him such another habit, for they have many such for dancing shepherds. Sir Tim. Well, I grant it a mistake, and that shall reprieve the windows. Sharp. Then, sir, you showed so much courage, that you may bless the minute that forked you to fight. Sir Tim. But between you and I, 'twas well he kicked me first, and made me angry, or I had been lustily swinged by fortune, but thanks to my spleen, that saved my bones that bout, but then I did well, ha, came briskly off, and the rest sham. With honor, sir, I protest. Sir Tim. Come then, we'll serenade him. Come, sirrah, tune your pipes, and sing. Boy. What shall I sing, sir? Sir Tim. Anything suitable to the time and place. Song. Either happy minutes come, the nymph is laid, who means no more to rise a maid. Blushing, and panting, she expects approach of joys that kill with every touch, nor can her native modesty and shame conceal the ardor of her virgin flame. And now the amorous youth is all undressed, just ready for love's mighty feast, with vigorous haste the veil aside he throws, that doth all heaven at once disclose. Swift as desire, into her naked arms himself he throws, and rifles all her charms. Good morrow, Mr. Belmer, and to your lovely bride, long may you live and love. Enter Belmer above. Bell. Who is 't has sent that curse? Sir Tim. What a pox is that Belmer? The rogue's in collier, the bride has not pleased him. Bell. Dogs. Do you upbraid me? I'll be with you presently. Sir Tim. Will you so, but I'll not stay your coming. Sell. But you shall, sir. Bell. Turn, villains. Sir Tim. And C offers to go off, Celinda steps forth, and draws, they draw, and set upon her. Enter Belmer behind them, they turn, and Celinda sides with Belmer, and fights. Enter Diana, Belmer fights them out, and leaves Celinda breathless, leaning on her sword. Dear. I'll ne'er demand the cause of this disorder, but take this opportunity to fly to the next hands will take me up, who's here? Sell. Not yet, my sullen heart. Dear. Who's here? One wounded, alas, Sell. 'Tis not so lucky, but who art thou that dost with so much pity ask? Dear. He seems a gentleman, handsome and young, aside. Pray ask no questions, sir, but if you are what you seem, give a protection to an unhappy maid. Do not reply, but let us haste away. Sell. Ha, what do I hear? Sure, 'tis Diana. Madam, with haste and joy, I'll serve you. I'll carry her to my own lodgings. Fortune, in this, has done my sufferings right, my rivals in my power, upon her wedding night. Aside. Exeunt. Enter Belmer, Sir Tim. Sham, and Sharp. Sir Tim. Lord, Lord, that you should not know your friend and humble servant, Tim. Tawdry, but thou lookest as if thou hadst not been abed yet. Bell. No more I have. Sir Tim. Nay, then thou losest precious time, I'll not detain thee. Offers to go. Bell. Thou art mistaken, I hate all womankind, Sir Tim. How? Bell, above an hour, hark ye, knight, I am as loyed, and as debauched as thou art. Sir Tim. What do you mean, Frank? Bell. To tell a truth, which yet I never did. I whore, drink, game, swear, lie, cheat, rob, pimp, hector, all I do that's vicious. Sir Tim. Bless me. Bell. From such a villain, ha! Sir Tim. No, but that thou shouldest hide it all this while. Bell. Till I was married only, and now I can dissemble it no longer. Come, let's to a border house. Sir Tim. A border house. What, already? This is the very quintessence of Lloydness. Why, I thought that I was wicked, but, by fortune, this dash is mine quite out of countenance. Bell. Oh, thou art a puny sinner, I'll teach thee arts, so rare, of sin, the least of them shall damn thee. Sir Tim. By fortune, Frank, I do not like these arts. Bell. Then thou art a fool, I'll teach thee to be rich too. Sir Tim. That I like. Bell. Look here, my boys. Hold up his writings, which he takes out of his pockets. The writings of £3,000 a year, all this I got by perjury. Sir Tim. By fortune, a thriving sin. Bell. And we will live in sin while this holds out. And then to my cold home, come let's be gone, oh, that I ne'er might see the rising Sunday, exeunt. Act 4. Scene I. Celinda's chamber. Discovers Celinda as before sitting in a chair, Diana by her in another, who sings. Song. I. Celinda, who did love disdain, for whom had languished many a swain, leading her bleating flocks to drink, she spied upon the river's brink a youth, whose eyes did well declare how much he loved but loved not her. Too at first she laughed but gazed the while, and soon it lessened to a smile, thence to surprise and wonder came, her breast to heave, her heart to flame, then cried she out, Ah, now I prove thou art a god, almighty love. Thrice she wooed have spoke, but shame denied and bade her first consult her pride, but soon she found that aid was gone, for love, alas, had left her none. Oh, how she burns, but 'tis too late, for in his eyes she reads her fate. Sell. Oh, how numerous are her charms, how shall I pay this generous condescension? Fair lovely maid, dear. Why do you flatter, sir? Sell. To say you're lovely, by yourself I do not, I'm young, and have not much conversed with beauty, yet I'll esteem my judgment, since it knows where my devotions should be justly paid. But, madam, may I not yet expect to hear the story you so lately promised me? Dear, I owe much to your goodness, sir, but, sell. I am too young, you think, to hear a secret. Can I want sense to pity your misfortunes, or passion to incite me to revenge 'em? Dear. Oh, would he were in earnest. Sell. She's fond of me, and I must blow that flame, do anything to make her hate my Belma. Aside. But, madam, I'm impatient for your story, that after that, you may expect my service. Dear. The treatment you this night have given a distressed maid, enough obliges me, nor need I tell you, I'm nobly born, something about my dress, my looks and mien, will doubtless do me reason. Sell. Sufficiently, dear. But in the family where I was educated, a youth of my own age, a kinsman too, I chanced to fall in love with, but with a passion my pride still got the better of, and he, I thought, repaid my young desires. But bashfulness on his part, did what pride had done on mine, and kept his too concealed. At last my uncle, who had the absolute dominion of us both, thought good to marry us together. Sell. Punish him, heaven, for a sin so great. And are you married then? Dear. Why is there terror in that word? Sell. By all that's sacred, 'tis a word that kills me. Oh, say thou art not, and I thus low will fall, and pay thee thanks. Kneels. Dear. You'll wish indeed I were not, when you know how very, very wretched it has made me. Sell. Should you be telling me a tale all day, such as would melt a heart that ne'er could love, would not increase my reason for the wish that I had known you had been married. Dear. So many soft words from my Belma's mouth had made me mad with joy, and next to that I wish to hear from this youth, if they be real, how I shall be revenged. Aside. But why at my being married should you sigh? Sell. Because I love, is that a wonder, madam? Have you not charms sufficient at first sight to wound a heart tender and young as mine? Are you not heavenly fair? Oh, there's my grief, since you must be another's. Dear. Pray hear me out, and if you love me after, perhaps you may not think yourself unhappy. When night was come, the longed for night, and all returned to give us silent room for joy, Sell. Oh, I can hear no more, by heaven, I cannot. Here, stab me to the heart, let out my life, I cannot live, and hear what followed next. Dear. Pray hear me, sir, Sell. Oh, you will tell me he was kind, yes, yes, O God, were not his balmy kisses sweeter than incense offered up to heaven? Did not his arms, softer and whiter far than those of Jove's transformed to wings of swans, greedily clasp thee round, oh, quickly speak, whilst thy fair rising bosom met with his, and then, oh, then, dear. Alas, sir. What's the matter? Sit down a while. Sell. Now, I am well, pardon me, lovely creature, if I betray a passion, I'm too young to be learned the art of hiding, I cannot hear you say that he was kind. Dear. Kind. Yes, as blasts to flow are or early fruit, all gay I met him full of youthful heat, but like a damp, he dashed my kindled flame, and all his reason was, he loved another, a maid he called Celinda. Sell. O blessed man! Dear! How, sir? Sell. To leave thee free, to leave thee yet a virgin. Dear! Yes, I have vowed he never shall possess me. Sell. Oh, how you bless me, but you still are married, and whilst you are so, I must languish, dear. Oh, how his softness moves me. Aside. But can all this disorder spring from love? Sell. Or may I still prove wretched? Dear. And can you think there are no ways for me to gratify that love? What ways am I constrained to use to work out my revenge? Aside. Sell. How mean you, madam? Dear. Without a miracle, look on my eyes, and beauty, which you say can kindle fires, she that can give, may too retain desires. Sell. She'll ravish me, let me not understand you. Dear. Look on my wrongs, wrongs that would melt a frozen chastity, that a religious vow had made to heaven, and next survey thy own perfections. Sell. Ha, dear! Art thou so young, thou canst not apprehend me? Fair bashful boy, hast thou the power to move, and yet not know the busness of thy love? Sell. How in an instant thou hast chilled my blood, and made me know no woman can be good. Is sin enough to yield, but thus to sue heaven, 'tis my business, and not meant for you. Dear. How little love is understood by thee, is custom, and not passion you pursue, because enjoyment first was named by me, it does destroy what showed your flame renew, my easy yielding does your fire abate, and mine as much your tedious courtship hate. Tell heaven, you will hereafter sacrifice, and see how that will please the deities. The ready victim is the noblest way, your zeal and obligations too to pay. Sell. I think the gods would hardly be aided if they their blessings showed unasked afford, and I that beauty can no more admire, whoe'er I sue, can yield to my desire. Dear. Dull youth, farewell, for since 'tis my revenge that I pursue less beauty and more man as well may do. Offers to go. Enter friend love disguised, as one from a camp. Sell. Madam, you must not go with this mistake. Holds her. Friend. Celinda has informed me true, 'tis she. Good morrow, brother, what, so early at your devotions? Sell. Oh, my brother's come, and luckily relieves me. Aside. Friend. Your orisons are made to a fair saint. Pray, sir, what lady's that? Or is it blasphemy to repeat her name? By my bright arms, she's fair, with what a charming fierceness, she charges through my body to my heart. Death. How her glittering eyes give fire, and wound, and have already pierced my very soul. May I approach her, brother? Sell. Yes, if you dare, there's danger in it though, she has charms that will bewitch you, I dare not stand their mischief. Exit. Friend. Lady, I am a soldier, Yet in my gentlest terms I humbly beg to kiss your lovely hands, Death. There's magic in the touch. By heaven, you carry an artillery in every part. Dear. This is a man indeed fit for my purpose. Aside. Friend. Nay, do not view me, I am no lovely object, I am a man bred up to noise and war, and know not how to dress my looks in smiles, yet trust me, fair one, I can love and serve as well as an Endymion, or a Dornis. Would you were willing to permit that service. Dear. Why, sir, what could you do? Friend. Why, I could die for you. Dear. I need the service of the living, sir. But do you love me, sir? Friend. Or let me perish, flying from a single enemy. I am a gentleman, and may pretend to love you, and what you can command, I can perform. Dear. Take heed, sir, what you say, for I'm in earnest. Friend. Command me anything that's just and brave, and, by my eyes, 'tis done. Dear. I know not what you call just or brave, but those whom I do the honor to command, must not capitulate. Friend. Let him be blasted with the name of coward, that dares dispute your orders. Dear. Dare you fight for me? Friend. With a whole army, 'tis my trade to fight. Dear. Nay, 'tis but a single man. Friend. Name him. Dear. Belmer. Friend. Of Yorkshire. Companion to young friend Love, that came lately from Italy. Dear. Yes, do you know him? Friend. I do, who has oft spoke of Belmer, we travelled into Italy together, but since, I hear, he fell in love with a fair cruel maid, for whom he languishes. Dear. Heard you her name? Friend. Diana, rich in beauty, as in fortune. Woody she had less of both, and more of pity, and that I knew not how to wish, till now that I became a lover, perhaps as unsuccessful. Aside. Dear. I knew my beauty had 1,000 darts, but knew not they could strike so quick and home. Aside. Let your good wishes for your friend alone, lest he being happy, you should be undone. For he and you cannot be blessed at once. Friend. How, madam? Dear. I am that maid he loves, and who hates him. Friend. Hate him. Dear. To death. Friend. Oh, me unhappy. Aside. Dear. He sighs and turns away, am I again defeated? Surely I am not fair, or man's insensible. Friend. She knows me not, and 'twas discreetly done to change my shape, for woman is a strange fantastic creature, and where before, I could not gain a smile, thus I may win her heart. Aside. Say, madam, can you love a man that dies for you? Dear. The way to gain me, is to fight with Belmer. Tell him from me you come, the wronged Diana, tell him you have an interest in my heart, equal to that which I have made in yours. Friend. I'll do tea, I will not ask your reason, but obey. Swear ere I go, that when I have performed it, you'll render me possession of your heart. Dear. By all the vows that heaven ties hearts together with, I'll be entirely yours. Friend. And I'll not be that conscientious fool, to stop at blessings cause they are not lawful, but take 'em up, when heaven has thrown 'em down, without the leave of a religious ceremony. Aside. Madam, this house, which I am master of, you shall command, whilst I go seek this Belma. Dear. But ere you go, I must inform you why I do pursue him with my just revenge. Friend. I will attend, and hear impatiently. Exeunt. Scene 2. A bawdy house. Enter Mrs. Driver and Betty Flauntet. Flaunt. Driver, prithee call for a glass, that I may set myself in order, before I go up, for really my knight has not been at home all this night, and I am so confused. Enter one with a glass, and two wenches, Jenny and Doll. Lord, Mrs. Driver, I wonder you should send for me, when other women are in company. You know of all things in the world, I hate whores. They are the pratingest lewdest poor creatures in nature, and I would not, for anything, Sir Timothy should know that I keep company, 'twere enough to lose him. Mrs. Driv. Truly, Mrs. Flauntet, this young squire that you were sent to for, has 2 or 3 persons more with him that must be accommodated to. Flaunt. Driver, though I do recreate myself a little sometimes, yet you know I value my reputation and honor. Jenny. Mrs. Driver, why should you send for us where Flauntet is? A stinking proud flirt, who because she has a tawdry petticoat, I warrant you, will think herself so much above us, when if she were set out in her own natural colours, and her original garments, would be much below us in beauty. Mrs. Driv. Look ye, Mrs. Jenny, I know you, and I know Mrs. Flauntet, but 'tis not beauty or wit that takes nowadays. The age is altered since I took upon me this genteel occupation, but 'tis a fine petticoat, right points, and clean garnitures, that does me credit, and takes the gallant, though on a stale woman. And again, Mrs. Jenny, she's kept, and men love as much for malice, as for lechery, as they call it. Oh, 'tis a great mover to joy, as they say, to have a woman that's kept. Jen. Well. Be it so, we may arrive to that excellent degree of cracking, to be kept to one day. Mrs. Driv. Well, well, get yourselves in order to go up to the gentleman. Flaunt. Driver, what art thou talking to those poor creatures? Lord, how they stink of paint and pox, for, Mrs. Driv. They were only complaining that you that were kept, should intrude upon the privileges of the commoners. Flaunt. Lord, they think there are such joys in keeping, when I vow, Driver, after a while, a miss has as painful a life as a wife. Our men drink, stay out late, and whore, like any husbands. Driv. But I hope in the Lord, Mrs. Flaunt yours is no such man. I never saw him, but I have heard he's under decent correction. Flaunt. Thou art mistaken, driver. I can keep him within no moderate bounds without blows, but for his filthy custom of wenching, I have almost broke him of that. But prithee, driver, who are these gentlemen? Driv. Truly, I know not, but they are young, and fine as princes. 2 of them were disguised in masking habits last night, but they have sent them away this morning, and they are free as emperors. One of them has lost £1,000 at play, and never repined at it, one's a knight, and I believe his courage is cooled, for he has ferreted my maids over and over tonight. But 'tis the fine, young, handsome squire that I design you for. Flaunt. No matter for his handsomeness, let me have him that has most money. Exeunt. Scene 3. Another chamber in the brothel, a table with box and dice. Enter Belmer, Sir Timothy, Sham and Sharp. Bell. Damn it, give us more wine. Drinks. Where stands the box and dice? Why, Sham. Sham. Faith, sir, your luck's so bad, I ha'n't the conscience to play longer. Sir Timothy and you play off 100 guineas, and see if luck will turn. Bell. Do you take me for a country squire, whose reputation will be cracked at the loss of a petty 1,000? You have my note for it to my goldsmith. Sham. 'Tis sufficient if it were for 10,000. Bell. Why, Sir Timothy, pox on thee, thou art dull. We are not half debauched and loyed enough. Give us more wine. Sir Tim. Faith, Frank, I'm a little mawkish with sitting up all night, and want a small refreshment this morning. Did we not send for whores? Bell. No, I am not in humour for a wench. By heaven, I hate the sex. All but divine Celinda appear strange monsters to my eyes and thoughts. Sir Tim. What, art Italianized, and lovest thy own sex? Bell. I'm for anything that's out of the common road of sin. I love a man that will be damned for something, to creep by slow degrees to hell, as if he were afraid the world showed see which way he went. I scorn it. 'Tis like a conventicler. No, give me a man, who to be certain of damnation, will break a solemn vow to a contracted maid. Sir Tim. Ha, 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 I thought thou wouldst have said at least, had murdered his father, or ravished his mother. Break a vow, quoth ye. By fortune, I have broke 1,000. Bell. Well said, my boy. A man of honour. And will be ready whene'er the devil calls for thee. So, ho, more wine, and dice. Enter a servant with dice and wine. Come, sir, let me, throws and loses. Sir Tim. What will you set me, sir? Bell. Cater tray, 100 guineas. Oh, damn the dice, 'tis mine. Come, a full glass. Damnation to my uncle. Sir Tim. By fortune, I'll do thee reason. Give me the glass, and, Sham, to thee, confusion to the musty lord. Bell. So, now I'm like myself, profanely wicked. A little room for life, but such a life as hell itself shall wonder at. I'll have a care to do no one good deed in the whole course on't, lest that should save my soul in spite of vow breach. I will not die, that peace my sins deserve not. I'll live and let my tyrant uncle see the sad effects of perjury, and forked marriage. Surely the POWRS above envied my bliss, marrying Celinda. I had been an angel, so truly blessed, and good. Weeps. Sir Tim. Why, how now, Frank, by fortune, the rogue is maudlin, so, ho, ho, so ho. Bell. The matter. Sir Tim. Oh, art awake, what a devil ailest thou, Frank? Bell. A wench, or anything, come, let's drink a round. Sham. There come as wished for. Enter flaunt it, driver, Doll and Jenny masked. Bell. Oh, damn. What shall I do? Yet it would look like virtue to avoid No, I must venture on, ladies, why are welcome. Sir Tim. How, the women, hold, Belma, let me choose too, come, unmask, and show your pretty faces. Flaunt. How, Sir Timothy? What devil outdo me a spite? Aside. Sir Tim. Come, unmask, I say, a willing wench would have showed all in half this time. Flaunt. Would she so, impudence? Pulls off her mask. Sir Tim. How, my Betty? Flaunt. This is the trade you drive, you eternal fop, when I sit at home expecting you night after night. Sir Tim. Nay, dear Betty. Flaunt. 'Tis here you spend that which showed buy me points and petticoats, whilst I go like nobody's mistress. I'd as live be your wife at this rate, so I had, and I'm in no small danger of getting the foul disease by your lewdness. Sir Tim. Victorious Betty, be merciful, and do not ruin my reputation amongst my friends. Flaunt. Your whores you mean, you sot you. Sir Tim. Nay, triumphant Betty, hear thy poor Timmy. Flaunt. My poor ninny, I must die barbarously, and won't endure it. Sir Tim. I've won money tonight, Betty, to buy thee clothes. Hum, well said, Frank, toes the little jilts, they came for that purpose. Flaunt. The devil confound him, what a prize have I lost by his being here. My comfort is, he has not found me out though, but thinks I came to look for him, and accordingly I must dissemble. Bell. What's here? A lady all in tears. Sir Tim. An old acquaintance of mine, that takes it unkindly that I am for change. Betty, say so too, you know I can settle nothing till I'm married, and he can do it swingingly, if we can but draw him in. Flaunt. This mollifies something, do this, and you'll make your peace, if not, you rascal, your ears shall pay for this night's transgression. Sir Tim. Come hither, Frank, is not this a fine creature? Bell. By heaven, a very devil. Sir Tim. Come, come, approach her, for if you'll have a miss, this has all the good qualities of one. Go, go court her, thou art so bashful, Bell. I cannot frame my tongue to so much blasphemy, as tease to say kind things to her. I'll try my heart though, fair lady, damn her, she is not fair, nor sweet, nor good, nor something I must say for a beginning. Come, lady, dry your eyes, this man deserves not all the tears you shed. So, at last the devil has got the better of me, and I am entered. Flaunt. You see, sir, how miserable we women are that love you men. Bell. How did you love him? Love him against his will. Flaunt. So it seems, sir. Bell. Oh, thou art wretched then indeed, no wonder if he hate thee, does he not curse thee? Curse thee till thou art damned, as I do lost Diana. Aside. Flaunt. Curse me. He were not best in my hearing, let him do what he will behind my back. What ails the gentleman? Bell. Gods! What an odious thing mere coupling is! A thing which every sensual animal can do as well as we. But prithee tell me, is there naught else between the nobler creatures? Flaunt. Not that I know of, sir, Lord, he's very silly, or very innocent. I hope he has his maidenhead, if so, and rich too. Oh, what a booty were this for me! Aside. Bell. 'Tis wondrous strange, why was not I created like the rest, wild, and insensible, to fancy all? Flaunt. Come, sir, you must learn to be gay, to sing, to dance, and talk of anything, and fancy anything that's in your way too. Bell. Oh, I can toss, and ruffle, like any leviathan, when I begin. Come, prove my vigor. Toes is her. Flaunt. Oh, Lord, sir, you tumble all my garniture. Bell. There's gold to buy thee more. Flaunt. Oh, sweet sir, would my knight were hanged, so I were well rid of him now. Well, sir, I swear you are the most agreeable person. Bell. Am I? Let us be more familiar then. I'll kiss thy hand, thy breast, thy lips, and, Flaunt. All, you please, sir. Bell. A tractable sinner offers to kiss her. For, how she smells! Had I approached so near divine Celinda, what a natural fragrancy had sent itself through all my ravished senses. Aside. Flaunt. The man's ecstasy, sure, I shall take him. Come, sir, you're sad. Bell. As angels fallen from the divine abode, and now am lighted on a very hell. But this is not the way to thrive in wickedness, I must rush on to ruin. Come, fair mistress, will you not show me some of your arts of love? For I am very apt to learn of beauty. Gods, what is I negotiate for, a woman? making a bargain to possess a woman. Oh, never, never. Flaunt. The man is in love, that's certain, as I was saying, Sir Bell. Begone, repentance. Thou needless goodness, which if I follow, canst lead me to no joys. Come, tell me the price of all your pleasures. Sir Tim. Look you, mistress, I am but a country knight. Yet I should be glad of your farther acquaintance. Pray, who may that lady be, Driv? Who, Mrs. Flauntit, sir? Sir Tim. She's tearing fine, by fortune. Driv. I'll assure you, sir, she's kept, and is a great rarity, but to a friend, also, Sir Tim. Kept, pray, by whom? Driv. Why, a silly knight, sir, that, Sir Tim. Silly indeed, a pox upon her, a silly knight, you say, Driv. Sir, one she makes a very ass of. Sir Tim. So methinks, but she's kind, and will do reason for all him. Driv. To a friend, a man of quality, also. Sir Tim. She blinds the knight. Driv. Alas, sir, easily, he, poor cully, thinks her a very saint, but when he's out of the way, she comes to me to pleasure a friend. Sir Tim. But what if the fool miss her? Driv. She cries whore first, brings him upon his knees for her fault, and a piece of plate, or a new petticoat, makes his peace again. Sir Tim. Why, look you, mistress, I am that fop, that very silly knight, and the rest that you speak of. Driv. How, sir? Then I'm undone. She's the upholder of my calling, the very grace of my function. Sir Tim. Is she so? Keep her to yourself then, I'll have no more of her. By fortune, I humbly thank you for your intelligence, and the rest. Well, I see there's not one honest whore ith nation, by fortune. Enter Charles Belmer, and Trusty. Hark ye, mistress, what was your business here? Flaunt. To meet a rogue, Sir Tim. And I to meet a whore, and now we are well met. Flaunt. How, sir? Sir Tim. Nay, never be surprised, for your intrigues are discovered. The good matron of the house, against her will, has done me that kindness. You know how to live without your keeper, and so I'll leave you. Flaunt. You're too serviceable a fool to be lost so. Aside. Bell. Who knows this bold intruder? Cha. How, sir, am I a stranger to you? But I showed wonder at it, since all your last night's actions betrayed a strange depravity of sense. Sir, I have sought you long, and wish I had not found you yet, since both the place and company declare, how grossly you've dissembled virtue all this while. Bell. Take hence that prating boy. Cha. How, sir, you are my elder brother, yet I may be allowed to do the business that I came for, and from my uncle to demand your wife. Bell. You may return, and tell him that she's dead. Cha. Dead. Sure, sir, you rave. Turns him about. Bell. Indeed I do, but yet she's dead, they say. Cha. How came she dead? Bell. I killed her, ask no more, but leave me. Turns him about again. Cha. Sir, this is madman's language, and not to be believed. Bell. Go to, why are a saucy boy? Cha. Sir, I'm an angry boy, but yet can bear much from a brother's mouth. Why are they lost your sleep? Pray, sir, go home and seek it. Bell. Home. I have no home, unless thou meanest my grave, and thither I could wish thou would conduct me. Weeps. Flaunt. Pray heaven this young virtuous fellow don't spoil all. Sir, shall I send for a scrivener to draw the settlement you promised me? Bell. Do so, and I'll order him to get it ready. Cha. A settlement. On whom? This woman, sir. Bell. Yes, on this woman, sir. Cha. Are you stark mad? Know you where you are? Bell. Yes, in a border house. Cha. And this woman, Sir. Bell. A very whore, a tawdry mercenary whore. And what of this? Cha. And can you love her, sir? Bell. No, if I did, I would not gratify her. Cha. What, is 't in charity to keep her honest? Bell. Neither. Cha. Is your lust grown so high, Bell? Take that, strikes him. For naming but so base a thing to me. Cha. I wear a sword, but not to draw on madmen. But since why are so free, sir, I demand that fortune, which by my father's will why are bound to pay the day after your wedding day, my sister's too is due. Bell. Ha, 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 Sir Timothy, come hither, who dost think this is? Sir Tim. A fiddler, perhaps, let him play in the next room. Bell. No, my brother, come to demand his portion of me. He says I am in Lloyd company, and, like a boy, he would correct me. Sir Tim. Why, this comes of idleness. Thou shouldst have bound him prentice in time. The boy would have made a good saucy tailor. Cha. Sirrah, why are a rascal, whom I must thus chastise? Kicks him. They all draw, and Belmer stands foremost, and fights with Charles. The women run squeaking out, Sir Tim. Sham, and Sharp sneak behind, Trusty interposes. Trust. Hold, hold, I beseech you, my dear masters. Oh, what a fight is this! Two brothers fighting with each other. Oh, were my old master alive, this would break his heart. Oh, sir, you've killed your brother. Bell. Why, then his portion's paid. Charles wounded. Sir Tim. How, Kildee. Nay, 'tis time we departed then, and shifted for ourselves. X. Sir Tim. Sham and sharp. Trust. Oh, sir, shall I send for a chirurgeon? Cha. No, for a coach rather, I am not wounded much. X. Trusty. Bell. How darst thou trust thyself alone with me? Cha. Why should I fear thee? Bell. Because I'm mad, mad as a tigress robbed of her dear young. Cha. What is 't that makes you so? Bell. My uncle's politics, hell take him for 't has ruined me, thou and my sister too, by marrying me to a fair hated maid, when I had plighted all my faith before. Enter Trusty. Trust. Sir, here's a coach. Cha. Come, brother, will you go home with me? Bell. Home, no, never to that place thou callest so. If, when I'm dead, thou wouldst behold thy brother, and take the last adieu from his cold lips, if those so perjured can deserve that kindness, inquire for lost Celinda, at whose feet thou shalt behold me fall in a sacrifice. Till then, I'll let mistaken parents know the mischiefs that ensue a broken vow. Ex severally. Act V. Scene I. Covent Garden. Enter Betty. Flaunt it alone. Flaunt. Sure I rose the wrong way today, I have had such damned ill luck every way. First, to be sent for to such a man as this Belmer, and, as the devil would have it, to find my knight there, then to be just upon the point of making my fortune, and to be interrupted by that virtuous brother of his, then to have a quarrel happen, that, before I could whisper him in the ear, to say so much as, meet me here again, anon, forked me to quit the house, lest the constable had done it for me, then that silly board should discover all to my cully. If this be not ill luck, the devil's in 't, but driver must bring matters about, that I may see this liberal squire again. But here comes my noddy, I must pretend to be angry. Enter Sir Timothy. Sir Tim. Lord, Lord, how ye look now, as if you had committed no misdemeanor. Alas, good innocent, what canst thou say for thyself, thou renegado thou, for being false to my bosom, say. Flaunt. False to your bosom. You silly impudent sot you, who dares accuse me? Sir Tim. En your trusty and well-beloved friend, Mrs. Driver the board. Flaunt. She's an impudent confounded liar, and because she would have your worshipful custom, scandalized me, to breed a difference between us. Sir Tim. If you could make me believe that indeed, when she knew me not, nor ever saw me all the days of her life before. Flaunt. I know that, simpleton, but when I went to enquire for you by your name, and told her my business, our amours are not kept so secret, nor was she so dull, as not to understand how matters went between us. Sir Tim. Now though I know this to be a damned lie, yet the devil has assisted her to make it look so like truth, that I cannot in honor but forgive her. Flaunt. Forgive me, who shall forgive you your debauch, whoring and drinking? Marry, ye had need so, you are such a ruffler. At least if we are everywhere as you are at home with me, no, sirrah, I'll never bed with you more. Here I live sneaking without a coach, or anything to appear withal, when even those that were scandalous 2 ages ago, can be seen in Hyde Park in their fine chariots, as if they had purchased it with a maidenhead, whilst I, who keep myself entirely for you, can get nothing but the fragments of your debauches. I'll be damned before I'll endure it. Sir Tim. Just as the board said, yet I am mollified. Nay, dear Betty, forgive me, and I'll be very good for the future. Flaunt. Will you swear to be so? Sir Tim. By fortune, I will. Flaunt. Come, what will you give me then to be friends? For you won money last night. Sir Tim. That's it that appeases her highest storms. Here, my jewel, here's 100 guineas to buy thee fine things. Flaunt. Yes, great store of fine things indeed. With this pitiful sum, let me feel in your pockets, and see if you have no more. She feels in his pockets. Sir Tim. So, 'twas well I laid by the rest, my peace had not been made under every rag on't else, and what I was painfully cheating for all this night, would have been laid out at the mercer's and laceman's in half an hour. Well, are you satisfied? I have no more. Flaunt. Have you sunk none indeed and indeed, my Timmy? Sir Tim. No, I need not, you sink mine fast enough, I thank ye. Aside. Flaunt. Well, get yourself ready to go abroad with me. Exit Flaunt. Sir Tim. I have other matters in hand. Now have I 400 guineas in bank, which I won last night of Belmer, which I'll make use of to debauch his sister, with whom I'm damnably in love, and long for the return of my 2 setting dogs, to bring me news of the game. Enter Sham and Sharp. Oh, are you come? Sham. Sir, with news worth the hearing. I have been diligent, sir, and got myself acquainted with the old steward of the family, an avaricious Judas, that will betray for gold. Sir Tim. And that we'll furnish him with, his master's gold, like all other mortal things, must return from whence it came. Sharp. Not all, sir, for Sham and I have disposed of part. Sir Tim. Indeed you are a little shabby. Sham. Sir, fools were made to repair the breaches of us that have wit enough to manage 'em. Sir Tim. What, the goldsmith paid the money at sight, without demanding why? Sharp. Readily, sir, he's a brave fellow, and must not be lost so. Sham. By no means, we must make use of him whilst he is hot, for I doubt the humour is not natural, and I fear he may cool. Sir Tim. But to our business. Sharp. Sir, this same sister of his you must have, if it be but to put this insolent whore Flaunt it out of favour, who manages this fop entirely. Aside. Sir Tim. But art thou sure there is no danger in this enterprise? Shall I not have my throat cut? And the rest? Sham. We have none of that Italian humour nowadays, I can assure ye. They will sooner, with a brotherly kindness, assist the yielding sister to the willing gallant. Certim. A good thriving inclination, by fortune. Sham. And, sir, you have all encouragement, her brother, you heard, refused to pay her portion, and you know the fate of a handsome young wench in this town, that relies on weak virtue, then because she is in the house with her uncle, this same steward has contrived matters so, to bring you in at the back door, her lodgings being in the garden. Certim. This is something. Oh, I'm impatient to be with her. Well, I must in, and make some lie to Betty for my absence, and be with you presently. Exit Certim. Sharp. What designest thou in hand? For I suppose there is no such real thing as debauching of this lady. Sham. Look ye, Sharp, take to thee an implicit faith, and believe impossibilities, for thou and I must cozen this night. Sharp. What, our patron? Sham. Sharp, we are bound to labour in our callings, but mum, here he comes. Enter Sir Timothy. Sir Tim. Come, let's away, my leanness begins to roar. You, Sharp, go seek after Belmer, watch his motions, and give us notice. Exeunt. Flaunt. He is gone, and I believe, Betty flaunt it peeping out. For no goodness, I'll after him, and watch him. Exit cross the stage. Scene 2. Lord Plotwell's house. Enter Lord Plotwell, Charles, Trusty, and 2 servants. Lord. In a border house, with whores, hectors, and dice. Oh, that I should be so deceived in mankind, he whom I thought all virtue and sobriety. But go some of you immediately, and take officers along with you, and remove his quarters from a border house to a prison, charge him with the murder of his wife. Cha. My lord, when I demanded her, he said indeed that she was dead, and killed by him, but this I guess was the effects of madness, which debauchery, and want of sleep has brought him to. Lord. That shall be tried. Go to the place where Charles has directed you, and do as I command you. X. Servants. Oh, sweet Diana, in whom I had placked my absolute delight, and gave thee to this villain, because I wished thee happy. And are my expectations fallen to this? Upon his wedding night to abandon thee, and show his long dissembled natural lewdness. Cha. My lord, I hope, 'tis not his natural temper, for ere we parted, from a brutal rudeness, he grew to all the softness grief could dictate. He talked of breach of vows, of death, and ruin, and dying at the feet of a wronged maid. I know not what he meant. Lord. There's his grief, there is some jilting hussy has drawn him in, but I'll revenge myself on both. Enter Page. Page. A letter for your lordship. Lord reads. My lord, as your goodness has been ever great towards me, so I humbly beseech you to continue it, and the greatest proofs you can give me of it, is to use all your interest to undo that tie between Belma and myself, which with such joy you knit. I will say no more, but as you love my life, and my dearer honor, get a divorce, or you will see both ruined in your Diana. Gives Charles the letter. Lord. A divorce? Yes, if all my interest or estate can purchase it, some joy yet that thou art well. Cha. Doubtless her reasons must be great for this request. Lord. Yes, for she loved him passionately. When I first told her of my designs to marry together, she could not hide her joy, which was one motive. I urged it to him with such violence. Cha. Persons so near of kin do seldom prosper in the marriage bed. Lord. However 'tis, I now think fit to unmarry and as for him, I'll use him with what rigor the utmost limits of the law allows me. Cha. Sir, I beseech you, Lord. You beseech me. You, the brother of the villain. That has abused the best of all my hopes. No, I think, I shall grow, for his sake, to hate all that belong to him. Cha. Sir, how have I offended? Lord. Yes, sir, you have offended me, and nature has offended me. You are his brother, and that's an offense to me. Cha. Is that a fault, my lord? Lord. Yes, sir, a great one, and I'll have it so, and let me tell you, you nor your sister, for that reason, must expect no more friendship at my hands, than from those that are absolute strangers to you. Your brother has refused you your portions, and I'll have as little mercy as he, and so farewell to you. But where's the messenger that brought the letter? Page. Without, my lord. X. Lord and page. Trust. Here's like to be a hopeful end of a noble family. My comfort is, I shall die with grief, and not see the last of ye. Weeps. Cha. No, trusty, I have not been so meanly educated, but I know how to live, and like a gentleman. All that afflicts me in this misfortune, is my dear sister Phyllis. She's young, and to be left poor in this loose town, will ruin her forever. Trust. Sir, I think we were best to marry her out of the way. Cha. Marry her. To whom? Who is t regards poor virtue? Trust. For that let me alone, and if you dare trust her to my management, I'll undertake to marry her to a man of £2,000 a year, and if it fail, I'll be sure to keep her honour safe. Cha. Prithee, how wilt do this? Trust. Sir, I have served your family these 30 years, with faith and love, and if I lose my credit now, I'll never pretend to more. Cha. Do what thou wilt, for I am sure thou art honest, and I'll resign my sister to thy conduct, whilst I endeavour the conversion of my brother. Exit Charles. Enter Phyllis. Phil. No news yet of my brother. Trust. None. The next you'll hear is, that he's undone, and that you must go without your portions, and worse than that, I can tell you, your uncle designs to turn you out of doors. Phil, alas! What should I do, if he should be so cruel? Would I were in Flanders at my monastery again, if this be true. Trust. I have better business for you, than telling of beads. No, Mrs. Phyllis, you must be married. Phil, alas! I am too young, and sad for love. Trust. The younger, and the less love, the better. Enter Page. Page. Mr. Trusty, here's a gentleman would speak with you, he says his name's Mr. Sham. Trust. Goods me, mistress, put on all your holiday looks, for this is the little merchant of love by retail, that brings you the husband I promised you. Enter Sham. Sham. Well, Mr. Trusty, I have brought Sir Timothy as I promised he is at the garden door. Trust. The best time in the world, my lord's out of the way. Sham. But you know our conditions. Trust. Yes, that if he marry her, you are to have all the money that he offers to debauch her. Sham. Right. Trust. Bring him in then, and I'll civilly withdraw. Exit Trusty. Enter Sham, bringing in Sir Timothy. Sir Tim. Well, Sham, thou'st prepared all things, and there needs no ceremony. Sham. None, none, sir, you may fall down right to the business. Exit. Enter Phyllis. Sir Tim. Sings. Come, my Phyllis, let us improve both our joys of equal love, whilst we in yonder shady grove count minutes by our kisses. Phil. What sort of courtship's this? 'Tis very odd. Sir Tim. Pox on formal fops, we have high-born and generous souls, and scorn the common road. Come, let's enjoy, whilst youth and beauty lasts. Phil. What means this rudeness? I'll tell my brother. Sir Tim. Your brother. By fortune, he's so loyed, that should he so unconscionable to leave thee a virgin but this night, he would ravish thee himself, and that at cheaper rates than I design to do it. Phil. How dare you talk to me at this rate? Sir Tim. Talk to thee, by fortune, I'll play the Tarquin with thee, if thou yieldest not quickly, for thou'st set me all on fire. Phil, defend me, heaven, from such a man. Sir Tim. Then it must defend you from all the sex, for all mankind are like me, nay, and all womankind are, or would be, what I must make thee. Phil. What's that, a wench? Sir Tim. Fie, fie, that's a gross name. No, a miss, that's the word, a lady of delight, a person of pleasure and the rest. I'll keep thee, not a woman of quality shall be half so fine. Come, dear Phyllis, yield. Oh, I am mad for the happy hour. Come, say the word. 'Tis but inclining thy head a little thus, thy pretty eyes down, and thy cheeks all blushes, and fetching a long sigh, thus, with, do what you please, at the end on T, and I shall take it for granted. Phil. That, sir, you'll never hear me say to anything but a husband, if I must say it then. Sir Tim. A husband. It is enough to spoil a man's appetite, the very naming on't. By fortune, thou'st been bred with thy great-grandmother, some old Queen Elizabeth lady, that used to preach warnings to young maidens, but had she lived in this age, she would have repented her error, especially had she seen the sum that I offer thee. Come, let's in. By fortune, I'm so vigorous, I shall ravish else. Phil, unhand me, or I'll call out. I assure you, this is not the way to gain me. Sir Tim. I know there is a way to gain all mortal womankind, but how to hit the critical minute of the birch, Phil? It is past your politics at this time, sir. Sir Tim. I'll try all ways, and the devil's in it, if I don't hit upon the right at last. Aside. All the soft things I've said, Phil, that a knight of your parts ought to say. Sir Tim. Then I have kneeled and cried and swore, and, Phil, and damned yourself 500 times. Sir Tim. Yet still why are impregnable. I'll make another proposition to you, which is both reasonable and modish. If it prove a boy, I'll marry you. The devil's in tea, if that be not fair. Phil. You get no earnest of me, sir, and so farewell to you. X. Phyllis. Enter Sham. Sir Tim. Oh, Sham, I am all over fire, mad to enjoy. I have done what man can do, without doing what I would do, and still she's flint, nothing will down with her but matrimony. What shall I do? For thou knowest I cannot marry a wife without a fortune. Sham. Sir, you know the old cheat, hire a lay rascal in a canonical habit, and put a false marriage upon her. Sir Tim. Lord, that this showed not enter into my coxcomb before. Haste then and get one, I'll have it done immediately, whilst I go after her to keep up my flame. X. Sir Tim. Sham. And I will fit you with a parson presently. X. Scene 3. A street. Enter friend love disguised as before. Friend. I find Diana knows me not, and this year's absence, since I first made my addresses to her, has altered me much, or she has lost the remembrance of a man, whom she ever disesteemed till in this lucky dress. The price of her favour is Belmer's life. I need not have been bribed for that. His breach of faith both to my sister and myself, enough incites me to revenge. He has not yet enjoyed her. That blessing is reserved for me alone, and though the priest have joined that marriage may be disannulled, and she has a fortune sufficient to excuse her other faults. Enter Belmer sad. Ha! The man I seek, so near my lodgings too, sir. Bell. Sir. Friend. Traitor. Thou knowest me, and my busness. Look on this face, if thou darst look on him whom thou hast doubly wronged, and draw thy sword. Bell. thou shouldst befriend love, brother to Celinda, friend and lover of Diana too. Oh, quickly draw, or I shall leave thee, like a coward, dead. Bell. No, rather like a sacrifice, offers to embrace him. And thou shouldst be the priest should offer it, but that I have yet, for some few moments, business for my life. Friend. I can allow no time for business now, my injuries are in haste, and so am I. Bell. Shouldst thou stab here 1,000 gaping wounds, upon this false, this perjured heart of mine, it would not part with life, unless 'twere laid near to the sacred altar of my vows, low at the feet of my fair injured wife. Friend. Ha, means he his wife? Aside. Canst thou repent thy injuries to her, and leave the rest of all thy sins neglected? Bell. Those I have done to thee, though foul and barbarous, may plead the excuse of force, but those to her, not thou, nor I, nor she, or heaven can pardon. Friend. Heaven. My sister's wrongs, and mine, may plead excuse, but those to her alone can ne'er be pardoned. This place, sir, is too open, come with me, for I've deserted, and now resolve to kill thee. Bell. And so thou shalt, defenceless, I will yield, and leave my bosom open to thy sword. But first conduct me to my wife, for I will see her, nor can I die unpardoned. Friend. See his wife, of whom do you demand her? Bell. Of thee, darst thou detain me? Offers to go in. Friend. Death. How should he know she's here? Aside. Stay, sir, this way our business lies. Pulls him back. Bell. I ask not thine, but mine lies only this way. Offers to go in again. Friend. By heaven, you shall not enter here. Bell. I know thou lovest her. And 'tis with reason thou deniest an entrance to one so much unworthy to approach her. Friend. Yes, I do love her, and dare own it too, and will defend her from one so base and treacherous. Bell. Who dares deny thy reasons? Friend. She has made me take an oath, to fight with thee, and every wound my lucky sword showed make, she bade me say, was sent thee from her hate. Bell. Oh, I believe thee, prithee tell on, young man, that I may die without the aid of wounds. Friend. To break thy heart, know then, she loves another, and has took back the vows she made to thee, and given em to a man more worthy of em. Bell. Alas! I credit thee, yet, then, by heaven, she's false. And I will know, why 'tis she is thus perjured. Offers to go. Nay, now, nor heaven, nor hell, shall hinder me. Stand off, or to the number I'll add one sin more, and make my passage to it through thy heart. Friend. And so you shall, sir. They fight, Belmer disarms friend, and runs in underscore. Disarmed. By heaven, you shall not so escape a rage that is too just here to give o'er. Scene 4. Changes to the inside of Friend Love's lodgings. Enter Celinda, as before, met by nurse. N. Oh, madam, here's Mr. Belmer, he has wounded my young master, who denied him entrance, and is come into the house, and all in rage demands his wife. Cell. O heaven! Demands his wife. Is that sad curse added to all the rest? Does he then love her? Enter Belmer with 2 swords. N. Whither do you press, sir? And what's your business? Bell. To see my wife, impertinence, and must I meet with naught but opposition? Pushes her roughly away. Cell. Let him come in. N. Marry, he lets himself in, I thank him. Cell. What man art thou thus covered o'er with horror? Bell. One sent from hell to punish perjury. Where's this perfidious fair? This blushless maid, that has by my example broke her vows. A precedent that fiends would shame to follow. Cell. Who is you mean, sir? Bell. A thing that has no name, she is so bad, one who so lately gave herself to me, and now is flown into another's arms, one that attacks my life, for the same sins which she herself commits, and thinks to live to. Yet still she is my wife, whom I have injured, till when, she was a saint. Come, lead me to her, though she be false as I, yet I'll forgive it. Throws by the swords. Cell. Heaven. He repents his cruelty to her, and never mentions me. Then 'tis time to die. And that I may be sure of death, aside. Well, sir, I will conduct this happy lady to you. X. Cell. Bell. Gods. Happy, whilst I am wretched. Oh, what an ague chills my shivering limbs, turns my hot rage to softest love, and shame. Were I not here to die, here at her feet, I would not stand the shock of her reproaches. But yet she need not speak, a look's sufficient to call up all my sins to my undoing. She comes, O heaven! She comes, enter Celinda and Diana. Like penitent criminals thus, with my eyes declined, I bow my head down, for the last sad blow. Stands Bodie. Cell. Sir, in obedience to your commands, I've brought the lady. Dear. How? The perfidious Belmer. The only object of my hate and scorn. Bell. Say on, my angry deity, kneels. Whilst I thus trembling hear my fatal doom, like sinners, conscious ne'er to be forgiven, I dare not lift my guilty eyes towards heaven. Cell. Can I hear this, and yet retain my life? Dear. Had I but 2 days since beheld this youth thus prostrate at my feet, I should have thought myself more blessed, than to have been that deity he calls me. Enter Friend Love. Friend. Defend me. The traitor here. And at Diana's feet. The fittest altar for my sacrifice. turn, turn, from what thou lovest, and meet my justice. Sell. Oh, hold, my dearest brother. Belma rises, and turns about. Bell. Nay, now I'm ready for the welcome sword, since my Celinder's false, and cannot pardon. Sell. Oh, do not die with that profane opinion. Celinder false, or cannot pardon thee. Dear. Stay, generous sir, my pity has forgiven him. Bell. Thou. Why, who art thou, Diana? Dear. Yes, that Diana, whom, maugre all the penitence thou showest, can scarce forgive the injuries thou hast done her. Bell. I show a penitence for injuring thee. By heaven, I never could do one, or other, all that I am is the divine Celinder's. Friend. He's stark mad. Aside. Bell. But since she cannot pardon, I can die. Offers to fall on his sword. Sell. Canst thou not credit me? She pardons thee. Life, and enjoy, Diana. Turns her face from him. Bell. What art thou, who knowest her heart so well? Art thou my rival? The blessed youth, to whom she has given her vows, life, and enjoy, Diana. Yes, yes, thou art my rival, and I'll kill thee. Sell. Do, whilst I meet thy sword. Opens her arms, Diana stays him, he lets fall his sword, and gazes. Bell, dull, dull adorer. Not to know my saint. Oh, how I have profaned thee. To what strange idol was that I kneeled, mistaking it for a divinity? Sell. To your fair wife Diana. Bell. O cruel maid! Has heaven designed me any but Celinder? Dear maid! Bless me, did I then love a woman? I am pleased thou shouldest renounce me, make it good, and set me free from fetters which I hate. Bell. If all our laws can do, I will, for here ends all my claim. To Celinder. Friend. Was this the wife you did demand of me? Bell. Yes, I had no other. Dear. Fair maid. Forgive me all my shameful passion, and charge my fault upon your beauty only. Sell. Excellent creature! I showed issue for that, which my deceit will never make me hope. Bell. And art thou true to love, and all thy vows? Whilst I to save my fortune, that only which you'd make me merit thee, gave my unwilling hand to this fair noble maid. Ah, friend love, when thou hearest my story told, thou wilt forgive, and pity me. Dear. What was you said, sir? Friend love. Friend. Yes, madam, I hope the name can make no difference, or hate that still, so you but love the man. Dear. Though I'm again defeated, yet this last proves least offensive, nor shall an empty word alter my fixed resolves, to love you still. Friend. Then I am blessed. Bell. But yet the office of the priest has passed, what remedy for that? Dear, my uncle's POWR, the nearness of our blood, the contradiction of our circumstances. Bell. And above all that, my contract with Celinda. Methinks I feel a joy spread o'er my heart, the blessed omen of approaching happiness. Cel. I do believe thee, for by sympathy, mine takes new fire and hope. Dear, I have already writ to my uncle, and the messenger assured me, he would gratify my desires. That done, I will be yours. To friend Love. Bell. But why thus dressed? It might have led my rage, full of despair and jealousy, to have hurt thee. Cel. Sir, when the letter came of your being married, I will not tell you all the effects it had upon my desperate soul, but this I know, I had resolved to die, but first to see you. Your page informed the nurse all that had passed, and of the last night's ball, and much concerned she got this habit for me, and informed me how 'twas I was to act, and that my brother, describing of his dress, was gone before. This made me haste, lest ere I came his rage had done the business which it went for. Friend. And so it had, hadst thou not hindered me, for I, sir, was the man who drew on you. Bell. And was it thou that didst defend my heart, that I might live to pay thy goodness back? Cel. It was to save your life, and to expose my own. Dear. Come, let's in, and consult what's best for us to do. Bell. Come, my Celinda. Let us no longer doubt, the POWRS above will be propitious to united love. X. Cel. Enter servant. Serve. Sir, my Lord Plotwell is at the door in his coach. Dear. My uncle come. Sir, we will not doubt our fortune. But how came he to know of my being here? Serve. Madam, I fear he followed me after I had given him the letter. Enter Lord Plotwell, Charles, trusty. Lord. Belmer and Diana kneeling. Bell and Diana kneel. Rise, the joy I have to see you thus, makes me resolve to grant you anything, and pardon all that's past. Bell. Be not so hasty in your goodness, sir, lest you repent as fast. Dear. Sir, we have an humble suit to you. Lord. What is it ye can jointly ask, I will not grant. Dear. By all that love you ever had for me, by all those infant charms which used to please you, when on your lap you taught my tongue that art which made those dear impressions on your heart, which ever since to my advantage grew, I do conjure you hear me now I sue, and grant the mighty grace I beg of you. Lord. What is it you would ask? Bell. Oh, dress your face and eyes in gentler looks, if you would have us hope for any mercy. Lord. Rise, and wait ere you ask, I'll freely grant. Dear. That you'll undo that knot, that ties us two. Lord. How? This request from thee. Who loved him once, and wished thee no good beyond possessing him. Dear, Heaven has not, sir, decreed us for each other. Something of fate or chance has otherwise disposed those first resolves. Lord, too virtuous maid, I know thou dost but feign, his wickedness has forked thee to this change. Dear, no, sir, were he the only man of kind and good, I never would be his. And if you show compel me, I show live the infamous reproach of my whole sex. Lord. Well, and you, sir, that are the cause of this, what canst thou say to move me for thy pardon? Bell. I am so guilty in your opinion, my prayers would but make you merciless. I only say Celinda is my wife, and I show injure this too generous maid, not to adore her equal to her merit. Lord. I see, sir, you have found your wits again. Well, I see there's no opposing destiny, and I have still such tenderness for thee, to dear. That hadst thou pleaded his cause to me before, I should have been less cruel to him. Where is that lady which you so admire, whose beauty does eclipse that of Diana? Belma goes out, and brings in Celinda. Dear. This, sir, is she who merits more than I, Lord. She's fair indeed. Here, Frank, I give thee thy Celinda, whose beauty excuses all thy faults of disobedience. Bell. Thus low, I thank you for this goodness, sir. Kneels. Lord. There only wants the ceremony of the law to undo what's between you and Diana, if she remain a virgin. Bell. For me, by heaven she is, and for the rest, I do not doubt her virtue. Dear. You may believe him, sir, and this alone's the man, in whom I will, or never will be happy. Lord. Mr. Friendlove. I give consent to he has a noble character, and what he wants in fortune, has in virtue, take her, young man. Friend. 'Tis such an honor, sir, that my gratitude, without the mighty passion I have for her, would make me ever thankful. Lord. This term, we shall make the former marriage void, till then love on, and fear no frowns from fortune. But nephew, now I hope your brother shall have his portion. Bell. My dearest Charles, forgive me all that's past, and share the fortune heaven has given thy brother. Cha. The joy I have, sir, to be undeceived, is much the greatest blessing heaven can send me. Enter Sir Timothy, followed by Phyllis, Sham, Sharp, and Betty Flauntit. Sir Tim. I am pursued by two impertinent women. Prithee, friend love, tell em I am gone out at the back door, and send em away. Lord. What's the news here? Sir Tim. How, Celinda here, and Belma too. Nay, now would I compound for my life, at any rate, by fortune. Phil. Sir, this villain here has abused me, and with a false marriage has robbed me of my honor. Bell. How? Sir Tim. My lord, I say this young jilt would have robbed me of myself, and courting her, and enjoying her only for a miss, would persuade me I am married to her. Flaunt. Sir, I say, I am doubly wronged, first by this false knight, who has belonged to me this 3 years, which gives me a right to him, as good as if I were married to him, who has now unlawfully left my bed, for that of this gill flirt, who, on the other side, takes away my night, and consequently eats the bread out of my mouth. Bell. What means all this? Speak some of ye that know. Flaunt. O Lord! Who's here? The fine squire. Aside. Trust. Sir Timothy Tawdry, sir, is married to Mrs. Phyllis. Sir Tim. How can that be a marriage, when he who joined us was but a hired fellow, dressed like a parson? Trust. Sir, 'twas Parson Tickletext that married em. Sir Tim. Oh, what a damned lying pimp is this, sham! Didst thou not hire a fellow, because I was damnably in love, and in haste, to marry us, that was no parson? Sham. Why, truly, sir, I did go to hire such a one, Sir Tim. Look ye there now. Sham. But you'd meet with none, and because you said you show'd die if you enjoyed her not presently, and that she would not yield on any other terms, but those of marriage, I.e.n. brought the parson that trusty had provided for you. Sir Tim. O villain, to betray me! And for no reward. Trust. Yes, indeed, sir, the 400 guineas you left behind my young mistress's looking-glass fell to his share. Sir Tim. What's my money gone? And I am married to. This tea's not to use to go to church, for then I might have chanced to know the parson. Bell. Death, you dog! You deserve to die, for your base designs upon a maid of her quality. How durst you, sister, without my leave, marry that rascal? Phil. Sir, you denied me my portion, and my uncle designed to turn me out of doors, and in my despair I accepted of him. Flaunt. Married. And to a wife of no fortune. That's the worst part on't. What shall I do? Bell. Renounce this Lloyd fool, and I'll make thee a fortune suitable to thy quality. Sir Tim. Say you so, renounce me, sir. I'd have you to know I merit her, and as for Lloydness, I name nobody, Belmer, but only some have the art of hiding it better than I, but for whoring, drinking, dicing, and all the deadly sins that thereupon depend, I thank my stars, I come short of you, and since you say, I shall not have your sister, by fortune, I will have your sister, and love your sister, and lie with your sister, in spite of you. Lord. Well, Sir Timothy, since my niece has done amiss, 'tis too late to mend it, and that you may not repent, I'll take care her fortune shall be suitable to the jointure you'll make her. Bell. With this proviso, that you make no settlement to Mrs. Sir Timothy, I am not so unreasonable to tie you up from all of that profession, that were to spoil a fashionable husband, and so put you quite out of Fop Road. Lord. This day we'll set apart for mirth, and all must make my house their happy home. Bell. To thee, Celinda. All my good I owe, my life, my fortune, and my honor too, since all had perished by a broken vow. Flaunt. What, am I like to lose my Timmy? Canst thou have the heart to leave me forever? I who have been true and constant to you. Sir Tim. Alas! Now I must melt again, by fortune. Thou art a fool, dost think I would have had her, but for her fortune, which shall only serve to make thee outflaunt all the cracks in town. Go, go home and expect me, thou'lt have me all to thyself within this day or two, since marriage but a larger license is for every fop of mode to keep amiss. Epilogue. Spoken by Sir Timothy Tawdry. Sir Timothy, gallants, at last is come to know his sentence, and receive his doom. But pray before you are resolved to be severe, look on yourselves, and then on me. Observe me well, I am a man of show, of noise, and nonsense, as are most of you. Though all of you don't share with me in title, in character you differ very little. Tell me in what you find a difference. It may be you will say, you're men of sense, but faith, were one of you a stage, and I pit, he might be thought the fop, and I the wit. On equal grounds you'll scarce know one from t'other, we are as like, as brother is to brother. To judge against me then would be ill nature, for men are kind to those they're like in feature. For judges therefore I accept you all, by you, Sir Timothy will stand or fall. He's too faint-hearted that his sentence fears, who has the honour to be tried by peers. Written by Mr. the false Count. Argument. Don Carlos, governor of Cadiz, who has been contracted to Julia, now married to a rich old churl, Francisco, in order to gain her, mans a galley, which has been captured from the Turks, with some 40 or 50 attendants disguised as ferocious Ottomans, and whilst she, her husband and a party of friends are taking a pleasure trip in a yacht, they are suddenly boarded and all made prisoners by the supposed corsairs, who carry them off to a country villa a few miles from the town belonging to Carlos' friend, Antonio, which, however, they are firmly convinced is a palace inhabited by the great Turk himself. Here Carlos appears, dressed as the Sultan, with much pomp, and Francisco, overwhelmed with terror, speedily relinquishes Julia to his captor. In order to punish her for her intolerable arrogance, Isabella, Francisco's daughter by his former wife, who is designed to wed Antonio, is introduced to a chimney sweep, Guillaume, masquerading as a noble of high degree. She forthwith strikes up a match with the false count, leaving Antonio free to marry Clara, Julia's sister, whom he loves. No sooner, however, has the knot been securely tied than Guillaume, appearing in his sooty rags and with smudged face, publicly demands and humiliates his haughty bride. The trick of the feigned Turks is discovered by the arrival at the villa of Balthazar, Julia's father. Don Carlos, however, claims his mistress by reason of his former contract, which is perforce allowed. Source: Guillaume, masquerading as a count, is of course directly derived from Les Précieuses Ridicules, first performed the 18th of November, 1659, and Isabella is a close copy of Cathos and Magdalene. Flecknoe had already adapted Molière in the Demoiselles et la Mode, unacted, 4 to 1667, and 7 years later than Mrs. Behn. Shadwell, in his fine comedy, Bury Fair, 1689, drew largely from the same source. His mock noble is a French peruke maker, La Roque, who marries Lady Fantast's affected daughter. Miller, in his The Man of Taste, or The Guardian, 1735, blended the same plot with École des Maries. The stratagem of the famed Turkish ship capturing the yacht is a happy extension of a hint from the famous galley scene, Q. Diable à il faire cette galeria, Act 2, 7, Les Fourberies de Scapin. This, however, is not original with Molière, being entirely borrowed from Le Pedant Jew, Act 2, 4, of Cyrano de Bergerac, 1654. What is practically a translation of Les Fourberies de Scapin by Otway, was produced at the Duke's Theatre in 1677, and in the same year Ravenscroft included a great part of it in his Scaramuch a philosopher, Harlequin a schoolboy, Bravo, merchant, and magician. In the epilogue Mrs. Behn asserts that she wrote the false count with ease in something less than a week. This may be a pardonable exaggeration, but there are certainly distinct marks of haste in the composition of the play. In Act 3, she evidently intended Francisco and his party to be seized as they were returning home by sea. At the end of the act she arranges their sea trip as an excursion on a yacht. Theatrical history. The False Count, or A New Way to Play an Old Game, was produced at the Duke's Theatre, Dorset Garden, in the autumn of 1682, not later than the end of October. An excellent rattling farce, it seems to have kept the stage at intervals for some 20 years. On the 11th of August, 1715, there was a revival at Lincoln's Inn Fields. It is billed as not acted 10 years. Spiller played Gilliam, Mrs. Moore Isabella, and Mrs. Thurmond Julia. There is no further record of its performance. The False Count, or A New Way to Play an Old Game. Prologue. Spoken by Mr. Smith. Know all ye Whigs and Tories of the pit, ye furious Guelphs and Gibelins of wit, who for the cause and crimes of 41 so furiously maintain the quarrel on, our author, as you'll find it writ in story, has hitherto been a most wicked Tory, but now, to th joy th brethren be it spoken, our sister's vain mistaken eyes are open, and wisely valuing her dear interest now, all-powerful Whigs, converted is to you. Was long she did maintain the royal cause, argued, disputed, railed with great applause, writ madrigals and doggerel on the times, and charged you all with your forefathers' crimes, nay, confidently swore no plot was true, but that so slyly carried on by you, raised horrid scandals on you, hellish stories, in conventicles how you eat young Tories, as Jew did heretofore eat Christian _ suckling, and brought an odium on your pious guttling, when this is all malice itself can say, you for the good old cause devoutly eat and pray. Though this one text were able to convert ye needy tribe of scribblers to the party, yet there are more advantages than these, for write, invent, and make what plots you please. The wicked party keep your witnesses, like frugal cuckold makers you beget brats that securely by others' fires shall sit. Your conventicling miracles outdo all that the whore of Babylonia knew. By wondrous art you make rogues honest men, and when you please transform rogues again. Today a saint, if he but hang a papist, peach a true Protestant, your saints turn the atheist, and dying sacraments do less prevail, than living ones, though took in lamb's wool ale. Who would he not then be for a common weal, to have the villain covered with his zeal? A zeal, who for convenience can dispense with plays provided there's no wit nor sense. For wit's profane, and Jesuitical, and plotting's popery, and the devil and all. We then have fitted you with one today, is writ as 'twere a recantation play, renouncing all that has pretence to witty, oblige the Reverend Brumihams a city, no smutty scenes, no jests to move your laughter, nor love that so debauches all your daughters. But show thee the Tories now, who will desert me, because they find no dry bobs on your party, resolved to hiss, as late did Popish crew, by yell and nay, she'll throw herself on you, the grand inquest of Whigs, to whom she's true. Then let 'em rail and hiss, and damn their fill, your verdict will be ignoramus still. Dramatis personae. Men. Don Carlos, governor of Cadiz, young and rich, in love with Julia. Mr. Smith Antonio, a merchant, young and rich. Friend to Carlos, in love with Clara, but promised to Isabella. Mr. Wiltshire Francisco, old and rich, husband to Julia, and father to Isabella. Mr. Noakes. Baltazar, father to Julia and Clara. Mr. Bright. Sebastian, father to Antonio. Mr. Freeman. Guzman, gentleman to Carlos. Mr. Underhill. Gilliam, a chimney sweeper, the false count. Mr. Lee. 2 overgrown pages to the false count, a little page to the false count. Petro, cashier to Antonio. Page to Don Carlos. Captain of a galley. 2 seamen. Lopez, servant to Baltazar. Several disguised like Turks. Women. Julia, wife to Francisco, young and handsome, in love with Carlos. Mrs. Davis. Clara, sister to Julia, in love with Antonio. Mrs. Petty. Isabella, daughter to Francisco, proud, vain and foolish, despising all men under the degree of quality, and falls in love with Gilliam. Mrs. Cora. Jacinta, woman to Julia. Mrs. Osborne. Wife to Petro. Dancers, singers, and acti sceni. The street. Enter Carlos, Antonio and Guzman. Car. By all that's good, I'm mad, stark raving mad, to have a woman young, rich, beautiful, just on the point of yielding to my love, snatched from my arms by such a beast as this, an old ridiculous buffoon, past pleasure, past love, or anything that tends that way, ill-favored, ill-bred, and ill-qualified, with more diseases than a horse past service, and only blessed with fortune and my Julia, for him, I say, this miser, to obtain her, after my tedious nights and days of love, my midnight watchings, quarrels, wounds and dangers, my person not unhandsome too, by heaven, 'twas wondrous strange. And old Francisco, without the expense of an hour's courtship, a billet douse, or scarce a sight of her, could gain her in a day, and yet 'tis wonder, your fortune and your quality, should be refused by Don Balthazar her father. A pox upon tea, I went the wrong way to work, and courted the daughter, but indeed my father, the late governor of Cadiz, whose estate and honor I now enjoy, was then living, and, fearing he would not consent to my passion, I endeavored to keep it secret, though sacred vows had passed between us two. And did she not tell you of this marriage with old Francisco? The night before, she did, but only by a letter from her window dropped, which when by the help of a dark lantern, I had read, I was struck dead with grief. Gives him the letter. And reads. Expect tomorrow night to hear I'm dead, since the next sun will guide me to a fatal marriage with old Francisco. Your Julia. Judge, dear Antonio, my surprise and grief, a while I stood unmoved, thoughtless, and silent, but soon rage woke me to new life again, but what I said and did, I leave to raging lovers, like disappointed me, to guess and judge. She heard, and only answered me in tears, nor could I beg one tender word from her. She sighed, and shut the window to, and vanished. And she accordingly next day was married. She was, and I have since endeavored all the arts and ways I can to cuckold him. 'Tis now 2 months since the wedding, and I hear he keeps her as close as a relict, jealous as age and impotence can make him. She hitherto has been absent at Seville, but expectation of her daughter-in-law's wedding with you has brought em hither, and I ask your pardon, Antonio, for railing your father-in-law that shall be, old Francisco. And I hope you are mistaken, sir. How, are you not to marry his daughter, Isabella? And not if I can help it, sir. The honor you have done me in your friendship to me, a person so much above me in title and birth, makes me think it my duty to conceal no part of my heart to you. Know then this Isabella, daughter to old Francisco, and your cuckold that shall be I hope, is, though fair, most ridiculously proud, vain and fantastical, as all of her birth and education, grown rich, are. Prithee, what was her birth? And why, her father, old Francisco, was in his youth an English cordwainer, that is to say, a shoemaker, which he improved in time to a merchant, and the devil and his knavery helping him to a considerable estate, he set up for gentlemen, and being naturally a stingy, hide-bound rascal, and in the humor of jealousy even outdoing the most rigid of us Spaniards, he came over into Spain, to settle with his whole family, where his wife dying, to heighten the vice, marries this young Julia, your mistress, sir, and now this daughter of his having wholly forgot her original dunghill, sets up for a viscountess at least, though her father has designed me the blessing, but I have fixed my heart and eyes elsewhere. Clara, the young sister of your mistress, sir, commands my liberty. I've seen her. She has youth and beauty capable to make a conquest anywhere, but does she know your love? And she does, and makes me think my love returned. Then no, Antonio, I must be your rival. And how, sir? You said but now you were my friend, Antonio. If true, you must assist in my design. And I listen, sir, impatiently. Then thus, before I knew she was your mistress, I had resolved upon addresses to her, in order to have treated with her father about a marriage. And how? And wooed the false, forsworn, receive your vows. No, but with tears implores her father daily. We know he speaks to her about my passion, nor can I undeceive her, for indeed I have but feigned a love, she living in the same house with Julia whilst here at Cadiz, to get an opportunity with that dear, charming creature, for, coming as a brother, sure they'll admit me kindly, nor will Francisco, who has heard of what has passed twixt me and Julia, suspect me any more. And I knew I had a rival, sir, whom Clara loved not, but ne'er could get it from her who he was, for fear of mischief. I have often the liberty to see her, under the name and pretence of Isabella's lover. And I visit her only to get a sight of Julia, which hitherto has been impossible, though I have oft endeavoured it. I beg you'll not be jealous, for this, by heaven, is only my design. And I'll trust my life, my honour and my mistress in so good hands at any time. You oblige me. But though I find your Clara cold and cruel, Isabella would invite me to her love, and makes so many kind advances to me, and so would she for your title, were you deformed, and had no shape of man about you, but me, because a little citizen and merchant, she so reviles, calling me base mechanic, saucy fellow, and wonders where I got the impudence to speak of love to her. In fine, I am resolved to be revenged on all her pride and scorn. By heaven, I will invent some dire revenge. I'm bent upon it, and will about it instantly. And would you do it home and handsomely, and have a good occasion of being disengaged from her, and make herself the instrument? And such a plot were worth the prosecution. And such a one I have in my head. Guzman, my servant, knows a fellow here in Cadiz, whom for his pleasant humour I have oft observed, as I have passed the streets, but too mean to be conversed with, by almost any human thing, by trade a chimney sweeper. And on, sir, I beseech you. This fellow's of a quick wit and good apprehension, though possibly he cannot act the Don so well, yet that which makes up the best part of our young gallants nowadays, he shall not want, that is, good clothes, money, and an equipage, and a little instruction will serve turn. And I'm ravished with the fancy, let me see, he shall be an English lord, or a French count. Either, we'll furnish him with bills on Signia Don Francisco, men and baggage, and the business is done, he shall make love to her. And most excellent. Guzman, have you not observed this fellow I am speaking of? Goose. Observed him, sir. I know him particularly, I'll fetch him to you now, sir. He always stands for new employment with the rest of his gang under St. Jago's church wall. Bring him anon to my lodgings, where we'll prepare him for the adventure. And if the proud Isabella bite not at so gay a bait, I'll be bound to be married to her. And if she do not, possibly that may be your fate, but in return, you must let Clara know the design I have, and, undeceiving her opinion of my love, make her of our party. And trust my friendship, sir, and management. I'll to her instantly, that is, make a visit to Isabella, and get an opportunity to speak with Clara. And I must write a letter to Julia, to undeceive her fears too, could I but get it to her. Goose. For that let me alone. Exeunt severally, bowing. Scene 2. A chamber. Enter Julia and Jacinta. Jack. Lord, madam, you are as melancholy as a sick parrot. July. And can you blame me, Jacinta? Have I not many reasons to be sad? First, have I not lost the only man on earth in Don Carlos, that I could love? And worse than that, am married to a thing, fit only for his tomb, a brute, who wanting sense to value me, treats me more like a prisoner than a wife, and his pretence is, because I should not see nor hear from Don Carlos. Jack. Would I were in your room, madam, I'd cut him out work enough, I'd warrant him, and if he durst impose on me, faith, I'd transform both his shape and his manners, in short, I'd try what womanhood could do. And indeed, the revenge would be so pleasant, I would not be without a jealous husband for all the world, and really, madam, Don Carlos is so sweet a gentleman. July. But the sin, Jacinta. Jack. O my conscience, heaven would forgive it, for this match of yours, with old Francisco, was never made there. July. Then if I would, alas, what opportunities have I, for I confess since his first vows made him mine, Jack. Right, that lying with old Francisco is flat adultery. July. I might, with some excuse, give myself away to Carlos, but oh, he's false, he takes unjustly all the vows he paid me, and gives them to my sister Clara now. Jack. Indeed that's something uncivil, madam, if it be true. July. True. My father has with joy consented to it, and he has leave to visit her, and can I live to see tea? No, mischief will ensue, my love's too high, too nicely true to brook affronts like that. Jack. Yet you first broke with him. July. Not I, be witness, Heaven, with what reluctancy I forked my breaking heart, and can I see that charming body in my sister's arms? That mouth that has so oft sworn love to me kissed by another's lips? No, Jacinta, that night that gives him to another woman, shall see him dead between the charmer's arms. My life I hate, and when I live no more for Carlos, I'll cease to be at all, it is resolved. Jack. Faith, madam, I hope to live to see a more comical end of your amours, but see where your amiable spouse comes with Don Baltazar your father. Enter Francisco and Baltazar. Fran. So, you two are damnable close together, 'tis for no goodness I'll warrant, you have your trade betims. Jack. Meaning me, sir? Fran. Yes, you, one of my wife's evil counselors. Go, get you up both to your respective chambers, go, both. Bal. Barring your compliments, good son, give me leave to speak. Fran. Sure, I know as well as yourself what you would say now. You would assure me I am sole master of your house, and may command, that you are heartily glad to see me at Cadiz, and that you desire I would resolve upon a week's stay, also, that you'll spare nothing for my entertainment. Why, I know all this, and therefore pray take my word, good father-in-law, without any more ado. Bal. Well, sir, pray answer me one question, what drew you to Cadiz? Fran. Why, I'll tell you, in the first place, a pox of all lovers, I say, for my daughter Isabella is to be married, as you know, to Antonio, a young rich merchant of this town. In the second place, my wife, with a vengeance, must be gadding to visit you and her sister, whom we heard also was to be married to the young Governor Don Carlos. Is shrewdly against my will, heaven knows, for my wits are in an uproar already about this business. Your gallants, father, your young gallants, I wish my wife were secure at home again. Bal. Pray, why so? Fran. Alas, I see the trick, sir, a mere trick put upon a man, a married man, and a married man to a handsome young woman. You apprehend me. Bal. Not I, sir. Fran. Not you, sir. Why, look ye, your young governor who now is, made most desperate love to her who is now my wife. Do ye mind me? But you, being a man of an exact judgment, to her great grief, gave her to me, who best deserved her, both for my civil behavior, and comely personage. Do ye understand me? But now this Carlos, by his father's death, being made governor, do ye see, is to marry me your other daughter Clara, and to exasperate me, would he never let me be at quiet till he had got both of us hither to Cadiz, to grace his wedding. A pox of his invitation, was I so civil to invite him to mine? Bal. If this be your affliction, you may avoid it. Fran. No, no, I'll try to force nature a little, and be civil, also, but as soon as the ceremony's over, I'll steal out of town, whip away, presto, faith. Bal. But show'd you do so rude a thing to your new brother, your wife would think you were jealous of her. No, dissemble that fault, I beseech you, 'twill make you odious to her and all the world, when 'tis needless, is natural for women to hate what they fear. Fran. Say you so, then I will hide it as much as I can in words, I can dissemble too upon occasion. Bal. Let her remain a while amongst us. Fran. The devil a bit she shall, good father mine. No, no, I have more years than you, sir father, and understand what women are, especially when married to ancient men, and have the conversation of young men, whose eyes like basilisks destroy modesty with looking on 'em. The very thought on't has raised a bump in my forehead already. Bal. I am sorry you should suspect my daughter's virtue. Fran. Maybe you are, sir, but youth you know, opportunity, occasion, also, there are winks, and nods, and signs, and twers, and, well, in short I am satisfied, and they that are not may go whistle, and so I'll to my wife, whom I have left too long alone, evil thoughts will grow upon her, wife, love, duckling, calls her. Enter Julia and Jacinta. Bal. Would I had never married her to this sot. July. Your pleasure, sir. Fran. Only to see thee, love. July. I have a suit to you. Fran. What is 't, my chicken? July. I would go make a visit to my aunt, my sister Clara's there, and I'll go fetch her home. Fran. Perhaps the governor's there too. July. What if he be? We ought to make him a visit too, who so kindly sent for us to Cadiz. Fran. How? Make a visit to the governor. What have I to do with the governor, or what have you to do with the governor? You are no soldier, love. As for a visit to your aunt, there's some reason in 't, but for the governor, think no more upon him, I say no more. July. Since he's to marry my sister, why should you refuse him that civility? Fran. Your sister, so much the worse. July. So much the worse. Fran. So much the worse, I tell you, for mark me, you have been lovers lately, and old stories may arise that are not yet forgotten, and having under the cloak of a husband both sisters at command, one for a wife, t'other for a mistress, hoit toit, there will be mad work, faith, what a mixture of brother by the father's side, and uncle by the mother's side there will be, aunt by the mother's side, and sister by the father's side. A man may find as good kindred amongst a kennel of beagles. No, no, no visits to the governor, I beseech you, fair madam. Bal. So, you are at your jealousy again. Fran. Come, come, I love plain dealing. Besides, when she named the governor, flesh and blood could not contain. July. I spoke in reference to his quality. Fran. A pox of your civility, I tell you, I scorn my wife should be civil. Why, what a coil's here about a governor? I'll stand to tea, a man had better have a mule to his wife than a woman, and 'twere easier governed. Bal. But hear reason, son. Fran. What, from a woman and a wife? Lord, Lord, where are your wits, good father-in-law? Why, what a devil, shall I be made ridiculous, a coxcomb, cuckold, to show my wife? No, no, there's no necessity of your civility, mistress, leave that to me who understand the due punctilios of it. Bal. Harkee, son, harkee. Fran. Father mine, every man to his business, I say, therefore say no more of this, for I'll give my mother's son to the devil, when any wife of mine ever makes a visit to the governor, and there's an end on't. Was ever so horrid a plot contrived against her own lawful husband? Visit the governor with a pox. Bal. 'Tis an honor due to all men of his rank. Fran. I care not for that, my opinion is, my wife's my slave, and let him keep his rank to himself. Enter Guzman. Fran gets his wife behind him, and fences her with his cloak. Guz. He's here, and with his wife. How shall I do to deliver my letter to her, sir? By the order of my master, Don Carlos, the governor, I am commanded to come hither to the end that, going from hence, and returning to my master, I may be able to inform him, Fran. That I am in health, very well. I was afraid he would have been harping upon my wife in the first place. The devil take her, she looks 40. Makes signs to have her gone. Guz. Father, sir, he kisses your hand, with a more than ordinary friendship. Fran. A pox of his compliments. Aside. Guz. But he charged me, sir, most passionately to present his service to your lady. Fran. Yes, yes, I thought as much. Guz. In a more particular manner. Fran. Friend, my wife, or lady, has no need of his service in a more particular manner, and so you may return it. Jack. Indeed, but she has great need of his service in a very particular manner. Guz. Sir, I meant no hurt, but 'tis always the fashion of your true-bred courtier, to be more ceremonious in his civilities to ladies than men, and he desires to know how she does. Fran. How strong this Carlos smells of the devil, friend, tell your master she's very well, but since she was married, she has forgot her Gentile civility and good manners, and never returns any compliments to men. Guz. How shall I get it to her, sir? The governor hopes he shall have the honor of entertaining you both at his house. He's impatient of your coming, and waits at home on purpose. Fran. Friend, let your master know we are here in very good quarters already, and he does us both too much honor, and that if we have notice of the wedding day, and I have nothing else to do, we'll certainly wait on him, and the next morning we intend to take our leaves, which I send him word of beforehand to prevent surprise. Goose. But, sir, approaching him, he puts his wife farther. Fran. Go, sir, and deliver your message. Goose. But I have order, sir, Fran. There's no such thing in this world. Goose. I'm resolved to tease him, if I can do nothing else, in revenge, but, sir, he most earnestly desires to entertain your fair lady in his own house. Fran. Yes, yes, I know he does, but I'll give him to the devil first. Troth, sir, this Cadiz air does not agree with my fair lady. She has ventured out but once, and has got an egg already. Goose. Eggs, sir, are kind diseases, they allow of truces and cessations. Fran. No, no, she has no cessation, friend, her egg takes her night and day, it shakes her most unmercifully, and it shall shake her till the wedding day. Goose. Were this fellow to be tried by a jury of women, I would not be in his coat to lie with his lady. What shall I do to deliver this letter? Well, sir, since I see you are so averse to what the governor desires, I'll return, but, sir, I must tell you as a friend, a secret, that to a man of your temper may concern you, sir. He's resolved when he comes next to visit his mistress, to make another visit to your apartment, to your lady too. Goes to whisper him, and gives Julia the letter over his shoulder. Fran. Is he so? Pray tell him he need not take that pains, there's no occasion for tea, besides 'twill be but in vain. For the doctors have prescribed her silence and loneliness. Tea's good against the fit. How this damned fellow of a rival torments me, honest friend, adieu. Goose. Now is this fellow so afraid of being made a cuckold that he fears his own shadow, and dares not go into his wife's chamber if the sun do but shine into the room. X. Goose. Fran. So, your Mercury's gone, Lord, how simply you look now, as if you knew nothing of the matter. July. Matter. What matter? I heard the civil message the governor sent, and the uncivil answer you returned back. Fran. Very good, did that grieve your heart? Alas, what pity 'twas I carried you not in my hand, presented you to him myself, and begged him to favour me so much to do my office a little for me, or the like. Ha, July. And there's need enough, and the truth were known. Jack. Well said, madam. Fran. Peace, thou wicked limb of Satan, but for you, gentlewoman, since you are so termagant, that your own natural husband cannot please you, who, though I say it, am as quiet a bedfellow, and sleep as sweetly, for one of my years, as any in Spain, I'll keep you to hard meat, I faith. July. I find no fault with your sleeping, 'tis the best quality you have a bed. Fran. Why so then, is the devil in an unmerciful woman? Come, come, Dot is a good tenant that pays once a quarter. Jack. Of an hour do you mean, sir, Fran? Peace, I say, thou damnable tormentor, this is the doctrine you preach to your mistress, but you shall do it private, for I'm resolved to lock ye both up, and carry the keys in my pocket. July. Well, I am a wicked creature to tease thee so, dear, but I'll do what thou wilt. Come, come, be friends. I vow, I care not for the governor, not I, no more than I do for my own soul. Fran. Why so? This is something. Come, come your ways in. Who have we here? A man. Adds my life, away, away. July. Yes, up to my chamber, to write an answer to this dear letter. Ex Julia. Enter Isabella. Fran. No, 'tis not a man, but my daughter Isabella. Jack. Now will I stay, and set her on to tease the dotard. Would I could tease him to death, that my mistress might be rid of him. Fran. How now, what makes you look so scurvily today? Sure the devil rides once a day through a woman, that she may be sure to be inspired with some ill qualities. What would you have now? Isa. Something. Fran. Something. What thing? Have I not provided you a husband whom you are to marry within a day or two? Isa. There's a husband indeed, pray keep him to yourself, if you please. I'll marry none of him, I'll see him hanged first. Fran. Heyday, what, is he not young and handsome enough, forsooth? Isa. Young and handsome, is there no more than that goes to the making up of a husband? Yes, there's quality. Fran. Quality, why, is he not one of the richest merchants of his standing in all Cadiz? Isa. Merchant. A pretty character. A woman of my beauty, and £5,000, marry a merchant, a little, petty, dirty-heeled merchant, for, I'd rather live a maid all the days of my life, or be sent to a nunnery, and that's plague enough I'm sure. Jack. Have a care of a nunnery, lest he take you at your word. Isa. I would not for the world, no, Jacinta, whenever thou seest me in holy orders, the world will be at an end. Fran. Merchant. Why, what husband do you expect? Isa. A cavalier at least, if not a nobleman. Fran. A nobleman, marry come up, your father, Hugh's wife, meaning myself, was a leather seller at first, till, growing rich, I set up for a merchant, and left that mechanic trade, and since turned gentleman, and heaven blessed my endeavours so as I have an estate for a Spanish grandee, and, are you so proud, forsooth, that a merchant won't down with you, but you must be gaping after a cap and feather, a silver sword with a more dreadful ribbon at the hilt? Come, come, I fear me, who's wise, you are one that puffs her up with pride thus, but lay thy hand upon thy conscience now. To Jacinta. Jack. Who, I, sir? No, no, I am for marrying her out of hand to any reasonable husband, except a merchant, for maids will long, and that's probatumist against the prevailing distemper of longing. Hitherto I dare answer for her, but batteries will be made, and I dare not be always responsible for frail mortality. Fran. Well, I have provided her one that I like, but if she be so squeamish, let her fast, with a murrain to her. Isa. Dear father. Fran. Dear me no dears, would your old mother were alive, she would have strapped your just or core, for puling after cavaliers and noblemen, I faith, that would she, a citizen's daughter, and would be a Madonna, in good time. Isa. Why, father, the gentry and nobility nowadays frequently marry citizens' daughters. Fran. Come, come, mistress, I got by the city, and I love and honor the city. I confess 'tis the fashion nowadays, if a citizen get but a little money, one goes to building houses, and brick walls, another must buy an office for his son, a third hoists up his daughter's topsail, and flaunts it away, much above her breeding, and these things make so many break, and cause the decay of trading. But I am for the honest Dutch way of breeding their children, according to their father's calling. Isa. That's very hard, because you are a laborious, ill-bred tradesman. I must be bound to be a mean citizen's wife. Fran. Why, what are you better than I, forsooth, that you must be a lady, and have your petticoats lacked 4 stories high, wear your false towers, and cool yourself with your Spanish fan. Come, come, baggage, wear me your best clothes a Sunday, and brush 'em up a Monday mornings, and follow your needle all the week after. That was your good old mother's way, and your grandmother's before her, and as for the husband, take no care about it, I have designed it Antonio, and Antonio you are like to wed, or beat the hoof, gentlewoman, or turn poor Clare, and die a begging nun, and there's an end on't. See where he comes, I'll leave you to ponder upon the business. Exit. Enter Antonio. Isabella weeps. And what, intes, Isabella? What is t can force that tribute from your eyes? Isa. A trifle, hardly worth the naming, yourself. And do I? Pray, for what sin of mine must your fair eyes be punished? Isa. For the sin of your odious addresses to me. I have told you my mind often enough. Methinks your equals should be fitter for you, and suit more with your plebeian humor. And my equals. 'Tis true, you are fair, but if there be any inequality in our births, the advantage is on my side. Isa. Saucy impertinent, you show your city breeding, you understand what's due to ladies. You understand your pen and ink, how to count your dirty money, trudge to and fro chaffering of base commodities, and cozening those you deal with, till you sweat and stink again like an o'erheated cook, for, I smell him hither. And I must confess I am not perfumed as you are, to stifle stinks you commonly have by nature, but I have wholesome, cleanly linen on, and for my habit wore I but a sword. I see no difference between your Don and me, only, perhaps, he knows less how to use it. Isa. Ah, name not a Don. The very sound from the mouth of a little cit is disagreeable. Bargain and sale, bills, money, traffic, trade, are words become you better. Jack. Well said, use him scurvily that Mrs. Clara may have him. Aside. And the best of those you think I should not name, dare hardly tell me this. I.S.A. Good Lord, you think yourself a very fine fellow now, and finical yourself up to be thought so, but there's as much difference between a citizen and a true-bred cavalier, and as between you and a true-bred woman of honor. I.S.A. Oh, sir, you rail, and you may long enough, before you rail me out of my opinion, whilst there are dons with coaches and fine lackeys, and I have youth and beauty, with a fortune able to merit one, so farewell, sit. X. And farewell, proud fool. Jack. Sir, be this evening at the door, Donna Clara has something to say to you. And bless thee for this tidings, dear Jacinta. X. Jacinta. I find let man be brave, or good, or wise, his virtue gains no smiles from woman's eyes, 'tis the gay fool alone that takes the heart, foppery and finery still guide the dart. X. Act 2. Scene I. A chamber. Enter Jacinta with a light, and Julia. Jack. Well, madam, have you writ to Don Carlos? July. No, nor is it possible I should. This devil haunts me so from room to room, like my evil genius to prevent that good, oh, for an opportunity of one kind minute to return acknowledgments for this kind letter he has sent me. Jack. I'm glad you find me a Sibyl, madam. I ever prophesied a happier end of that amour than your ill fortune has hitherto promised, but what said the lovely cavalier? July. All that a man inspired with love could say, all that was soft and charming. Jack. Nay, I believe his art. July. Judge then what my heart feels, which like a fire but lightly covered o'er with the cold ashes of despair, with the least blast breaks out into a flame. I burn, Jacinta, and only charming Carlos can allay my pain, but how? There's the question. Jack. Some way I will contrive to speak with him, for he has lost his old wont if he traverse not the street where you live, but see Donna Clara. Enter Clara. July. Ha, my sister, whom yet my jealous heart can scarce be reconciled to, so deeply was my fear of rivalship fixed there, so sad, my sister, and so near the happy day with Carlos. Chloe. 'Tis pity she that thinks it so should want him, the blessings thrown away on me, but we are both unhappy to be matched to those we cannot love. Carlos, though young, gay, handsome, witty, rich, I hate as much as you the old Francisco, for since I cannot marry my Antonio, both youth and beauty are but lost on me, and age decrepit would be equal torment. July. Would Carlos knew your heart, sure he'd decline, for he has too much honor to compel a maid to yield that loves him not. Chloe. 'Tis true, he is above me every way, and the honor my father thinks to do our family by this match, makes him resolve upon it, but I have given my vows to young Antonio. July. And young Antonio you are like to have, for anything that Carlos cares, for no, To thy eternal joy, my Clara, he has but feigned to thee, as much as thy Antonio to Isabella. Chloe. But are you sure of this? July. Most certain. This night if you can let Antonio see you, he'll tell you all the cheat, and beg your pardon. Chloe. Which he will soon obtain, and in return, what service I can render him in your behalf he shall not want. July. Antonio will engage you, they are friends. Chloe. You amaze me. Jack. I have appointed him this night to wait, and, if possible, I would get him a minute's time with you. Chloe. Dear Jacinta, thou art the kindest maid. Jack. Hang'ty, why should we young women pine and languish for what our own natural invention may procure us? Let us three lay our heads together, and if Machiavel with all his politics can outwit us, 'tis pity but we all lead apes in hell, and die without the Jewish blessing of consolation. July. No more, here comes the dragon. Enter Francisco. Fran. So, together consulting and contriving. Jack. What, are you jealous of the petticoat? Fran. Petticoat. Come, come, Mistress Pert, I have known as much danger hid under a petticoat, as a pair of breeches. I have heard of 2 women that married each other, oh abominable, as if there were so prodigious a scarcity of Christian man's flesh. Jack. No, the market's well enough stored, thanks be praised, might every woman be afforded a reasonable allowance. Fran. Peace, I say, thou imp of Lucifer, would thou hadst thy belly full, that I might be fairly rid of thee. Go get you up to your chamber, and, do ye hear, stir not from thence, on pain of our severe displeasure, for I am sent for in all haste, to Signor Don Sebastian's, 'tis but hard by, I shall soon return. What, are you here? Enter Isabella. I have a high commendation of your fine behavior, gentlewoman. To Antonio, his father has sent for me, and I shall know all anon. This shall but hasten your wedding, whose wise, I tell you that, and so farewell to you, X. Isabella crying. Chloe. Say you so, then 'tis time for me to look about me. July. But will you go out so late, love? Indeed some hurt will come to thee. Fran. No, look ye, I go armed. Shows his girdle round with pistols. Go, get you to your chambers. He goes out, they go in. Scene 2. Changes to the street. Enter Carlos, Antonio. Car. I wonder where this man of mine should be, whom I sent this evening with my letter to Julia. What art thou? Enter Guzman, runs against Carlos. Guz. My lord, 'tis I, your trusty Trojan, Guzman. What makes you here, sir, so near the door of your mistress? Car. To wait my doom. What tidings hast thou, Guzman? Guz. Why, sir, I went as you directed me, to Don Baltazar's. Car. And didst thou deliver it? Guz. And the first thing I met with was old Francisco. Ka. So. Goose. To whom I civilly addressed myself, told him, you presented your service to him, sent to know how his lady and he did. Which word lady I no sooner named, but I thought he would have saluted me with a cudgel, in fine, observing her behind him, whom he sheltered all he could with his cloak, I taking an occasion to whisper him, gave it her over his shoulder, whilst she returned some smiles and looks of joy, but for an answer, 'twas impossible to get the least sign of one. Ka. No matter, that joy was evident she wished me one, and by the first opportunity my diligent waiting will be recompensed, but where hast thou been all this while? Goose. Finding out the chimney sweeper you spoke of, sir, and whom you ordered me to bring this evening. Ka. And hast thou found him? Goose. He's here, at the corner of the street, I'll call him. X. Goose. Ka. I have, Antonio, besides your particular revenge, one of my own to act by this deceit, since all my industry to see the charming Julia has hitherto been vain, I have resolved upon a new project. If this false Count pass upon as I doubt not but he will, and that he gets admittance into the house, I'll pass for one of his domestics. Enter Guzman and Guillaume. Page holding his lantern to his face. Goose. Here's the fellow, sir. Ant. Fellow. He may be the devil's fellow by his countenance. Ka. Come nearer, friend, dost think thou canst manage a plot well? Gil. As any man in Cadiz, sir, with good instructions. Ka. That thou shalt have, thou art apprehensive. Gil. So, I have a pretty memory for mischief. Ant. Hast thou assurance and courage? Gil. To kill the honestest man in Spain, if I be well paid. Ka. That thou shalt be. Gil. I'll do tea, say no more, I'll do tea. Ka. But canst thou swear stoutly, and lie handsomely? Gil. Prettily, by nature, sir, but with good instructions I shall improve, I thank heaven I have docility, or so. Ka. Thou wantest not confidence? Gil. No, nor impudence neither. How should a man live in this wicked world without that talent? Ant. Then know our design is only comical, though if you manage not matters well, it may prove tragical to you. In fine, dost think thou canst personate a lord? Gil. A lord? Marry, that's a hard question, but what sort of a lord? Ka. Why, any lord. Gil. That I cannot do, but I can do some sort of a lord, as some lords are wiser than other some. There is your witty lord, him I diff, your wise lord, that is to say, your knavish lord, him I renounce. Then there's your politic lord, him I would have hanged. Then there's your foolish lord, let him follow the politician. Then there's your brisk, pert, noisy lord, and such a small insignificant fiend I care not if I am possessed with, I shall deal well enough with a devil of his capacity. Ka. Very well, then there needs no more but that you go along with my man to my house. My authority shall secure you from all the injuries that shall accrue from a discovery, but I hope none will happen. Equipage, clothes and money we'll furnish you with. Go home with him, and dress, and practice the Don till we come, who will give you ample instructions what to do. Gil. And if I do not fit you with a Don better than Don del Phobos, or Don Quixote, let me be hanged up for the sign of the black boy on my own poles at a Spanish inn door. And we'll be with you presently. Gil. And if you find me not en cavalier, say clothes, garniture, points, and feathers have lost their power of making one. X. Goose. And page, and Gil. Enter, opening the door, Jacinta. Ka. Ha. The door opens, and surely 'tis a woman that advances. Dear Antonio, wait a little farther, who's there? Jack. Ha, if it should be old Francisco now. Ka. Let it be who it will, I'll tell my name, it cannot injure either. I'm Carlos. Who are you? Jack. A thing that looks for him you name. Jacinta, are you alone? Ka. Never since Julia did possess my heart. What news, my dearest messenger of love? What may I hope? Enter Julia. July. All that the kindest mistress can bestow, if Carlos loves, and still will keep his vows. Ka. Julia, my life, my soul, what happy stars conspire to give me this dear lucky minute? July. Those that conducted old Francisco out, and will too soon return him back again. I dare not stay to hear thy love or chiding, both which have power to charm, since both proceed from a kind heart, that's mine. Ka. Oh, take not this dear body from my arms, for if you do, my soul will follow it. July. What wouldst thou have me do? Ka. Be wondrous kind, be lavish of thy heart, be generous in thy love, and give me all. July. O heavens! What mean you? I shall die with fear. Ka. Fear. Let coward lovers fear, who love by halves. We that entirely love are bold in passion, like soldiers furdy with glory dread no danger. July. But should we be unthrifty in our loves, and for one moment's joy give all away, and be hereafter damned to pine at distance? Ka. Mistaken miser, love like money put into good hands increases every day, still as you trust me, still the sum amounts. Put me not off with promise of tomorrow. Tomorrow will take care for new delights. Why show that rob us of a present one? July. Ah, Carlos! How fondly do I listen to thy words, and fain would chide, and fain would boast my virtue, but mightier love laughs at those poor delays, and I should doubtless give you all your Julia, did not my fear prevent my kinder business, and should Francisco come and find me absent, or take thee with me, we were lost, my Carlos. Ka. When then, my Julia, shall we meet again? July. You Spaniards are a jealous nation, but in this English Spaniard old Francisco, that mad passions doubled, wholly deprives him of his sense, and turns his nature brute. Would he but trust me only with my woman, I would contrive some way to see my Carlos. 'Tis certain, Julia, that thou must be mine. July. Or I must die, my Carlos. And listening advances. And I'm sure 'tis Carlos's voice, and with a woman, and though he be my rival but in jest, I have a natural curiosity to see who 'tis he entertains. July. O heavens! Sir, here's Francisco, step aside, lest mischief should befall you. Runs in. Now love and wild desire prompt me to kill this happy rival. He's old, and can't be long in his arrears to nature. What if I paid the debt? Draws halfway. One single push would duty, and Julia's mine. But, hanged adultery is a less sin than murder, and I will wait my fortune. And where are you, Don Carlos? Who's there, Antonio? I took thee for my rival, and 10-1, but I had done thy business. And I heard ye talking and believed you safe, and came in hopes to get a little time to speak to Clara in, Jacinta, Jack. Who's there, Antonio? Peeping out of the door. And the same, may I not speak with Clara? Jack. Come in, she's here. And prithee, dear Jacinta, let me have one word with Julia more. She need not fear surprise, just at the door let me but kiss her hand. Going in. Jack. I'll see if I can bring her. Enter Francisco. Fran. A proud ungracious flirt, a lord with a pox. Here's a fine business, I faith, that she should be her own carver. Well, I'll home, and thunder her together with a vengeance. Who's here? Sure this is he indeed. I'll step aside, lest my being seen give him an occasion of jealousy, and make him affront his wife. Goes aside as Fran was going in. Enter Julia. Fran. What have we here, a woman? July. Heavens! What, not gone yet, my dear? Fran. So, 'tis my confounded wife, who expecting somebody would have me gone now. July. Are you not satisfied with all I've said, with all the vows I've made, which here and you, in sight of heaven, I breathe? Fran. Yes, you can promise fair, but hang him that trusts ye. July. Go, and pray be satisfied with my eternal love. Fran. How fain she'd have me gone now, subtle serpent! Is not this plain demonstration, I shall murder her? I find the devil great with me. Aside still. July. What is 'tis thou pausest on? Fran. The wicked dissimulation of villainous woman. Aloud to her. July. Francisco. Fran. O thou monster of ingratitude, have I caught thee? You'd have me gone, would ye? To heaven, I believe, like a wicked woman as you are, so you were rid of me. Go, and be satisfied of my eternal love. Ah, gypsy, no, gentlewoman, I am a tough bit, and will hold you tugging till your heart ache. July. Why, was there such hurt in desiring you to go that you might make haste back again? Oh, my fears! Fran. That you might receive a lover, 'tis plain, and my indignation's high. July. Heaven knows I meant, Fran, only to cuckold me a little, get you in, where I will swear thee by bell, book and candle, get you in, I say, go, go, I'll watch for your lover, and tell him how unkind he was to stay so long, I will. X. Julia, he stands just in the door, Carlos advances. Car. I hear no noise, sure 'twas he, and he's gone in, to reap those joys he knows not how to value, and I must languish for, I'll stay a little, perhaps Jacinta may return again, for anything belonging to my Julia is dear, even to my soul. Goes just to the door, Fran bolts out on him. Fran. Who's there? What woody you have? Who woody you speak to? Who do you come from, and what's your business? Car. Ha, 'tis the sot himself, my name is Carlos. Fran. Carlos. What father of Beelzebub sent him hither? A plain case, I'll murder her out of hand. Car. And I would speak to anybody, friend, that belongs to the fair Clara, if you are any of this house. Fran. Only the cuckold of the house, that's all. My name, sir, is Francisco, but you, perhaps, are better acquainted with my wife. Car. Francisco, let me embrace you, my noble brother, and chide you, that you would not visit me. Going to embrace him, he flies off. Fran. And bring my wife along with me. Car. Both had been welcome, and all I have, you showed command. Fran. For my wife's sake, what if I showed pistol him now, and I am damnably provoked to tea, had I but courage to shoot off one. Aside. Car. Methinks you make not so kind returns as my friendship to you, and the alliance shall be between us, deserves. Fran. I am something ill-bred, I confess, sir, 'tis dark, and if I showed duty nobody would know 'twas I. Aside. Car. I fear there's some misunderstanding between us, pray let us go in a while, I'll talk you from your error. Offers to go, he gets between him and the door. Fran. Between us, sir? O Lord, not in the least, sir, I love and honor you so heartily, I'd be content to give you to the devil, but the noise of the pistol would discover the business. Aside. Car. Come, let's in, and talk a while. Fran. I'm sorry I cannot do tea, sir, we are something incommoded being not at our own house. Car. Brother, I am afraid you are a little inclined to be jealous, that will destroy all friendship. Fran. So, how finely the devil begins to insinuate. Car. That makes a hell of the heaven of love, and those very pains you fear, are less tormenting than that fear. What say you, brother, is 't not so with you? Fran. I find you would have me turn a husband of the mode, a fine convenient tool, one of the modern humour, a civil person, that understands reason, or so, and I doubt not but you would be as modish a gallant. Ka. Ha, ha, ha. Fran. What, do you laugh, sir? Ka. Who can choose to hear your suspicions, your needless fears? Come, come, trust your wife's discretion and modesty, and I doubt not but you will find yourself, Fran, in the road to heaven, whither they say all cuckolds go. I thank you for your advice. I perceive you would willingly help me onwards of my journey. Ka. I'm glad I know you, sir. Farewell to you. Goes out. Fran. No matter for that, so you know not my wife, and so farewell to you, sir, and the devil take all cuckold makers. Exit. Scene 3. The inside of the house. Enter Clara, Julia, Antonio, Jacinta running to M. Jack. He has seen Don Carlos, and they have been in great discourse together. I could not hear one word, but you'll have it at both ears anon, I'll warrant you. Ha, he's coming. Enter Francisco. Chloe. Heavens, he must not see you here. To Aunt. Jack. Here, step into Clara's bedchamber. He goes in. Fran. So the plot's at last discovered. He was a cavalier of his parole. July. Who speak you of? Fran. Only the governor, the fine young governor. I delivered him the message, told him my mind and the like. July. So kind to visit us, and have you sent him away already? Fran. Ah, which, already? Why, have I any lodging for him? July. But I am glad you brought him not in, I being so unready. Fran. But you are always ready for him, my dear victorious manslayer. July. What means he? Sure he has a gadby in his brain. Fran. Satan's she-advocate. Peace, I say, so, you look as innocently now, as a little devil of 2 years old, I'll warrant. Come, come, look me full in the face, thus, turn your nose just to mine, so, now tell me whose damnable plot this was, to send your gallant with his eloquence, quirks and conundrums, to tutor me into better manners. July send him. I'll answer no such idle questions. Fran. He has taken a world of pains about your particular chapter, and no doubt but he preached according to instructions. What say you for yourself, that judgment may not pass? July. I say you're an old jealous fool. Have I seen Don Carlos, or heard from Don Carlos, or sent to Don Carlos? Here's a do indeed. Fran. What made you at the door against my positive commands? The very street door, in the night, alone, and undressed. This is a matter of fact, gentlewoman. You hastened me away, a plain case, and presently, after Don Carlos comes to the door, positive proof, sees me and falls right down upon my jealousy, clear conviction. 'Twas pity but I had followed his counsel, yes, when the devil turns student in divinity, but no matter, I'll see your back fairly turned upon this town tomorrow. I'll marry my daughter in the morning to Antonio, and a fair wind or not, we'll home. The galley lies ready in the harbor, therefore prepare, pack up your tools, for you are no woman of this world. And how? Marry me tomorrow to his daughter, and carry his wife from my friend. This misfortune must be prevented. Aside peeping. Fran. And so, mistress, come your ways to your chamber. July. And study how to prevent this cruel separation. Aside, goes out with him and Jacinta. Chloe. Ah, Antonio, I find by that sad look of yours, you have overheard our hasty doom. And I have, and am a little surprised at the suddenness of it, and I myself am the unlucky occasion of it. To break it off, I told my father how scurvily Isabella treated me. He thereupon sends for old Francisco, tells him of my complaint, and instead of disengaging myself, I find myself more undone. Chloe. What shall we do? I'm sure thou wilt not marry her, thou canst not do tea and hope to go to heaven. And no, I have one prevention left, and if that fail, I'll utterly refuse to marry her, a thing so vainly proud, no laws of nature or religion, sure, can bind me to say yes, and for my fortune, 'tis my own, no father can command it. Chloe. I know thou wilt be true, and I'll not doubt it. Enter Jacinta. Jack. Ah. Madam, the saddest news, Chloe. Ha. What? Jack. Poor gentleman, I pity you of all things in the world, you must be forked. How can I utter it? To the most lamentable torment that ever lover endured, to remain all night in your mistress's chamber. And, alas, how shall I endure so great an affliction? Chloe. And I, Jack. Ha, 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 how I am grieved to think on it, ha, 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 that you should both be so hardly put to it, ha, 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 for the old gentleman has locked all the doors, and took the keys to bed to him. Go, get you in, ha, ha, ha. And oh, my dear Clara, this is a blessing I could not hope. Chloe. So large a freedom shall my virtue prove, I'll trust my honor with Antonio's love. They go in. X. Jacinta laughing. Act 3. Scene I. Don Carlos' house. Enter Don Carlos in his nightgown, Antonio, and Guzman with clothes. Car. All night with Clara, sayest thou? That was lucky, but was she kind, my friend? And as I desired, or honor would permit her, nor would I press her father. Car. A very moderate lover. And for some part of my virtue, sir, I owe to you, in midst of all my love, even in the kindest moments of delight, my joys were broken by concern for you. Julia this day, or very suddenly, leaves Cadiz. Car. By heaven, and so will Carlos then, for I'm so resolutely bent to possess that dear creature, that I will do tea with hazard of my life, expense of fortune, or what's dear to me. Goose. And how would you reward that politic head, that showed contrive the means to bring this handsomely about, not for an hour, or a night, but even as long as you please, with freedom, without the danger of venturing your honourable neck, in showing feats of activity 3 stories high, with a dagger in one hand, and a pistol in t'other, like a rope dancer. Car. But how? Thou talkest of impossibilities. And dost think she'll e'er consent to quit her husband? Goose. No, heaven forbid, I am too good a Christian to part man and wife, but being naturally inclined to works of charity, I will with one project I have in this noddle of mine, make old Francisco a cuckold, accommodate my lord and Julia, serve you, sir, and give ourselves a good scene of mirth. Car. Thou amazest me. Goose. If I do not, send me to the galleys, nay, and so far cure the jealousy of the old fellow, that from a rigid suspicious troublesome fool, he shall become so tame and gentle a husband, that he shall desire you to favour him so much as to lie with his dear wife. Car. By what strange witchcraft shall this be brought to pass? Goose. En honest invention, sir, good faith, listen and believe, when he goes, he certainly goes by sea, to save the charges of mules. And right, I heard him say so, in the galley that lies in the port. Goose. Good, there is a galley also, in the harbour, you lately took from the Turks. Habits too were taken in her enough to furnish out some 40 or 50 as convenient Turks as a man would wish at the devil. Car. Ah, rogue, I begin to apprehend already. Goose. Our Turkish galley thus manned, I'll put to sea, and about a league from land, with a sham fight set on that of old Francisco. Take it, make 'em all slaves, clap the old fellow under hatches, and then you may deal with the fair slave his wife, as Adam did with Eve. Car. I'm ravished with the thought. And but what will be the event of this? Car. I will not look so far, but stop at the dear joys, and fear no fate beyond 'em. Goose. Nay, with a little cudgelling this dull brain of mine I shall advance it farther for the jest sake, as I take it, Signor Don Antonio, you have a fine villa, within a bowshot of this city belonging to yourself. And I have with pleasant gardens, grottos, waterworks. Car. A most admirable scene for love and our designs. And 'tis yours, sir. Goose. Then, sir, when we have taken this old fool, on whom the grossest cheat would pass, much more this, which shall carry so seeming a truth in he being clapped under hatches in the dark, we'll wind round a league or 2 at sea, turn in, and land at this garden, sir, of yours, which we'll pretend to be a seraglio, belonging to the Grand Seigneur, whither, in this hot part of year, he goes to regale himself with his she-slaves. Car. But the distance of place and time allow not such a fallacy. Goose. Why he never read in's life, knows neither longitude nor latitude, and Constantinople may be in the midst of Spain for anything he knows. Besides, his fear will give him little leisure for thinking. But how shall we do with the seamen of this other galley? Goose. There's not above a dozen, besides the slaves that are chained to the oar, and those dozen, a pistol apiece would not only make them assist in the design, but betray it in earnest to the Grand Seigneur, for the mile undertake, the master of it being Pierre de Sala, your father's old servant, sir. To Carlos. But possibly his mind may alter upon the arrival of this false count of ours. No matter, make sure of those seamen however, that they may be ready upon occasion. 'Tis high time for me that your count were arrived, for this morning is destined the last of my liberty. This morning, come, haste and dress me, to Goose. Guzman, where's our count? Enter Guillaume dressed fine, 2 great pages and a little one following. Goose. Coming to give you the good morrow, sir, and show you how well he looks the part. Good day to your lordship, bowing. Gil. Morrow, friend. My lord, your most humble servant. Gil. Thank you, friend, thank you, page, boy, what's o'clock, sirrah? Page. About 8, my lord. Your lordship's early up. Gil. My stomach was up before me, friend, and I'm damnably hungry. Is strange how a man's appetite increases with his greatness. I'll swinge it away now I'm a lord, then I will wench without mercy. I'm resolved to spare neither man, woman, nor child, not I. Hey, rogues, rascals, boys, my breakfast, quickly, dogs, let me see, what shall I have now that's rare? Page. What will your honour please to have? Gil. A small rasher of delicate bacon, sirrah, of about a pound, or 2, with a small morsel of bread, round the loaf. Do ye hear? Quickly, slaves. That's gross meat, sir, a pair of quails, or, Gil. I thank you for that, faith, take your don again, an you please, I'll not be starved for ne'er a don in Christendom. But you must study to refine your manners a little. Gil. Manners. You shall pardon me for that, as if a lord had not more privilege to be more saucy, more rude, impertinent, slovenly and foolish than the rest of his neighbors, or mankind. 'Tis great. Gil. Your saucy rudeness, in a grandee, is freedom, your impertinence, wit, your sloven, careless, and your fool, good-natured, as least they shall pass so in me, I'll warrant ye. Well, you have your full instructions, your baggage, bills and letters, from Octavio the civilian merchant. Goose. All, sir, are ready, and his lordship's breakfast waits. Which ended, we advance, just when Aurora rose from under Scorthetus' bed, where he had wantoned a short summer's night, harnessed his bright-hooved horses to begin his gilded course above the firmament, out sallied Don Guillermo Rodrigo de Chimney Sueperio, and so forth. Gad! This adventure of ours will be worthy to be sung in heroic rhyme doggerel. Before we have finished it, come, goes out. Gil. Hey, rogues, rascals, boys, follow me just behind. Exeunt. Scene 2. Francisco's house. Enter Clara and Jacinta. Jack. Nay, I knew he would be civil, madam, or I would have borne you company, but neither my mistress nor I could sleep one wink all night, for fear of a discovery in the morning, and to save the poor gentleman a tumbling cast from the window, my mistress, just at daybreak, feigned herself wondrous sick. I was called, desired to go to Cineas Padilio's the apothecary's, at the next door, for a cordial, and so he slipped out. But the story of this false count pleases me extremely, and, if it should take, Lord, what mirth we shall have. Ha, 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 I can't forbear with the thoughts on't. Clo. And to see the governor his man. Jack. Ah, what a jest that would be too, ha, ha, ha. But here comes Isabella, let's puff up her pride with flatteries on her beauty. Enter Isabella looking in a glass, and seeing her face. Isa. Ah, heavens, those eyes, that look, that pretty leer, that my father showed be so doting an old fool to think these beauties fit for a little merchandise. A marchioness would so much better become me. Looks again. Ah, what a smile's there, and then that scornful look, 'tis great, heavens, who's here? Sees them. Clo. Only those friends that wish you better fortune than this day promises. Jack. Look on that face. Are there not lines that foretell a world of greatness, and promise much honor? Clo. Her face, her shape, her mien, her every part declares her lady, or something more. Isa. Why, so, and yet this little creature of a father, ridiculously and unambitious, would spoil this lady, to make up a simple citizen's wife, in good time. Jack. That very look had some presaging grandeur. Isa. Do you think so, Jacinta? Ha, ha, ha. Jack. That laugh again, oh heavens, how it charms. Clo. And how graceful 'tis. Jack. Ah, nothing but a great gilt coach will become it. Clo. With 6 Spanish mares. Jack. And embroidered trappings. Clo. With 4 lackeys. Jack. And a page at the tail on't. Clo. She's evidently designed for a person of quality. Isa. Besides, I have so natural an inclination for a don, that if my father do force me to marry this small creature of a merchant, I shall make an intrigue with somebody of quality. Clo. Could you but manage it well, and keep it from Antonio. Isa. Keep it from Antonio, Is it think you for a little silly sit, to complain when a don does him the honor to visit his lady? Marry, that were pretty. Enter Francisco and Lopez. Fran. How, account to speak with me? With me, I say, here at Cadiz. Lop. Account, sir, and to speak with you. Fran. Art sure he's not the governor? I'll go lock up my wife. Lop. Governor, sir. No, no, he's a mere stranger, sir, a rare count whom I never saw all days of my life before. Fran. And with me would he speak? I hope he comes not to my wife. Enter Julia. July. O husband, the delicatest fine person of quality, just alighted at the door, husband. Fran. What, have you seen him then? The devil's in these women, and there be but a loophole to peep out of they'll spy a man. I'm resolved to see this thing. Go, retire, you women, here's men coming up. I.S.A. And will men eat us? Fran. No, but they may do worse. They may look on ye, and looking breeds liking, and liking, love, and love a damned thing, called desire, and desire begets the devil and all of mischief to young wenches. Get ye gone in, I say, here's a lord coming, and lords are plaguey things to women. I.S.A. How, a lord? Oh, heavens! Jacinta, my fan, and set my hair in order, oh, the gods! I would not but see a lord for all the world. How my heart beats already! Keep your distance behind, Jacinta. Bless me, how I tremble! A little farther, Jacinta. Fran. Come, come, Hugh's wife, you shall be married anon, and then let your husband have the plague of you. But for my gentlewomen, O Lord, they are here. Enter Guilium, Carlos, and pages, and Seagull. How now, fellow, where's this old Don Francisco? Fran. I'm the person, sir. I.S.A. Heavens, what an air he has! Gil. Art thou he? Old lad, how dost thou do? Ha! Fran. I don't know. Gil. Thou knowest me not it seems, old fellow, ha! Fran. Know you, no, nor desire to do, on what acquaintance, pray? Gil. By instinct, such as you ought to know a person of quality, and pay your civilities naturally. In France, where I have travelled, so much good manners is used, your citizen pulls off his hat, thus, to every horse of quality, and every coach of quality, and do you pay my proper person no more respect, ha! I.S.A. What a dishonour's this to me, to have so dull a father, that needs to be instructed in his duty. Gil. But, sir, to open the eyes of your understanding, here's a letter to you, from your correspondent a merchant of Seville. Gives him a dirty letter which he wipes on his cloak and reads, and begins to pull off his hat, and reading on bows lower and lower till he have finished it. Fran. Cry mercy, my lord, and yet I would he were 1,000 leagues off. Gil. I have bills of exchange too, directed to thee, old fellow, at Seville, but finding thee not there, and I, as most persons of my quality are, being something idle, and never out of my way, came to this town, to seek thee, fellow, being recommended as thou seest here, old vermin, here, gives him bills. Isa. Ah, what a graceful mien he has! How fine his conversation! Ah, the difference between him and a filthy citizen! July, Clara has told me all. Jack whispering to July. That's she in the middle, stand looking on her languishingly, your head a little on one side, so, fold your arms, good, now and then heave your breast with a sigh, most excellent. He groans. Fran. Bills for so many thousands. Jack. He has you in his eye already. Isa. Ah, Jacinta, thou flatterest me. Jack. Return him some kind looks in pity. She sets her eyes, and bows, and see. That other's my mistress. Couldst thou but keep this old fellow in discourse whilst I give her the sign to retire a little. Gil. I'll warrant you I'll banter him till you have cuckolded him, if you manage matters as well as I. Fran. My lord, I ask your pardon for my rudeness in not knowing you before, which I ought to have done in good manners I confess. Who the devil does he stare at so, wife? I command you to withdraw, upon pain of our high displeasure. My lord, I shall dispatch your affairs, he minds me not, tease my wife, I say, minion, begone, your bills, my lord, are good, and I accept 'em, why a devil he minds me not yet. Julia goes to t'other side to Carlos. And though I am not at my proper home, I am where I can command money, sure tease my daughter, tease so, how if he should be smitten now, the plaguey jade had sure the spirit of prophecy in her, tease so, tease she, my lord. Gil. Prithee, old fellow, peace, I am in love. Fran. In love, what, shall I be the father of a lord? Would it become me, think ye, he's mighty full of cogitabund, my lord, sure his soul has left the tenement of his body, I have his bills here, and care not if it never return more. Looks over the bills. Dear Julia, let's retire, our time's but short. July. I dare not with you, the venture would be too bold in a young beginner in the thefts of love. Gil. Her eyes are suns, by Jove. Oh, nothing is so venturous as love, if it be true. Gil. Or else, two morning stars, all other beauties are but soot to her. July. But showed my husband, he's safe for one dear half hour, I'll warrant you, come. Fran. My wife here still, must I begin to thunder? July. Lord, and you be so froward, I'll be gone. So, her husband, kind heart, lest she should be cruel, has himself given me the dear opportunity. Aside. Be sure you keep the old fellow in discourse a while. Gil. Be you as sure to cuckold him. X. And July. old fellow, prithee what person of quality is that? Fran. Person of quality. Alas, my lord, 'tis a silly citizen's daughter. Gil. A citizen's. What clod of earth could he bring forth such a beauty? Fran. Alas, my lord, I am that clod of earth, and to earth, if you call it so, she must return again, for she's to be married to a citizen this morning. Gil. Oh! I am doubly wounded, first with her harmonious eyes, who've furred my heart to that degree, no chimney ever burnt like me. Fair lady, suffer the broom of my affection to sweep all other lovers from your heart. Isa. Ah, my lord, name it not, I'm this day to be married. Gil. Today. Name me the man did I say? The monster, that dares lay claim to her I deign to love, none answer me, I'll make him smoke, by Vulcan, and all the rest of the goddesses. Fran. Bless me, what a furious thing this love is. Gil. By this bright sword, that is so used to slaughter, he dies, draws dot, old fellow, say, the poltroon's name. Fran. Oh, fearful, alas, dread sir. Isa. Ah. Sheath your sword, and calm your generous rage. Gil. I cannot brook a rival in my love, the rustling pole of my affection is too strong to be resisted. Runs raging up and down the stage with his sword in his hand. Isa. I cannot think, my lord, so mean a beauty can so suddenly charm a heart so great as yours. Gil. Oh! You're mistaken, as soon as I cast my eyes upon the full moon of your countenance, I was struck blind and dumb. Fran. And deaf too, I'll be sworn, he could neither hear, see nor understand, this love's a miraculous thing. Gil. And that minute, the most renowned Don Guillermo Rodrigo de Chimene Sueperio, became your guileless slave. I say no more, but that I do love, and I will love, and that if you are but half so willing as I will dub you, Viscountess de Chimene Sueperio. Isa. I am in heaven, ah! I die, Jacinta. How can I credit this, that am so much unworthy? Gil. I'll do tea, say no more, I'll do tea. Fran. Do tea, but, my lord, and with what face can I put off Senior Antonio, hum? Gil. Antonio, Hy, pages, give order that Antonio be instantly run through the lungs, do ye hear? Fran. Oh, hold, my lord. Run through the lungs. Page. It shall be done, my lord. But what Antonio? Gil. Why, any Antonio, all the Antonios that you find in Cadiz. Fran. Oh, what bloody-minded monsters these lords are, but, my lord, I'll ne'er give you the trouble of killing him, I'll put him off with a handsome compliment, as thus, why, look ye, friend Antonio, the business is this, my daughter Isabella may marry a lord, and you may go fiddle. Gil. That's civil, and if he do not desist, I'll unpeople Spain, but I'll kill him, for, madam, I'll tell you what happened to me in the court of France. There was a lady in the court in love with me. She took a liking to my person, which, I think, you will confess, Isa, to be the most accomplished in the world. Gil. I had some 60 rivals. They all took snuff, that is, were angry, at which I smiled. They were incensed, at which I laughed. Ha, 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 I faith. They ragged, when I met cocked, thus, en passant, justled thus, overthrows Fran. They turned and frowned thus, I drew Fran. What, on all the 60, my lord? Gil. All, sat, quoth I, sat. Fences him round the stage. Fran. Hold, my lord, I am none of the 60. Gil. And run all through the body. Fran. O heavens! And killed all. Gil. Not a man, only run through the body a little, that's all. My 2 boys were by, my pages here. Isa. Is it the fashion, sir, to be attended by pages so big? Gil. Pages of honor always. These were stinted at nurse, or they had been good proper fellows. Fran. I am so frighted with this relation, that I must up to my wife's chamber for a little of that strong cordial that recovered her this morning. Going out, Gil stays him. Gil. Why, I'll tell you, sir, what an odd sort of a wound I received in a duel the other day. Nay, ladies, I'll show it you, in a very odd place, in my back parts. Goes to untuck his breeches, the ladies squeak. Isa. Ah. Page. Show a wound behind, sir. The ladies will think you are a coward. Gil. Peace, child, peace. The ladies understand dueling as little as myself, but, since you are so tender-hearted, ladies, I'll not show you my wound, but faith, it spoiled my dancing. Page comes in. Page. My lord, now you talk of dancing, here's your baggage brought from aboard the galley by your seamen, who used to entertain you with their rustic sports. Gil. Very well, sir, with your permission, I am resolved, whether you will or no, to give the ladies some divertisement. Bid come in. Nay, sir, you stir not. X. Page. Is for your delight, sir, I do for, sir, you must understand, a man, if he have anything in him, sir, of honor, for the case, sir, lies thus. 'Tis not the business of an army to droll upon an enemy. Truth is, every man loves a whole skin, but 'twas the fault of the best statesman in Christendom to be loose in the hilts. You conceive me. Fran. Very well, my lord, I'll swear he's a rare-spoken man. Why, what a son-in-law shall I have? I have a little business, my lord, but I'll wait on you presently. Going out. Gil. Sir, there is nothing like your true jest. A thing once well done, is twice done, and I am the happiest man in the world in your alliance, for, sir, a nobleman if he have any tolerable parts, is a thing much above the vulgar. Oh, here comes the dancers. Enter dancers. Come, sit down by me. Fran. 'Tis my duty to stand, my lord. Gil. Nay, you shall sit. They dance. Enter Antonio. And. Good day, sir, I hope you will not chide my tardiness. I have a little overslept myself, and am ashamed to see my lovely bride, and all this worthy company attend. But you, fair creature, to Isabella. I.S.A. No marrying today, sir. Fran. No, sir, no marrying today. And. How, do I dream, or hear this from Francisco? Gil. How now, fellow, what art thou? And. The husband of that proud disdainful woman. Gil. Another word like that, and thou art, and. What, sir? Fran. Oh, hold, hold, my lord. Antonio, I must tell you, you're uncivil. Gil. Dost know, dull mortal, that I am a lord, and Isabella my adopted lady? And. I beg your pardon, sir, if it be so, poor mortals can but grieve in silence. Gil. Alas, poor mortal. And. But, for you, Francisco. Fran. Ah, dear Antonio, I vow and swear I cannot choose but weep to lose thee, but my daughter was born for a lady, and none can help their destiny. And is it possible thou canst use me thus? To I.S.A. I.S.A. Take away that little fellow, in pity of your life, I deign to bid you withdraw and be safe. Gil. Do ye hear, ha, this lady has begged ye your life. And. Begged ye my life. Gil. Vile wretch, darst thou retort. Draws, the women hold him. Fran. Oh, hold, hold, my noble son-in-law, he shall do anything. Dear Antonio, consider, I was never father to a lord all days of my life before. My lord, be pacified, my daughter shall be a lady. I.S.A. For my sake spare him, and be friends with him, as far as you may deign to be with a little citizen. Gil. Fellow, I forgive thee, here's my hand to kiss in sign and token I am appeased. Gives him his hand to kiss, 'tis all black. And. A pox of his honourable hand, he had like to have spoiled all. Well, since it must be so, I am content. Gil. So, now peace is concluded on all sides. What shall we do today besides eating and drinking in abundance, for tomorrow I shall get myself in order for my marriage. Clo. What thinks your honour of taking the air upon the sea, in a galley, a league or two? Gil. With fiddles, drums and trumpets, Westphalia hams and pigeons, and the like, hey, rogues, scoundrels, dogs. I.S.A. Ah, how fine is every action of a great man. Gil. Command a galley to attend us presently. You shall along, old boy. To Fran. Fran. Alas, I must stay at home with my wife, my lord. Gil. A wife. Have I a mother-in-law too? She must along with us, and take a frisk, no denial. Enter Carlos. Oh, are you come? Aside. Car. Yes, and thank thee for the best moment of my life, as thou contrived the voyage then. Gil. Take no care, come, haste on board, our honor will not lose the fresco of the morning, follow me, pages. Page. At your heels, my lord, exeunt. Act 4. Scene I enter, as aboard the ship, Guillaume, Isabella, Francisco, Julia, Antonio, Clara, Jacinta, Pedro and his wife, pages. Gil. Ladies and gentlemen, you are very welcome aboard, come, put off to sea, rogues, scoundrels, tarpaulins, to your business, and then, every man his bottle. Hey, page, rogues, where are my men? Come, spread the table, for we are very hungry. Isa. Heavens, what a peculiar grace there is in every word that comes from the mouth of a cavalier. Gil. By Mars, the god of love. Page. By Cupid, sir. Aside to him. Gil. Cupid, sirrah. I say, I'll have it Mars, there's more thunder in the sound. I say, by Mars, these Gaulies are pretty neat convenient tenements, but I see ne'er a chimney in 'em. Pox on tea, what have I to do with a chimney now? Isa. He is a delicate fine person, Jacinta, but, methinks he does not make love enough to me. Jack. Oh, madam, persons of his quality never make love in words, the greatness of their actions show their passion. Jack. 'Tis true all the little fellows talk of love. Gil. Come, ladies, set, come, Isabella, you are melancholy, page, fill my lady a beer glass. Isa. Ah, heavens, a beer glass. Gil. Oh, your viscountess never drinks under your beer glass, your citizens' wives simper and sip, and will be drunk without doing credit to the treater, but in their closets, they swinge it away, whole slashes, faith, and egord, when a woman drinks by herself, glasses come thick about, your gentlewoman, or your little lady, drinks halfway, and thinks in point of good manners, she must leave some at the bottom, but your true-bred woman of honor drinks all, supernaculum, by Jove. Isa. What a misfortune it was, that I should not know this before, but showed discover my want of so necessary a piece of grandeur. Jack. And nothing, but being fuddled, will redeem her credit. Gil. Come, fall to, old boy, thou art not merry, what, have we none that can give us a song? And. Oh sir, we have an artist aboard I'll assure you, sine Cassia, shall I beg the favor of you to show your skill? Pet. Sir, my wife and I'm at your service. Gil. Friend, what language can you sing? Pet. Oh, sir, your singers speak all languages. Gil. Sayest thou so? Prithee then let's have a touch of heathen Greek. Pet. That you shall, sir, sol la mi fa sol, and si Fran. I think this is indeed heathen Greek, I'm sure 'tis so to me. Gil. That may be, but I understand every word on t. Fran. Good lack, these lords are very learned men. Pet. Now, sir, you shall hear one of another language from my wife and I, sing a dialogue in French. Enter the captain. Captain. Well, gentlemen, though the news be something unpleasant that I bring, yet to noble minds 'tis sport and pastime. Gil. Ha, fellow! What's that? That's sport and pastime to noble minds. Fran. O Lord, no goodness, I'll warrant. Captain. But, gentlemen, pluck up your spirits, be bold and resolute. Fran. O Lord, bold and resolute. Why, what's the matter, Captain? Captain, you are old, senior, and we expect no good from you but prayers to heaven. Fran. O Lord, prayers to heaven. Why, I hope, Captain, we have no need to think of heaven. Captain, at your own peril be it then, senior, for the Turks are coming upon us. Fran. O Lord, Turks, Turks. X. Cap. Gil. Turks, oh, is that all? Falls to eating. Fran. All, why, they'll make eunuchs of us, my lord, eunuchs of us poor men, and lie with all our wives. Gil. Sure, that's nothing, 'tis good for the voice. How sweetly we shall sing, ta la la, ta la, and si Fran. 'Twill make you sing another note, I'll warrant you. Enter a seaman. See. For heaven's sake, sirs, do not stand idle here, gentlemen, if you would save your lives, draw and defend 'em. Exit. Fran. Draw. I never drew anything in my life, but my purse, and that most damnably against my will. Oh, what shall I do? Enter Captain. Captain. My lord, they bear up briskly to us, with a fresh gale and full sails. Fran. Oh, dear Captain, let us tack about and go home again. Captain. 'Tis impossible to escape, we must fight it out. Fran. Fight it out? Oh, I'm not able to endure it. Why, what the devil made me a shipboard? X. Cap. Gil. Why, where be these Turks? Set me to 'em, I'll make 'em smoke, dogs, to dare attack a man of quality. Isa. Oh, the insolence of these Turks! Do they know who's aboard? For heaven's sake, my lord, do not expose your noble person. Gil. What, not fight, not fight? A lord, and not fight? Shall I submit to fetters, and see my mistress ravished by any great Turk in Christendom, and not fight? Isa. I'd rather be ravished 1,000 times, than you should venture your person. Seamen shout within. Fran. I dare swear. Enter seaman. C. Sirs, what mean you? Come on the deck for shame. And, my lord, let us not tamely fall, there's danger near. Draws. Gill. There's never smoke, but there's some fire. Come, let's away. Ta la, tan ta la, la, and see, draws. Exit singing, and Antonio and Pet. Fran. A pox of all lords, I say, you must be janting in the devil's name, and God's dry ground would he not serve your turn. Shout here. Oh, how they thunder! What shall I do, oh, for some auger hole to thrust my head into, for I could never endure the noise of cannons, oh, is insupportable, intolerable, and not to be endured. Running as mad about the stage. Isa. Dear father, be not so frighted. Weeps. Fran. Crocodile, would thou hadst wept thy eyes out long ago, that thou hadst never seen this count, then he had never loved thee, and then we had never been invited a shipboard. A noise of fighting. Enter Guilium, Pet. And Antonio, driven in fighting by Guzman and other Turks. And, sir, the Turks have boarded us, we're lost, we're lost. Fran. Oh, I am slain, I'm slain. Falls down. Gill. Hold, I say, you are now in the presence of ladies, and is uncivil to fight before ladies. Goose. Yield then, you are our slaves. Gill. Slaves, no sir, we're slaves to none but the ladies. Offers to fight. Isa. Oh, hold, rude man, do ye know whom you encounter? Goose. What's here, one dead, looking on Francisco. Fran. Oh, Lord. Goose. Or, if he be not, he's old, and past service, we'll kill the Christian dog out of the way. Fran. Oh, hold, I'm no Christian, gentlemen, but as errant a heathen as yourselves. Goose. Bind him straight, neck and heels, and clap him under hatches. July. Oh, spare him, sir, look on his reverend age. Goose. For your sake, lady, much may be done, we've need of handsome women. Gives her to some Turks that are by. Fran. Ha, my wife. My wife ravished thee, oh, I'm dead. July, fear not, my dear, I'll rather die than do thee wrong. Fran. Woody she woody, quickly, then there's her honour saved, and her ransom, which is better. Goose. Down with the muttering dog, he descends, and takes the ladies to several cabins. The Turks take hold of the men. Isa. Must we be parted then, cruel destiny? Weeps. Gill. Alas! This separation's worse than death. Isa. You possibly may see some Turkish ladies, that may ensnare your heart, and make you faithless, but our heavens! If ever I change my love, may I become deformed, and lose all hopes of title or of grandeur. Gil. But should the grand Sania behold thy beauty, thou wouldest despise thine own dear honey viscount to be a sultana. Isa. A sultana, what's that? Gil. Why, 'tis the great Turk, a queen of Turkey. Isa. These dear expressions go to my heart. Weeps. And yet a sultana is a tempting thing, aside smiling. And you shall find your Isabella true, though the grand Sania would lay his crown at my feet, would he try me though, heavens! To be Queen of Turkey. Aside. Gil. May I believe thee, but when thou seest the difference, alas, I am but a chimney, nothing to a great Turk. Isa. Is he so rare a thing, oh, that I were a she great Turk? Aside. Goose. Come, we can't attend your amorous parleys. Parts M. July alas, what shall we poor women do? X. Men. Isa. We must e'en have patience, madam, and be ravished. Clo. Ravished. Heavens forbid. Jack. And please the Lord, I'll let my nails grow against that direful day. Isa. And so will I, for I'm resolved none should ravish me but the great Turk. Goose. Come, ladies, you are dishes to be served up to the board of the grand Sania. Isa. Why, will he eat us all? Goose. A slice of each, perhaps, as he finds his appetite inclined. Isa. A slice, uncivil fellow, as if this beauty were for a bit and away, sir, a word, if you will do me the favor, to recommend me to be first served up to the grand Sania, I shall remember the civility when I am great. Goose. Lady, he is his own carver, a good word by the by, also, will do well, and I am a favorite, Isa. Are you so? Here, take this jewel, in earnest of greater favors, gives him a jewel. Exeunt all. Scene 2. A garden. Enter Don Carlos and Lopez. Car. But, why so near the land? By heaven, I saw each action of the fight, from yonder grove of jessamine, and doubtless all beheld it from the town. Lop. The captain, sir, designed it so, and at the harbour gave it out those 2 galleys were purposely prepared to entertain the count and the ladies with the representation of a sea fight, lest the noise of the guns should alarm the town, and, taking it for a real fight, should have sent out supplies, and so have ruined our designs. Car. Well, have we all things in readiness? Lop. All, sir, all. Enter Page. Page. My lord, a barge from the galley is just arrived at the garden stairs. Enter Guzman. Car. I'll retire then, and fit me for my part of this farce. Goose. My lord, you must retire, they're just bringing the old gentleman ashore. Car. Prithee, how does he take his captivity? Goose. Take it, sir. He has cast himself into a fit, and has lain like one in a trance this half hour. 'Tis impossible for him to speak sense this fortnight. I'll secure his reason a play day for so long at least. Your servants, in Turkish habits, are now his guards, who will keep him safe enough from hindering your designs with Julia. Ka. Whatever you do, have a care you do not overfright the coxcomb, and make a tragedy of our comedy. Goose. I'll warrant you, sir, mind your love affairs, he's coming in, retire, sir. X. Ka. And Page and Lop. Enter some Turks with the body of Francisco in chains, and lay him down on a bank. First Turk. Christian, so ho ho, slave, awake. Rubbing and calling him. Fran. Ha. Where am I, my wife, where am I, ha? What are you, ghosts, devils, mutes, no answer, ha, bound in chains, slaves, where am I? First Turk. They understand not your language, but I, who am a renegade Spaniard, understand you when you speak civilly, which I advise you to do. Fran. Do you know me, friend? First Turk. I know you to be a slave, and the great Turk's slave too. Fran. The great Turk, the great devil, why, where am I, friend? First Turk. Within the territories of the Grand Sania, and this a palace of pleasure, where he recreates himself with his mistresses. Fran. And how far is that from Cadiz, but what care I? My wife, friend, my own wife. First Turk. Your own, a true Mussulman could he have said no more, but take no care for her, she's provided for. Fran. Is she dead? That would be some comfort. First Turk. No, she's alive, and in good hands. Fran. And in good hands. Oh, my head. And, oh, my heart. 10,000 tempests burst the belly of this day, wherein old Francisco ventured life and limbs, liberty and wife to the mercy of these heathen Turks. First Turk. Friend, you need not thus complain, a good round ransom redeems ye. Fran. A round ransom. I'll rot in my chains first, before I'll part with a round ransom. First Turk. You have a fair wife, and need not fear good usage, if she knows how to be kind. You apprehend me. Fran. Patience, good lord. First Turk. Perhaps the Grand Sania may like her, and to be favoured by him in such a glory, Fran. As the devil take me if I desire. First Turk. And then you may in triumph laugh at all the rest of your brother cuckolds. Fran. And has the devil served me thus? But no matter, I must be gadding, like an old coxcomb, to Cadiz, and then, jaunting to sea, with a pox, to take pains to be a cuckold, to bring my wife into a strange land, amongst unbelievers, with a vengeance, as if we had not honest Christian cuckold makers enough at home, so that I was, not to consider how many merchants have been undone by trusting their commodities out at sea. Why, what a damned ransom will the rogues exact from me, and more for my wife, because she's handsome, and then, 'tis 10 to 1, I have her turned upon my hands the worse for wearing. Oh, damned infidels, no, 'tis resolved I'll live a slave here, rather than enrich them first. Turk. Friend, you'll know your destiny presently, for 'tis the custom of the great Turk to view the captives, and consider of their ransoms and liberties, according to his pleasure. See, he is coming forth with the Vizier Basa. Enter Carlos and Guzman as Turks with followers. Most mighty Emperor, behold your captive. Fran. Is this the great Turk? First Turk. Peace. Fran. Bless me. As we at home describe him, I thought the great Turk had been twice as big, but I shall find him tyrant big enough, I'll warrant him. Goose. Of what nation art thou, slave? Speak to the emperor, he understands thee, though he deign not to hold discourse with Christian dogs. Fran. O fearful, Spain, so please you, sir. Goose. By Mahome, he'll make a reverend eunuch. Fran. An eunuch. O, Lord. Turk. Sir, to guard his mistresses, 'tis an honor. Fran. Oh. Mercy, sir, that honor you may spare, has done my business already. Goose. Fellow, what art? Fran. An't please your worship, I cannot tell. Goose. How, not tell? Fran. An't please your lordship, my fears have so transformed me, I cannot tell whether I'm anything or nothing. Goose. Thy name, dull mortal, knowest thou not that? Fran. An't please your grace, now I remember me, methinks I do. Goose. Dog, how art thou called? Fran. An't like your excellence, men called me Senior Don Francisco, but now they will call me coxcomb. Goose. Of what trade? Fran. An't please your highness, a gentleman. Goose. How much dost thou get a day by that trade? Ha. Fran. An't like your majesty, our gentlemen never get but twice in all their lives, that is, when fathers die, they get good estates, and when they marry, they get rich wives, but I know what your mightiness would get by going into my country and asking the question. Goose. What, fool? Fran. A good cudgelling, an't please your illustriousness. Goose. Slave. To my face, take him away, and let him have the strapado. Ka. Baradima, Dermac. Fran. Heavens, what says he? I Turk. He means to have you castrated. Fran. Castrated. Oh, that's some dreadful thing, I'll warrant, gracious great Turk, for Mahome's sake, excuse me, alas, I've lost my wits. Car. Galero Gardines. Goose. The emperor asks if thou art married, fellow. Fran. Ha, married, I was, and he like your monstrousness, but, I doubt, your people have spoiled my property. Goose. His wife, with other ladies, in a pavilion in the garden, attend your royal pleasure. Car. Go, fetch her hither presently. X. Goose. First Turk. This is no common honor, that the great Turk deigns to speak your language, 'tis to sign you'll rise. Fran. Yes, by the height of a pair of horns. Car. Is she handsome? Fran. Oh, what an egg shakes my heart, handsome. Alas, no, dread sir, what showed ye such a deformed polecat as I do with a handsome wife? Car. Is she young? Fran. Young, what showed ye such an old doting coxcomb as I do with a young wife? Pox on him for a heathen whoremaster. Car. Old is she then? Fran. Very old, and he please your gloriousness. Car. Is she not capable of love? Fran. So, like fire concealed in a tinderbox, I shall run mad. Car. Is she witty? Fran. I'm no competent judge, and he like your holiness, this catechism was certainly of the devil's own making. Aside. Enter Guzman, bringing in Julia, Clara, Isabella, Jacinta, Guillaume, Antonio, and sea women veiled. Car. These, sir, are all the slaves of note are taken. Isa. Dost think, Jacinta, he'll choose me? Jack. I'll warrant you, madam, if he looks with my eyes. Goose. Stand forth. To the men. Gil. Stand forth, sir. Why, so I can, sir, I dare show my face, sir, before any great Turk in Christendom. Car. What are you, sir? Gil. What am I, sir? Why, I'm a lord, a lord. Fran. What, are you mad to own your quality? He'll ask the devil and all of a ransom. Gil. No matter for that, I'll not lose an inch of my quality for a king's ransom, disgrace myself before my fair mistress. Isa. That's as the great Turk and I shall agree. Scornfully. Car. What are you, sir? Ant. A citizen of Cadiz. Car. Set by, we'll consider of their ransoms, now unveil the ladies. Guzman unveils Jacinta. Fran. Oh, dear wife, now or never show thy love, make a damnable face upon the filthy ravisher, glout thy eyes thus, and thrust out thy upper lip, thus. Guzman presents Jacinta. Gil. Oh, dear Isabella, do thee look like a dog too? Isa. No, sir, I'm resolved I'll not lose an inch of my beauty, to save so trifling a thing as a maidenhead. Car. Very agreeable, pretty and careful, she is veiled and set by, then Clara is unveiled. A most divine bud of beauty, all nature's excellence, drawn to the life in little. What are you, fair one? Clo. Sir, I'm a maid. Fran. So, I hope he will pitch upon her. Clo. Only, by promise, sir, I've given myself away. Car. What happy man could claim a title in thee, and trust thee to such danger? Isa. Heavens, shall I be defeated by this little creature? What pity was he saw me not first. Clo. I dare not name him, sir, lest this small beauty which you say adorns me, should gain him your displeasure. He's in your presence, sir, and is your slave. Car. Such innocence this plain confession shows, name me the man, and I'll resign thee back to him. Fran. A pox of his civility. And this mercy makes me bold to claim my right. Kneels. Car. Take her, young man, and with it both your ransoms. Gil. Hum, very noble, I faith, we'll confess our loves to Isabella. Isa. S life, he'll spoil all, hold, pray let your betters be served before you. Gil. How is the honor of my love despised, were he not ith presence of the great Turk, for whom I have a reverence because he's a man of quality? By Jove, I draw upon you. Isa. Because you were my lover once, when I'm queen I'll pardon you. Guzman unveils her, and leads her to Carlos, she making ridiculous actions of civility. Car. What awkward, fond, conceited thing art thou? Veil her, and take the tawdry creature hence. Gil. Your Majesty's humble servant. Putting off his hat ridiculously. Fran. How? Refuse my daughter too? I see the lot of a cuckold will fall to my share. Goose. This is the wife, great sir, of this old slave. Unveils Julia. Car. Ha. What do I see? By Mahomey, she's fair. Fran. So, she's condemned. Oh, damned Mahometan cannibal. Will nothing but raw flesh serve his turn? Car. I'll see no more, here I have fixed my heart. Fran. Oh, monster of a grand Sania. Goose. Have you a mind to be fleed, sir? Car. Receive my handkerchief. Throws it to her. Fran. His handkerchief. Bless me, what does he mean? Goose. To do her the honor to lie with her tonight. Fran. Oh, hold, most mighty Turk. Kneeling. Goose. Slave, darest thou interrupt dog? Fran. Hold, I'm silent. Car. I love you, fair one, and design to make you, Fran, a most notorious strumpet. A pox of his courtesy. Car. What eyes you have, like heaven blue and charming, a pretty mouth, neck round and white as polished alabaster, and a complexion beauteous as an angel, a hair fit to make bonds to ensnare the god of love, a sprightly air, a hand like lilies white, and lips, no roses opening in a morning are half so sweet and soft. Fran. Oh, damned circumcised Turk. Ka. You shall be called the beautiful Sultana, and rule in my seraglio dressed with jewels. Fran. Sure, I shall burst with vengeance. July. Sir, let your virtue regulate your passions, for I can ne'er love any but my husband. Fran. Ah, dissembling witch. July. And would ye not break my marriage vows to him, for all the honor you can heap upon me? Fran. Say, and hold, but Sultana and precious stones are damnable temptations. Besides, the rogue's young and handsome, what a scornful look she casts at me. Would ye they were both handsomely at the devil together. Goose. Dog, do you mutter? Fran. Oh. Nothing, nothing, but the palsy shook my lips a little. Goose. Slave, go, and on your knees resign your wife. Fran. She's of years of discretion, and may dispose of herself, but I can hold no longer, and is this your Mahometan conscience, to take other men's wives, as if there were not single harlots enough in the world? In rage. Goose. Peace, thou diminutive Christian. Fran. I say, peace thou overgrown Turk. Goose. Thou Spanish cur. Fran. Why, you're a Mahometan bitch, and you go to that. Goose. Death, I'll dissect the bald-pated slave. Fran. I defy thee, thou foul filthy cabbage head, for I am mad, and will be valiant. Goose throws his turbant at him. Ka. What insolence is this, mutes, strangle him. They put a bowstring about his neck. July. Mercy, dread sir, I beg my husband's life. Ka. No more, this fair one bids you live, henceforth, Francisco, I pronounce you a widower, and shall regard you, for the time to come, as the deceased husband of the great Sultana. Murmur not upon pain of being made an eunuch, take him away. July. Go, and be satisfied, I'll die before I'll yield. Fran. Is this my going to see, the plague of losing battles light on thee? When ill success shall make thee idle lie, mayst thou in bed be impotent as I ca. Command our slaves to give us some diversion, dismiss his chains, and use him with respect, because he was the husband of our beloved Sultana. Fran. I see your cuckold might have a life good enough if he could be contented. They pull off his chains. Carlos and Julia sit under an umbrella. The song. How strangely does my passion grow, divided equally twixt two. Damon had ne'er subdued my heart, had not Alexis took his part, nor could Alexis powerful prove, without my Damon's aid, to gain my love. When my Alexis present is, then I for Damon sigh and mourn, but when Alexis I do miss, Damon underscore gains nothing but my scorn, and, if it chance they both are by, for both, alas, I languish, sigh, and die. Cure then, thou mighty winged god, this raging fever in my blood. One golden pointed dart take back, but which, O underscore Cupid, wilt thou take? If Damon's, all my hopes are crossed, or, that of my Alexis, I am lost. Enter dancers, which dance an antic. Come, my dear Julia, let's retire to shades. Aside to her, where only thou and I can find an entrance. These necessary delays of ours have drawn my love to an impatient height. Attend these captives, at a respectful distance. Underscore X all but ISA who stays underscore Gil. What wooed the great Sultana? ISA. Do not pierce my heart with this unkindness. Gil. Ha, pages, give order, I have letters writ to Seville, to my merchant, I will be ransomed instantly. ISA. Cruel count. Gil. Meaning me, lady. Fy. No, I am a scoundrel, I a count, no, not I, a dog, a very chim, a son of a whore, I, not worthy your notice. ISA. Oh, heavens! Must I lose you then? No, I'll die first. Gil. Die, then, for your betters must be served before you. ISA. Oh! I shall rave, false and lovely as you are, did you not swear to marry me, and make me a viscountess? Gil. That was once when I was a lover, but, now you are a queen, you're too high ith mouth for me. ISA. Name it not, will you be still hard-hearted? Gil. As a flint, by Jove. ISA. Have you forgot your love? Gil. I've a bad memory. ISA. And will you let me die? Gil. I know nothing of the matter. ISA. Oh heavens! And shall I be no viscountess? Gil. Not for me, fair lady, by Jupiter, no, queen's much better, death, affront a man of honor, a viscount that would have took you to his bed, after half the town had blown upon you, without examining either portion or honesty, and would have took you for better for worse, death, I'll untile houses, and demolish chimneys, but I'll be revenged. Draws and is going out. ISA. Hold. Your anger's just, I must confess, yet pardon the frailty of my sex's vanity, behold my tears that sue for pity to you. She weeps, he stands looking on her. Gil. My rage dissolves. ISA. I ask but death, or pity. He weeps. Gil. I cannot hold, but if I showed forgive, and marry you, you would be gadding after honor still, longing to be a she-great Turk again. ISA. Break not my heart with such suspicions of me. Gull. And is it pure and tender love for my person, and not for my glorious titles? I.S.A. Name not your titles, tease yourself. I love your amiable, sweet and charming self, and I could almost wish you were not great, to let you see my love. Gil. I am confirmed. Is no respect of honor makes her weep, underscore her love's the same show. I cry, chimney sweep. X. Act V Scene I. A garden. Enter Francisco alone. Fran. Now am I afraid to walk in this garden, lest I should spy my own natural wife lying with the great Turk in fresco, upon some of these fine Fluoride banks, and learning how to make cuckolds in Turkey. Enter Guzman and Jacinta. Guz. Nay, dear Jacinta, cast an eye of pity on me. What, deny the Vizier Barca? Jack. When you are honest Guzman again, I'll tell you a piece of my mind. Guz. But opportunity will not be kind to Guzman, as to the Grand Barca, therefore, dear rogue, let's retire into these kind shades, or, if foolish virtue be so squeamish, and needless reputation so nice, that Mr. Vicar must say amen to the bargain, there is an old lousy friar, belonging to this villa, that will give us a cast of his office, for I am a little impatient about this business, greatness having infused a certain itch in my blood, which I felt not whilst a common man. Fran. Why, what have we here? Pert Mrs. Jacinta and the Barca. I hope the jade will be Turkified with a vengeance, and have circumcision in abundance, and the devil shall ransom her for old Francisco. Jack. Ha, the old gentleman. Fran. What, the frolic is to go round, I see, you women have a happy time on tea. Goose. Men that have kind wives may be as happy, you'll have the honor of being made a cuckold, heaven be praised. Fran. Sir, I thank ye, pray, under the rose, how does my wife please his grace the great Turk? Goose. Murmuring again, thou slave. Fran. Who, I? O Lord, sir. Not I. Why, what hurt is there in being a cuckold? Goose. Hurt, sirrah, you shall be swinged into a belief, that it is an honor for the great Turk to borrow your wife. Fran. But for the lender to pay you's money, is somewhat severe, but, see, he comes, bless me, how grim he looks. Enter Carlos, and mutes attending. Car. Come hither, slave, why, was it that I gave you life? Dismissed the fetters from your aged limbs. Fran. For love of my wife, and please your barbarousness. Car. Gave you free leave to range the palace round, excepting my apartment only. Fran. Still for my wife's sake, I say, and like your hideousness. Car. And yet this wife, this most ungrateful wife of yours, again would put your chains on, expose your life to dangers and new torments, by a too stubborn virtue, she does refuse my courtship, and foolishly is chaste. Fran. Alas! What pity's that? Car. I offer thee much, love thee much, but all in vain, husband and honor still was the reply. Fran. Good lack, that she showed thee have no more grace before her eyes. Car. But, slave, behold these mutes, that fatal instrument of death behold too, and in read thy doom, if this coy wife of yours be not made flexible to my addresses. Fran. O heavens! I make her. Car. No more, thy fate is fixed and, here attend, till he himself deliver his willing wife into my arms. Bassa, attend, and see it be performed to his mutes, then to goose. X. Car. Goose. Go, one of you, and fetch the fair slave hither. X. Turk. Fran. I pimp for my own wife. I hold the door to my own flesh and blood. Menstrum horrendum. Goose. Nay, duty, and duty handsomely too, not with a snivelling countenance, as if you were compelled to tea, but with the face of authority, and the awful command of a husband, or thou diest. Enter Turk and Julia. Fran. My dear Julia, you are a fool, my love. July. For what, dear husband? Fran. I say, a silly fool, to refuse the love of so great a Turk. Why, what a pox makes you so coy? Angrily. July. How? This from you, Francisco. Fran. Now does my heart begin to fail me, and yet I shall ne'er endure strangling neither. Why, am not I your lord and master, ha? July heavens. Husband, what would you have me do? Fran. Have you do, why, I would have ye, ye see, 'twill not out, why, I would have ye lie with the Sultan, Hugh's wife. I wonder how the devil you have the face to refuse him, so handsome, so young a lover. Come, come, let me hear no more of your coyness, mistress, for if I do, I shall be hanged. Aside. The great Turk's a most worthy gentleman, and therefore I advise you to do as he advises you, and the devil take ye both. Aside. July. This from my husband, old Francisco. He advised me to part with my dear honor. Fran. Rather than part with his dear life, I thank ye. Aside. July. Have you considered the virtue of a wife? Fran. No, but I have considered the neck of a husband. Aside. July. Which virtue, before I'll lose, I'll die 1,000 deaths. Fran. So will not I one, a pox of her virtue, these women are always virtuous in a wrong place. Aside. I say you shall be kind to the sweet Sultan. July. And rob my husband of his right. Fran. Sure, exchange is no robbery. July. And forsake my virtue, and make noun dear a cuckold. Fran. Sure, most of the heroes of the world were so. Go, prithee, honey, go, do me the favor to cuckold me a little, if not for love, for charity. July. Are you in earnest? Fran. I am. July. And would it not displease you? Fran. I say, no, had it been Aquinius his case, to have saved the pinching of his gullet he would have been a cuckold. Aside. July fear has made you mad, or you're bewit, and I'll leave you to recover your wits again. Going out. Fran. O gracious wife, leave me not in despair, kneels to her and holds her dot. I'm not mad, no, nor no more bewit than I have been these 40 years. 'Tis your bewit to refuse so handsome, so young, and so, a pox on him, she'll ne'er relish me again after him. Aside. July. Since you've lost your honor with your wits, I'll try what mine will do. Enter Carlos, Turks. Fran. Oh, I am lost, I'm lost, dear wife, most mighty sir, I've brought her finely to tea. Do not make me lose my credit with his Mahometan grace. My wife has a monstrous affection for your honor, but she's something bashful, but when alone your magnanimousness will find her a swinger. Car. Fair creature, July. Do you believe my husband, sir? He's mad. Car. Dog. Offers to kill him. Fran. Hold, mighty emperor, as I hope to be saved, 'tis but a copy of her countenance, inhuman wife, lead her to your apartment, sir, barbarous honest woman, to your chamber, sir, would I had married the inerrant strumpet, nay, to your royal bed, sir, I'll warrant you she gives you taunt for taunt, try her, sir, try her. Puts em out. Jack. Hark you, sir, are you possessed, or is it real reformation in you? What moved this kind fit? Fran. Love to sweet life, and I shall think myself ever obliged to my dear wife, for this kind reprieve. Had she been cruel, I had been strangled, or hung in the air like our prophet's tomb. Enter first Turk. Turk. Sir, boast the honor of the news I bring you. Fran. Oh, my head! How my brows twinge! Turk. The mighty Sultan, to do you honor, has set your daughter and her lover free, ransomless, and this day gives liberty to solemnize the nuptials in the court, but Christian ceremonies must be private, but you're to be admitted, and I'll conduct you to Fran. Some comfort, I shall be father to a viscount, and for the rest, patience, all nations cuckolds breed, but I deny they had such need of cuckolding as I. Goes out with the Turk. Enter Antonio, and Clara to Jacinta. Jack. Madam, the rarest sport, ha, ha, ha. And you need not tell us, we have been witness to all. But to our own affairs, my dearest Clara, let us not lose this blessed opportunity, which art nor industry can give again if this be idly lost. Chloe. Nay, hang me if it be my fault, Antonio, charge it to the number of your own sins, it shall not lie at my door. And 'tis generously said, and take notice, my little dear virago, Guzman has a priest ready to tie you to your word. Chloe. As fast as you please, hang her that fears the conjuring not for me, But what will our fathers say, mine who expects me to be the governor's lady, and yours, who designs Isabella for a daughter-in-law? And mine will be glad of the change, and, for yours, if he be not pleased, let him keep his portion to himself. That's the greatest mischief he can do us, and for my friend, the governor, he's above their anger. Chloe. Why do we lose precious time? I long to be at, Clara take thee Antonio, the very ceremony will be tedious, so much I wish thee mine, and each delay gives me a fear something will snatch me from thee. And no power of man can do thee, thou art so guarded, but now the priest is employed in clapping up the honourable marriage between the false Count and Isabella. Jack. Lord, what a jest 'twill be to see 'em coupled, ha, ha. Chloe. Unmerciful Antonio, to drive the jest so far, 'tis too unconscionable. And, by heaven, I'm so proud I cannot think my revenge sufficient for affronts, nor does her birth, her breeding and her vanity, deserve a better fortune. Besides, he has enough to set up for a modern spark. The fool has just wit and good manners to pass for a fop of fashion, and, where he is not known, will gain the reputation of a fine accomplished gentleman. Yet I'm resolved she shall see him in his gears, in his original filthiness, that my revenge may be home upon the foolish jilt. Chloe. Cruel Antonio, come, let's go give em joy. And finish our affair with Mr. Vicar. Enter Isabella, her train borne by the great page, Guilium, with the other great page, and Francisco Bear. Joy to my noble lord, and you, fair Isabella. I.S.A. Thank thee, fellow, but, surely, I deserved my titles from thee. Chloe. Your honour I hope will pardon him. I.S.A. How now, Clara? Nodding to her. Jack. I give your honour joy. I.S.A. Thank thee, poor creature. Fran. My lord, this honour you have done my daughter is so signal, that whereas I designed her but £5,000, I will this happy day settle on her 10. Gil. Damn dirty trash, your beauty is sufficient. Signia Don Antonio, get the writings ready. Aside. Money, hang money. Fran. How generous these lords are. Nay, my lord, you must not refuse a father's love. If I may presume to call you son, I shall find enough besides for my ransom, if the tyrant be so unmerciful to ask more than my wife pays him. Gil. Nay, if you will force it upon me. I.S.A. Take it, the trifling sum will serve to buy our honour pins. And, well, sir, since you will force it on him, my cashier shall draw the writings. Gil. And have em signed by a public notary. Aside. Fran. With all my soul, sir, I'll go to give him order, and subscribe. X. Francisco. Gil. Let him make em strong and sure, you shall go halves. Aside. And. No, you will deserve it dearly, who have the plague of such a wife with it, but harkee, Count, these goods of fortune are not to be afforded you, without conditions. Gil. Sure, conditions, any conditions, noble Antonio. And you must disrobe anon, and do in your native habiliments, and in the equipage give that fair Viscountess to understand the true quality of her husband. Gil. I'm afraid, 'tis a harder task to leap from a lord to a rogue, than 'tis from a rogue to a lord. And not at all, we have examples of both daily. Gil. Well, sir, I'll show you my agility, but, sir, I desire I may consummate, d'ye see, consummate, a little like a lord, to make the marriage sure. And you have the freedom to do so, the writings I'll provide. Gil. I'll about it then, the priest waits within for you, and Guzman for you. Jacinta, haste, for he is to arrive anon ambassador from Cadiz. Jack. I know not, this noise of weddings has set me agog, and I'll e'en in, and try what 'tis. X. Antonio, Clara, and Jacinta. Gil. Come, madam, your honor and I have something else to do, before I have fully dubbed you a viscountess. Isa. Ah, heavens, what's that? Gil. Why, a certain ceremony, which must be performed between a pair of sheets, but we'll let it alone till night. Isa. Till night, no, wait it be, I would not be without an inch of that ceremony, that may complete my honor for the world. No, for heaven's sake, let's retire, and dub me presently. Gil. Time enough, time enough. Isa. You love me not, that can deny me this. Gil. Love, no, we are married now, and people of our quality never love after marriage, 'tis not great. Isa. Nay, let's retire, and complete my quality, and you will find me a wife of the mode, I'll warrant you. Gil. For once you have prevailed. Enter Francisco. Fran. Whither away? Isa. Only to consummate a little, pray keep your distance. She pulls off his hat. Fran. Consummate. Isa. Sir, that is to make me an absolute viscountess, we cannot stay, farewell. Guillaume leads her out. Fran. This Turkey air has a notable faculty, where the women are all plaguy kind. Enter Carlos and Julia. By heaven, each moment makes me more your slave. Fran. The business is done. July. My husband. Aside. And all this constant love to old Francisco has but engaged me more. Fran. Love to me. Aside. July. Sir, if this virtue be but real in you, how happy I should be, but you'll relapse again, and tempt my virtue, which if you do, Fran, I'll warrant she would kill herself. Aside. July. I should be sure to yield. In a soft tone to him, Ka. No, thou hast made an absolute conquest o'er me, and if that beauty tempt me every hour, I shall still be the same I was the last. Fran. Pray heaven he be John. Enter First Turk. First Turk. Most mighty Emperor, a messenger from Cadiz has letters for your highness. Ka. Conduct him in this retreat of ours we use no state. Enter Guzman, as himself, gives Carlos letters. Guz. Don Carlos, governor of Cadiz, greets your highness. Carlos reads. High and mighty, for 7 Christian slaves, taken lately by a galley of yours, we offer you twice the number of Mahometans taken from you by us. If this suffice not, propose your ransoms, and they shall be paid by Don Carlos, governor of Cadiz. Know you this Carlos offers so fair for you? Fran. Most potent lord, I do, and wonder at the compliment, and yet I am not jealous. I have so overacted the complaisant husband, that I shall never fall into the other extreme again. Ka. Go, let the Christian governor understand his request is granted. Guz. The slaves are ready, sir, and a galley to carry off the Christians. July. How shall we make this governor amends? Fran. I do even weep for joy, alas, I must leave it to thee, love. July. To me, sir. Do you mock me? Fran. Mock thee? No, I know thy virtue, and will no more be jealous. Believe me, chicken, I was an old fool. Ka. Your wife is chaste, she overcame my unruly passion with her prayers and tears. Enter Isabella at one door, Clara, Antonio, Jacinta, at another, Isabella's train carried up. Fran. Rare news, we are all free and ransomed. All's well, and the man has his mare again. Isa. You still forget your duty and your distance. Fran. A pox of your troubles, Mona, a man can't be overjoyed in quiet 40. Enter Balthazar and Sebastian. Seb, sure, I am not mistaken, this is the house of my son Antonio. Bal. Let it be whose house 'twill, I think the devils broke loose in T. Seb, or the Turks, for I have yet met with ne'er a Christian thing in T. Fran. Ha, do I dream, or is that my father-in-law, and Senior Sebastian? And my father here? Ka. Balthazar. Aside. Bal. Son Francisco, why do you gaze on me so? Fran. Bless me, sir, are you taken by the Great Turk too? Bal. Taken, Great Turk, what do you mean? Fran. Mean, sir? Why, how the devil came you into Turkey? Bal. Sure, jealousy has cracked his brains. Fran. Crack me no cracks, good father mine, am not I a slave in Turkey? And is not this the Grand Senior's palace? Ka. So, all will come out, there's no prevention. Aside. Seb. Some that are wiser answer us, you, son, are you infected too? Was not yesterday to have been your wedding day? And today has done as well, sir. I have only charmed Isabella for Clara. Seb. How, Francisco, have you juggled with me? Fran. My daughter's a lady, sir. Bal. And you, mistress, you have married Antonio, and left the governor. Chloe. I thought him the fitter match, sir, and hope your pardon. July. We cannot scape. Fran. But how came you hither, gentlemen? How durst you venture? Seb. Whither, sir? To my own son's house. Is there such danger in coming a mile or two out of Cadiz? Fran. Is the devil in you, or me, or both? Am not I in the possession of Turks and infidels? Bal. No, sir, safe in Antonio Villa, within a league of Cadiz. Fran. Why, what a pox, is not this the great Turk himself? Bal. This, sir, cry mercy, my lord, 'tis Don Carlos, sir, the governor. Fran. The governor. The worst great Turk of all, so, I am cozened, most rarely cheated. Why, what a horrid plots here carried on, to bring in heretical cuckoldom. Ca. Well, sir, since you have found it out, I'll own my passion. July. Well, if I have been kind, you forced me to tea, nay, begged on your knees, to give myself away. Fran. Guilty, guilty, I confess, but 'twas to the great Turk, mistress, not Don Carlos. July. And was the sin the greater? Fran. No, but the honor was less. Bal. O horrid! What, entreat his wife to be a whore? Ca. Sir, you're mistaken, she was my wife in sight of heaven before, and I but seized my own. Fran. Oh, sir, she's at your service still. Ca. I thank you, sir, and take her as my own. Bal. Hold, my honor's concerned. Fran. Not at all, father mine, she's my wife, my lumber now, and, I hope, I may dispose of my goods and chattels. If he takes her we are upon equal terms, for he makes himself my cuckold, as he has already made me his, for, if my memory fail me not, we did once upon a time consummate, as my daughter has it. Enter Gilliam in his own dress, crying chimney sweep. Gil. Chimney sweep, by your leave, gentlemen. And whither away, sirrah? Gil. What's that to you, sir, and not to me, sirrah, who would you speak with? Gil. What's that to you, sir? Why, what a pox, may not a man speak with his own lady and wife? Chloe. Heavens! His wife. To look for his wife amongst persons of quality. Ca. Kick out the rascal. Gil. As soon as you please, my lord, but let me take my wife along with me. Takes Isa by the hand. Isa. 4. What means the devil? Gil. Devil, 'twas not long since you found me a human creature within there. Isa. Villain, dog, help me to tear his eyes out. Gil. What, those eyes, those lovely eyes, that wounded you so deeply? Fran. What's the meaning of all this? Why, what, my cousin D? And is my daughter cousin D? Gil. Cousin D. Why, I am a man, sir. Fran. The devil you are, sir, how shall I know that? Gil. Your daughter does, sir, and that's all one. Isa. Oh. I'm undone, am I no Viscountess then? Gil. Hang titles, 'twas myself you loved, my amiable sweet and charming self, in fine, sweetheart, I am your husband, no Viscount, but honest Gilliam, the chimney sweeper. I heard your father designed to marry you to a tradesman, and you were for a don, and to please you both, you see how well I have managed matters. Fran. I'll not give her a farthing. Gil. No matter, her love's worth a million, and that's so great, that I'm sure she'll be content to carry my soot basket after me. Isa. Ah. I die. Gil. What, and I so kind? Goes and kisses her, and blacks her face. Isa. Help. Murder, murder. Gil. Well, gentlemen, I am something a better fortune than you believe me, by some thousands. Shows Carr his writings. Carr. Substantial and good. Faith, sir, I know not where you'll find a better fortune for your daughter, as cases stand. To Francisco. Gil. And, for the Viscount, sir, gay clothes, money and confidence will set me up for one, in any ground in Christendom. Carr. Faith, sir, he's right, take him home to Seville, your neighbours know him not, and he may pass for what you please to make him, the fellow's honest, witty and handsome. Fran. Well, I have considered the matter, I was but a leather seller myself, and am grown up to a gentleman, and, who knows but he, being a chimney sweeper, may, in time, grow up to a lord. Faith, I'll trust to fortune, for once, here, take her and rid me of one plague, as you, I thank you, sir, have done of another. To Carlos. Gil. Prithee be pacified, thou shalt see me within this hour as pretty a fluttering spark as any's in town. My noble lord, I give you thanks and joy, for you are happy too. Carr. As love and beauty can make me. Fran. And I, as no damned wife, proud daughter, or tormenting chambermaid can make me. And I, as heaven and Clara can. You base-born beauties, whose ill-mannered pride, industrious noble citizens deride. May you all meet with Isabella's doom. Gil. And all such husbands as the Count Guillaume. Epilogue. Spoken by Mrs. Barry, made by a person of quality. I come not a petitioner to sue. This play the author has writ down to you. Is a slight farce, 5 days brought forth with ease, so very foolish that it needs must please. For though each day good judges take offence, and satyr arms in comedy's defence, you are still true to your jack-pudding sense. No buffoonery can miss your approbation, you love it as you do a new French fashion. Thus in true hate of sense, and wit's despite, bantering and shamming is your dear delight. Thus among all the follies here abounding, none took like the new ape trick of dumbfounding. If to make people laugh the business be, you sparks better comedians are than we, you every day outfool Noakes and Lee. They are forked to stop, and their own farces quit, admire the merry andrews of the pit. But if your mirth so great the critic's ear, your love will yet more harlequin appear. You everlasting grievance of the boxes, you witheredy ruins of stumdy wine and poxes, what strange green sickness do you hope in women should make love old fools in new point linen? The race of life you run off hand too fast, your fiery metal is too hot to last, your fevers come so thick, your claps so plenty, most of you are 65. Our town-bred ladies know you well enough, you're courting women's like you're taking snuff, out of mere idleness you keep a pother, you've no more need of one than of the other. Ladies, would you be quit of their insipid noise, and vain pretending take a fool's advice, of the faux braves I've had some little trial, there's nothing gives them credit but denial, as when a coward will pretend to huffing, offer to fight, away sneaks bully ruffian, so when these sparks, whose business is addressing, in love pursuits grow troublesome and pressing, when they affect to keep still in your eye, when they send grisons everywhere to spy, and full of coxcomb dress and ogle high, seem to receive their charge, and face about, I'll pawn my life they never stand it out. The lucky chance, or an alderman's bargain. Argument. Harry Belmer, having killed his man in a duel, flies to Brussels, perforce leaving behind him Laetitia, to whom he is affianced. During his absence Sir Feeble Fane Wowdy, a doting old alderman and his rival, having procured his pardon from the king to prevent it being granted if applied for a second time, and keeping this stratagem secret, next forges a letter as if from The Hague which describes in detail Belmer's execution for killing a toper during a tavern brawl. He then plies his suit with such ardour that Laetitia, induced by poverty and wretchedness, reluctantly consents to marry him. On the wedding morning Belmer returns in disguise and intercepts a letter that conveys news of the arrival of Sir Feeble's nephew, Frank, whom his uncle has never seen. The lover straightway resolves to personate the expected newcomer, and he is assisted in his design by his friend Gaiman, a town gallant, who having fallen into dire need is compelled to lodge, under the name of Waysteel, with a smith in Alsatia. His estate has been mortgaged to an old banker, Sir Cautious Fullbank, whose wife Julia he loves, and to her he pretends to have gone to Northamptonshire to his uncle's deathbed. He is discovered, unknown to himself, in his slummy retreat by Breadwill, Sir Cautious' prentice, who has to convey him a message with reference to the expiration of the mortgage, and who reveals the secret to Lady Fullbank. She promptly abstracts £500 from her husband's strong box and forwards it to her lover by Breadwill, disguised as a devil, with an amorous message purporting to be from some unknown bidding him attend at a certain trysting place that night without fail. Gaiman, now able to redeem his forfeited estates, dresses in his finest clothes and appears at Sir Feeble Fainwowdy. Wedding. Belmer has meanwhile revealed himself to Letitia, who is plunged in despair at the nuptials. Lady Fullbank, who is present, greets Gaiman and asks him to give her an assignation in the garden, but he excuses himself in order to keep his prior appointment, and she leaves him in dissembled anger. Breadwill then in his satanic masquerade meets Gaiman, and bringing him a roundabout way, introduces him into Sir Cautious' house, where, after having been entertained with a mask of dances and songs as by spirits, he is conducted to Lady Fullbank's chamber by her maid disguised as an ancient crone, and admitted to his mistress' embraces. Meanwhile Sir Feeble Fainwowdy, who just at the moment of entering the bridal chamber has been hurriedly fetched away by Belmer under the pretext of an urgent message from Sir Cautious concerning some midnight plot and an outbreak in the city, arrives at the house in great terror, and Sir Cautious, not knowing the reason of so late a visit, and he sit opposite each other for a while, gaping and staring in amaze. Breadwill, to pass Gaiman out undetected, ushers him through the room white-sheeted like a ghost, and the two old fools are well frightened, but eventually they conclude there has been some mistake or trick. Sir Feeble returns home to find Letitia with her jewels about to flee, but she succeeds in reassuring him. Gaiman now visits Lady Fullbank and gives her some account of his adventures with the she-devil, all of which he half-jestingly ascribes to magic. Sir Cautious and various guests enter, dice are produced and, luck favouring the gallant, Gaiman wins £100 from the old banker, and a like sum from several others of the company. As the niggardly Sir Cautious bewails his losses, the victor offers to stake £300 against a night with Julia, the bargain, of course, being kept from the lady. After some rumination Sir Cautious accepts and Gaiman wins the throw. That night he causes himself to be conveyed to Sir Cautious' house in a chest, and Sir Cautious leads him to Lady Fullbank in bed, she supposing him to be her husband. Meanwhile Sir Feeble, being with Letitia, is about to enter her bed when from behind the curtains Belmer appears unmasked, dressed in a torn and blood-stained shirt and brandishing a dagger. Sir Feeble flies in terror. The next morning Lady Fullbank discovers the trick which has been played upon her and rates both her husband and lover soundly. Belmer and Letitia arriving throw themselves on her protection. Sir Feeble and Sir Cautious are at length obliged to acquiesce in the existing state of things and to resign their ladies to their two gallants. They are unable to protest even when Sir Feeble finds that his daughter Diana has married Breadwill instead of Sir Cautious' nephew Bergst, for whom she was designed, whilst the chost fop is wedded to Pert, Lady Fullbank's woman, to whom he had been previously contracted. Source: The plot of The Lucky Chance, or An Alderman's Bargain is original save for the details of Lady Fullbank's design upon Gaiman, when he is conveyed to her house by masked devils and conducted to her chamber by Pert dressed as a withered beldame. In this Mrs. Behn exactly copies Shirley's excellent comedy, The Lady of Pleasure, produced at the private house in Drury Lane, October 1635, 4 to 1637. In the course of Lady Bournwell's intrigue with Kickshaw he is taken blindfold to the house of the Procuress, Decoy, who, in the guise of a doting crone, leads him to a chamber where he imagines he is to meet a succubus, whilst the lady, unknown to him, entertains him herself. Theatrical history. The Lucky Chance, or An Alderman's Bargain, produced at the Theatre Royal, Drury Lane in 1687, was, with the exception of the disapproval of a certain Pudibond clique, received with great favour, and kept the stage for a decade or more. During the summer season of 1718 there was, on the 24th of July, a revival, not acted 20 years, of this witty comedy at Lincoln's Inn Fields. Gaiman was played by Frank Lee, son of the famous low comedian, Sir Feeble Fane Wowdy by Bullock. On the 25th of November, 1786, there was produced at Drury Lane a comedy by Mrs. Hannah Cowley, 1743 to 1809, a prolific but mediocre dramatist, entitled A School for Greybeards, or The Mourning Bride, 4 to 1786 and 1787. Jeanist writes, "On the first night it struck me that I had seen something like the play before, and when the fourth act came I was fully satisfied that part of the plot which concerns Antonia, Henry, and Gaspar, Donna Antonia, the mourning bride, Mrs. Crouch, Don Henry, Kemble, Don Gaspar, a greybeard, Parsons, Donna Seraphina, Miss Farron, and even the outlines of Seraphina's character, are taken from The Lucky Chance, as Mrs. Behn's play, though a very good one, is too indecent to be ever represented again." Mrs. Cowley might without any disgrace to herself have borrowed whatever she pleased, provided she had made a proper acknowledgment, instead of which she says in her preface, "The idea of the business which concerns Antonia, Henry and Gaspar was presented to me in an obsolete comedy. I say the idea, for when it is known that in the original the scene lay among traders in London, and those traders of the lowest and most detestable manners, it will be conceived at once, that in removing it to Portugal and fixing the characters among the nobility, it was hardly possible to carry with me more than the idea. The traders whom Mrs. Cowley mentions, are both knights, the one an alderman, the other a banker." Jeanist then compares various scenes and expressions from The Lucky Chance with Mrs. Cowley and concludes the other scenes, though they may differ in the dialogue yet agree in essentials. The scene in the fifth act between Alexis and Gaspar bears the strongest resemblance to that between Sir Feeble and Sir Cautious in The Lucky Chance. Mrs. Cowley was ashamed to advance a direct lie, but she was not ashamed to insinuate a falsehood. Aneusho Ewell subsisti multa, si faturis, Ewell, si negas saripuisti, Cicero. the strictures of our stage historian are entirely apposite and correct. Henry, Don Gaspar and Antonia of the Georgian comedy are none other but Belma, Sir Feeble, and Letitia. With regard to the reception of the School for Greybeards, the audience took needless offence at a scene in the fourth act, and an unfortunate expression in young Bannister's part, Don Sebastian. Bannister, John, also spoke the prologue, revived the opposition in the last scene. No more was heard till King, Don Alexis, advanced to speak the last speech. Some alteration was made on the second night, and the play was acted 9 times or more in the course of the season, but never afterwards. It was played at Bath the 28th of October, 1813. Chatterley acted Don Gaspar, Miss Greville, from the Pantheon Theatre, Donna Srafina. It had little success. It is a good comedy and was very well acted. The audience must indeed have been qualmish prudes. Of all plays it is the most harmless. The scene in the fourth act to which exception was taken seems to have been number 2, after the marriage of Gaspar and Antonia, a most trifling and inept business. In Act V, 4, Alexis says to Viola, "As for you, madam, bread and water, and a dark chamber shall be your lot." But Sebastian, Bannister, John, who has married Viola, breaks in crying, "No, sir, I am the arbiter of her lot. However, I confirm half your punishment, and a dark chamber she shall certainly have." To this speech in the fore to Mrs. Cowley appends the following note. His is the expression, "I am told," which had nearly proved fatal to the comedy. I should not have printed it, but from the resolution I have religiously kept, of restoring everything that was objected to. Imagination and ingenuity fail to fathom the cryptic indecency. The School for Greybeards is, in fine, a modest and mediocre comedy of little value. The 12th of December, 1786, Walpole, writing from Berkeley Square to the Countess of Upper Ossory, says, "Tonight I am going to Mrs. Cowley's new play, which I suppose is as instructive as The Marriage of Figaro, for I am told it approaches to those of Mrs. Behn in Spartan delicacy, but I shall see Miss Farren, who, in my poor opinion, is the first of all actresses." Writing 3 days later to the same lady he has, "The Greybeards have certainly been chastised, for we did not find them at all gross. The piece is farcical and improbable, but has some good things, and is admirably acted. Those good things are entirely due to Mrs. Behn." To the Right Honourable Lawrence, Lord Hyde, Earl of Rochester, one of His Majesty's most honourable Privy Council, Lord High Treasurer of England, and Knight of the Noble Order of the Garter. My Lord, when I consider how ancient and honourable a date plays have borne, how they have been the peculiar care of the most illustrious persons of Greece and Rome, who strove as much to outdo each other in magnificence, when by turns they managed the great business of the stage, as if they had contended for the victory of the universe winking smiley. I say, my Lord, when I consider this, I with the greater assurance most humbly address this comedy to your Lordship, since by right of antient custom, the patronage of plays belonged only to the great men, and chiefest magistrates. Cardinal Richelieu, that great and wise statesman, said that there was no surer testimony to be given of the flourishing greatness of a state than public pleasures and divertissements, for they are, says he, the schools of virtue, where vice is always either punished or disdained. They are secret instructions to the people, in things that 'tis impossible to insinuate into them any other way. 'Tis example that prevails above reason or divine precepts. Philosophy not understood by the multitude winking smiley. 'Tis example alone that inspires morality, and best establishes virtue. I have myself known a man, whom neither conscience nor religion could persuade to loyalty, who with beholding in our theatre a modern politician set forth in all his colours, was converted, renounced his opinion, and quitted the party. The Abbot of Aubignac, to show that plays have been ever held most important to the very political part of government, says, the philosophy of Greece, and the majesty and wisdom of the Romans, did equally concern their great men in making them venerable, noble, and magnificent. Venerable, by their consecration to their gods; noble, by being governed by their chiefest men, and their magnificency was from the public treasury, and the liberal contributions of their noble men. It being undeniable then, that plays and public diversions were thought by the greatest and wisest of states, one of the most essential parts of good government, and in which so many great persons were interested, suffer me to beg your lordship's patronage for this little endeavour, and believe it not below the grandeur of your birth and state, the illustrious places you so justly hold in the kingdom, nor your illustrious relation to the greatest monarch of the world, to afford it the glory of your protection, since it is the product of a heart and pen that always faithfully served that royal cause, to which your lordship is by many ties so firmly fixed. It approaches you with that absolute veneration, that all the world is obliged to pay you, and has no other design than to express my sense of those excellent virtues, that make your lordship so truly admired and loved. Amongst which we find those two so rare in a great man and a statesman, those of gracious speech and easy access, and I believe none were ever sent from your presence dissatisfied. You have an art to please even when you deny, and something in your look and voice has an air so greatly good, it recompenses even for disappointment, and we never leave your lordship but with blessings. It is no less our admiration, to behold with what serenity and perfect conduct, that great part of the nation's business is carried on, by one single person, who having to do with so vast numbers of men of all qualities, interests, and humours, nevertheless all are well satisfied, and none complain of oppression, but all is done with gentleness and silence, as if, like the first Creator, you could finish all by a word. You have, my lord, a judgment so piercing and solid, a wisdom so quick and clear, and a fortitude so truly noble, that those fatigues of state, that would even sink a spirit of less magnitude, is by yours accomplished without toil, or any appearance of that harsh and crabbed austerity, that is usually put on by the busy great. You, my lord, support the globe, as if you did not feel its weight, nor so much as seem to bend beneath it, your zeal for the glorious monarch you love and serve, makes all things a pleasure that advance his interest, which is so absolutely your care. You are, my lord, by your generous candor, your unbiased justice, your sweetness, affability, and condescending goodness, those never-failing marks of greatness, above that envy which reigns in courts, and is aimed at the most elevated fortunes and noblest favourites of princes, and when they consider your lordship, with all the abilities and wisdom of a great counsellor, your unblemished virtue, your unshaken loyalty, your constant industry for the public good, how all things under your part of sway have been refined and purged from those grossnesses, frauds, briberies, and grievances, beneath which so many of His Majesty's subjects groaned, when we see merit established and preferred, and vice discouraged, it imposes silence upon malice itself, and compels them to bless His Majesty's choice of such a pillar of the state, such a patron of virtue. Long may your lordship live to remain in this most honourable station, that His Majesty may be served with an entire fidelity, and the nation be rendered perfectly happy. Since from such heads and hearts, the monarch reaps his glory, and the kingdom receives its safety and tranquillity. This is the unfeigned prayer of, my lord, your lordship's most humble and most obedient servant Aphra Behn. Preface. The little obligation I have to some of the witty sparks and poets of the town, has put me on a vindication of this comedy from those censures that malice and ill nature have thrown upon it, though in vain. The poets I heartily excuse, since there is a sort of self-interest in their malice, which I should rather call a witty way they have in this age, of railing at everything they find with pain successful, and never to show good nature and speak well of anything, but when they are sure 'tis damned, then they afford it that worse scandal, their pity. And nothing makes them so thirst an enemy as a full third day, that's crime enough to load it with all manner of infamy, and when they can no other way prevail with the town, they charge it with the old never-failing scandal, that 'tis not fit for the ladies, as if it were as they falsely give it out, the ladies were obliged to hear indecencies only from their pens and plays, and some of them have ventured to treat 'em as coarsely as 'twas possible, without the least reproach from them. And in some of their most celebrated plays have entertained 'em with things, that if I should here strip from their wit and occasion that conducts 'em in and makes them proper, their fair cheeks would perhaps wear a natural colour at the reading them, yet are never taken notice of, because a man read them, and they may hear that from them they blush at from a woman. But I make a challenge to any person of common sense and reason, that is not wilfully bent on ill nature, and will in spite of sense wrest a double entendre from everything, lying upon the catch for a jest or a quibble, like a rook for a cully. But any unprejudiced person that knows not the author, to read any of my comedies and compare 'em with others of this age, and if they find one word that can offend the chastest ear, I will submit to all their peevish cavils, but right or wrong they must be criminal because a woman's condemning them without having the Christian charity to examine whether it be guilty or not. With reading, comparing, or thinking, the ladies taking up any scandal on trust from some conceited sparks, who will in spite of nature be wits and bows, then scatter it for authentic all over the town and court, poisoning of others' judgments with their false notions, condemning it to worse than death, loss of fame. And to fortify their detraction, charge me with all the plays that have ever been offensive, though I wish with all their faults I had been the author of some of those they have honored me with. For the farther justification of this play, it being a comedy of intrigue, Dr. Davenant, out of respect to the commands he had from court, to take great care that no indecency should be in plays, sent for it and nicely looked he it over, putting out anything he but imagined the critics would play with. After that, Sir Roger L'Estrange read it and licensed it, and found no such faults as te's charged with. Then Mr. Killigrew, who more severe than any, from the strict order he had, perused it with great circumspection, and lastly the master players, who you will I hope in some measure esteem judges of decency and their own interest, having been so many years prentice to the trade of judging. I say, after all these supervisors the ladies may be convinced they left nothing that could offend, and the men of their unjust reflections on so many judges of wit and decencies. When it happens that I challenge any one to point me out the least expression of what some have made their discourse, they cry, that Mr. Lee opens his nightgown when he comes into the bride chamber, if he do, which is a jest of his own making, and which I never saw. I hope he has his clothes on underneath. And if so, where is the indecency? I have seen in that admirable play of Oedipus, the gown opened wide, and the man shown, in his drawers and waistcoat, and never thought it an offence before. Another cries, why we know not what they mean, when the man takes a woman off the stage, and another is thereby cuckolded. Is that any more than you see in the most celebrated of your plays? As the city politics, the lady mayoress, and the old lawyer's wife, who goes with a man she never saw before, and comes out again the joyfulest woman alive, for having made her husband a cuckold with such dexterity, and yet I see nothing unnatural nor obscene, 'tis proper for the characters. So in that lucky play of the London cuckolds, not to recite particulars, and in that good comedy of Sir Courtly Nice, the tailor to the young lady, in the Femme de Sir Fopling Dorimont and Belinda, see the very words, in Valentinian, see the scene between the court boards. And Valentinian all loose and ruffled a moment after the rape, and all this you see without scandal, and 1,000 others the Moor of Venice in many places. The Maid's Tragedy, see the scene of undressing the bride, and between the king and Amintor, and after between the king and Evadne. All these I name as some of the best plays I know. If I should repeat the words expressed in these scenes I mention, I might justly be charged with coarse ill manners, and very little modesty, and yet they so naturally fall into the places they are designed for, and so are proper for the business, that there is not the least fault to be found with them, though I say those things in any of mine would damn the whole pace, and alarm the town. Had I a day or two's time, as I have scarce so many hours to write this in, the play, being all printed off and the press waiting, I would sum up all your beloved plays, and all the things in them that are passed with such silence because written by men, such masculine strokes in me, must not be allowed. I must conclude those women, if there be any such, greater critics in that sort of conversation than myself, who find any of that sort in mine, or anything that can justly be reproached. But 'tis in vain by dint of reason or comparison to convince the obstinate critics, whose business is to find fault, if not by a loose and gross imagination to create them, for they must either find the jest, or make it, and those of this sort fall to my share. They find faults of another kind for the men writers. And this one thing I will venture to say, though against my nature, because it has a vanity in it, that had the plays I have writ come forth under any man's name, and never known to have been mine, I appeal to all unbiased judges of sense, if they had not said that person had made as many good comedies, as any one man that has writ in our age, but a devil on't the woman damns the poet. Ladies, for its further justification to you, be pleased to know, that the first copy of this play was read by several ladies of very great quality, and unquestioned fame, and received their most favorable opinion, not one charging it with the crime, that some have been pleased to find in the acting. Other ladies who saw it more than once, whose quality and virtue can sufficiently justify anything they design to favor, were pleased to say, they found an entertainment in it very far from scandalous, and for the generality of the town, I found by my receipts it was not thought so criminal. However, that shall not be an encouragement to me to trouble the critics with new occasion of affronting me, for endeavoring at least to divert, and at this rate, both the few poets that are left, and the players who toil in vain will be weary of their trade. I cannot omit to tell you, that a wit of the town, a friend of mine at Will's Coffee House, the first night of the play, cried it down as much as in him lay, who before had read it and assured me he never saw a prettier comedy. So complaisant one pestilent wit will be to another, and in the full cry make his noise too, but since 'tis to the witty few I speak, I hope the better judges will take no offence, to whom I am obliged for better judgments, and those I hope will be so kind to me, knowing my conversation not at all addicted to the indecencies alleged, that I would much less practice it in a play, that must stand the test of the censoring world. And I must want common sense, and all the degrees of good manners, renouncing my fame, all modesty and interest for a silly saucy fruitless jest, to make fools laugh, and women blush, and wise men ashamed, myself all the while, if I had been guilty of this crime charged to me, remaining the only stupid, insensible. Is this likely, is this reasonable to be believed by anybody, but the wilfully blind? All I ask, is the privilege for my masculine part the poet in me, if any such you will allow me, to tread in those successful paths my predecessors have so long thrived in, to take those measures that both the ancient and modern writers have set me, and by which they have pleased the world so well, if I must not, because of my sex, have this freedom, but that you will usurp all to yourselves, I lay down my quill, and you shall hear no more of me, no not so much as to make comparisons, because I will be kinder to my brothers of the pen, than they have been to a defenseless woman, for I am not content to write for a third day only. I value fame as much as if I had been born a hero, and if you rob me of that, I can retire from the ungrateful world, and scorn its fickle favors. The Lucky Chance, or An Alderman's Bargain. Prologue, spoken by Mr. Jvan. Since with old plays you have so long been cloyedy, as with a mistress many years enjoyedy, how briskly dear variety you pursue, nay, though for worse ye change, ye will have new. Widows, take heed, some of you in fresh youth have been the unpitied martyrs of this youth. When for a drunken sot, that had kind hours, and taking their own freedoms, left you yours, was your deliberate choice your days to pass with a dandy, sober, self-admiring ass, who thinks good usage for the sex unfit, and slights ye out of sparkishness and wit. But you can fit him, let a worse fool come, if he neglect to officiate in his room. Vain amorous coxcombs everywhere are found, fops for all uses, but the stage abound. Though you show'd change them oftener than your fashions, there still would be enough for your occasions, but ours are not so easily supplied, all that could quit cost, we have already tried. Nay, dear, sometimes have bought the frippery stuff. This, widows, you, I mean the old and tough, will never think, be they but fool enough. Such will with any kind of puppies play, but we must better know for what we pay, we must not purchase such dull fools as they. Show'd we show each her own particular dear, what they admire at home, they would loath here. Thus, though the mall, the ring, the pit is full, and every coffee house still swarms with fool, though still by fools all other callings live, nay, our own women by fresh cullies thrive, though your intrigues, which no lampoon can cure, promise a long succession to ensure, and all your matches plenty do presage, dire is the dearth and famine on the stage. Our stores quite wasted, and our credits small, not a fool left to bless ourselves withal. We're forked at last to rob, which is great pity, though 'tis a never-failing bank, the city. We show you one today entirely new, and of all jests, none relish like the true. Let that the value of our play enhance, then it may prove indeed the Lucky Chance. Dramatis Personae Men. Sir Feeble Fane Wowdy, an old alderman to be married Mr. Lee. To Letitia, Sir Cautious Fullbank, an old banker married to Julia, Mr. Noakes. Mr. Gaiman, a spark of the town, lover of Julia, Mr. Betterton. Mr. Belmer. Contracted to Letitia. Disguised and passes for Sir Feeble's nephew, Mr. Kynaston. Mr. Begst, nephew to Sir Cautious, a fop, Mr. Jvan. Captain Noisy, his companion, Mr. Harris. Mr. Breadwill, prentice to Sir Cautious, and brother to Letitia, in love with Diana, Mr. Bowman. Rag, footman to Gaiman. Ralph, footman to Sir Feeble. Dick, footman to Sir Cautious. Gingle, a music master. A postman. 2 porters. A servant. Women. Lady Fullbank, in love with Gaiman, honest and generous, Mrs. Barry. Letitia. Contracted to _Belma, married to Sir Feeble, young and virtuous, Mrs. Cook. Diana, daughter to Sir Feeble, in love with Breadwill, virtuous, Mrs. Mountford. Pert, Lady Fullbank's woman. Gamma Grime, landlady to Gaiman, a smith's wife in Alsatia, Mrs. Powell. Susan, servant to Sir Feeble. Phyllis, Letitia's woman. A parson, fiddlers, dancers and singers. The scene, London. Acti Sceni. The street, at break of day. Enter Belma disguised in a travelling habit. Bell. Sure 'tis the day that gleams in yonder east, the day that all but lovers blessed by shade pay careful homage to, lovers, and those pursued like guilty me by rigid laws, which put no difference twixt fairly killing in my own defence, and murders bred by drunken arguments, whores, or the mean revenges of a coward. This is Letitia's father's house, looking about. And that the dear balcony that has so oft been conscious of our loves, from whence she has sent me down 1,000 sighs, 1,000 looks of love, 1,000 vows. O thou dear witness of those charming hours, how do I bless thee, how am I pleased to view thee after a tedious age of 6 months' banishment. Enter Mr. Gingle and several with music. Fid. But hark ye, Mr. Gingle, is it proper to play before the wedding? Gin. Ever while you live, for many a time in playing after the first night, the bride sleepy, the bridegroom tardy, and both so out of humour, that perhaps they hate anything that puts them in mind they are married. They play and sing. Enter Phyllis in the balcony, throws money. Rise, Chloris, _charming maid, arise. And baffle breaking day, show the adoring world thy eyes are more surprising gay, the gods of love are smiling round, and lead the bridegroom on, and _hymen has the altar crowned while all thy sighing lovers are undone. To see thee pass they throng the plain, the groves with flowers are strown, and every young and envying swain wishes the hour his own. Rise then, and let the god of day, when thou dost to the lover yield, behold more treasure given away than he in his vast circle beheld Bell. Ha, Phyllis, Letitia's woman. Jing. Fie, Mrs. Phyllis, do you take us for fiddlers that play for hire? I came to compliment Mrs. Letitia on her wedding morning because she is my scholar. Phil. She sends it only to drink her health. Jing. Come, lads, let's to the tavern then, Music. Bell. Ha! Said he Letitia. Sure, I shall turn to marble at this news, I harden, and cold damps pass through my senseless pores. Ha, who's here? Enter Gaiman wrapped in his cloak. Gay. 'Tis yet too early, but my soul's impatient, and I must see Letitia. Goes to the door. Bell. Death and the devil, the bridegroom. Stay, sir, by heaven, you pass not this way. Goes to the door as he is knocking, pushes him away, and draws. Gay. Ha! What art thou that durst forbid me entrance? Stand off. They fight a little, and closing view each other. Bell. Gayman. Gay. My dearest Belma. Bell. O thou false friend, thou treacherous base deceiver. Gay. Ha, this to me, dear Harry. Bell. Whither is honour, truth and friendship fled? Gay. Why, there ne'er was such a virtue, is all a poet's dream. Bell. I thank you, sir. Gay. I'm sorry for tea, or that ever I did anything that could deserve it. Put up your sword, an honest man would say how he's offended, before he rashly draws. Bell. Are not you going to be married, sir? Gay. No, sir, as long as any man in London is so, that has but a handsome wife, sir. Bell. Are you not in love, sir? Gay. Most damnably, and would fain lie with the dear jilting gypsy. Bell. Ha, who would you lie with, sir? Gay. You catechize me roundly, 'tis not fair to name, but I am no starter, Harry, just as you left me, you find me. I am for the faithless Julia still, the old alderman's wife. 'Twas high time the city should lose their charter, when their wives turn honest. But pray, sir, answer me a question or two. Bell. Answer me first, what makes you here this morning? Gay. Faith, to do you service. Your damnedy little jade of a mistress has learned of her neighbours the art of swearing and lying in abundance, and is, Bell, to be married. Sighing. Gay. Even so, God save the mark, and she'll be a fair one for many an arrow besides her husband's, though he an old Finsbury hero this 60 years. Bell. Who mean you? Gay. Why, thy cuckold that shall be, if thou be'st wise. Bell. Away, who is this man? Thou dalliest with me. Gay. Why, an old knight, and alderman here at City, Sir Feeble Fane Wowdy, a jolly old fellow, whose activity is all got into his tongue, a very excellent teaser, but neither youth nor beauty can grind his dudgeon to an edge. Bell. Fie, what stuff's here? Gay. Very excellent stuff, if you have but the grace to improve it. Bell. You banter me, but in plain English, tell me, what made you here thus early, entering yon house with such authority? Gay. Why, your mistress Letitia, your contracted wife, is this morning to be married to old Sir Feeble Fane Wowdy, inductee to tea I suppose by the great jointure he makes her, and the improbability of your ever gaining your pardon for your high duel. Do I speak English now, sir? Bell. Too well, would I had never heard thee. Gay. Now I being the confidant in your amours, the jack go-between, the civil pimp or so, you left her in charge with me at your departure. Bell. I did so. Gay. I saw her every day, and every day she paid the tribute of a shower of tears, to the dear lord of all her vows, young Belma, till faith at last, For reasons manifold, I slacked my daily visits. Bell. And left her to temptation. Was that well done? Gay. Now must I afflict you and myself with a long tale of causes why, or be charged with want of friendship? Bell. You will do well to clear that point to me. Gay. I see you're peevish, and you shall be humoured. You know my Julia played me in such another prank as your false one is going to play you, and married old Sir Cautious Fullbank here ith city, at which you know I stormed and raved and swore, as thou wot now, and to as little purpose. There was but one way left, and that was cuckolding him. Bell. Well, that design I left thee hot upon. Gay. And hotly have pursued it, swore, wept, vowed, wrote, upbraided, prayed and railed, then treated lavishly, and presented high, till, between you and I, Harry, I have presented the best part of 800 a year into her husband's hands, in mortgage. Bell. This is the course you'd have me steer, I thank you. Gay. No, no, pox on tea, all women are not jilts. Some are honest, and will give as well as take, or else there would not be so many broke ith city. In fine, sir, I have been in tribulation, that is to say, moneyless, for 6 tedious weeks, without either clothes, or equipage to appear withal, and so not only my own love affair lay neglected, but thine too, and I am forced to pretend to my lady, that I am ith country with a dying uncle, from whom, if he were indeed dead, I expect 2,000 a year. Bell. But what's all this to being here this morning? Gay. Thus have I lain concealed like a winter fly, hoping for some blessed sunshine to warm me into life again, and make me hover my flagging wings, till the news of this marriage, which fills the town, made me crawl out this silent hour, to upbraid the fickle maid. Bell. Didst thou pursue thy kind design? Get me to see her, and sure no woman, even possessed with a new passion, grown confident even to prostitution, but when she sees the man to whom she's sworn so very, very much, will find remorse and shame. Gay. For your sake, though the day be broke upon us, and I'm undone, if seen, I'll venture in, throws his cloak over. Enter Sir Feeble Fane Wowdy, Sir Cautious Fullbank, Bergst and noisy. Pass over the stage, and go in. Ha, see the bridegroom. And with him my destined cuckold, old Sir Cautious Fullbank. Ha, what ailest thou, man? Bell. The bridegroom. Like Gorgon's head he has turned me into stone. Gay. Gorgon's head, a cuckold's head, 'twas made to graft upon. Bell. By heaven, I'll seize her even at the altar, and bear her thence in triumph. Gay. And be borne to Newgate in triumph, and be hanged in triumph, 'twill be cold comfort, celebrating your nuptials in the press yard, and be worked next morning, like Mr. Bernardine in the play. Will you please to rise and be hanged a little, sir? Bell. What wouldst thou have me do? Gay. as many an honest man has done before thee, cuckold him, cuckold him. Bell. What, and let him marry her? She that's mine by sacred vows already. By heaven, it would be flat adultery in her. Gay. She'll learn the trick, and practice it the better with thee. Bell. O heavens! Letitia marry him, and lie with him. Here will I stand and see this shameful woman, see if she dares pass by me to this wickedness. Gay. Hark ye, Harry, in earnest have a care of betraying yourself, and do not venture sweet life for a fickle woman, who perhaps hates you. Bell. You counsel well, but yet to see her married. How every thought of that shocks all my resolution, but hang it, I'll be resolute and saucy, despise a woman who can use me ill, and think myself above her. Gay. Why, now thou art thyself, a man again. But see, they're coming forth, now stand your ground. Enter Sir Feeble, Sir Cautious, Begst, Noisy, Letitia Sad, Diana, Phyllis. Pass over the stage. Bell. Tease she, support me, Charles, or I shall sink to earth. Without in passing by she cast a scornful glance at me, such charming pride I've seen upon her eyes. When our love quarrels armed with disdain, I'll after if I live she shall not scape me. Offers to go, Gay holds him. Gay. Hold, remember you're prescribed, and die if you are taken. Bell. I've done, and I will live, but he shall ne'er enjoy her. Who's yonder? Ralph, my trusty confidant. Enter Ralph. Now though I perish I must speak to him. Friend, what wedding's this? Rule. One that was never made in heaven, sir. Is Alderman Fane Wowdy, and Mrs. Letitia Breadwill. Bell. Breadwill, I have heard of her, she was mistress, Rule. To find Mr. Belmer, sir, there was a gentleman, but rest his soul, he's hanged, sir. Weeps. Bell. How? Hanged. Rule. Hanged, sir, hanged, at The Hague in Holland. Gay. I heard some such news, but did not credit it. Bell. For what, said they, was he hanged? Rule. Why, for high treason, sir, he killed one of their kings. Gay. Holland's a commonwealth, and is not ruled by kings. Rule. Not by one, sir, but by a great many. This was a cheesemonger. They fell out over a bottle of brandy, went to Snickersnee, Mr. Belmer cut his throat, and was hanged 40, that's all, sir. Bell. And did the young lady believe this? Rule. Yes, and took on most heavily. The doctors gave her over, and there was the devil to do to get her to consent to this marriage, but her fortune was small, and the hope of a ladyship, and a gold chain at the Spittal sermon, did the business, and so your servant, sir. X. Ralph. Bell. So, here's a hopeful account of my sweet self now. Enter postman with letters. Post. Pray, sir, which is Sir Feeble Fane Wowdy. Bell. What woody you with him, friend? Post. I have a letter here from The Hague for him. Bell. From The Hague. Now have I a curiosity to see it. I am his servant. Give it me, gives it him, and exit. Perhaps here may be the second part of my tragedy. I'm full of mischief, Charles, and have a mind to see this fellow's secrets. For from this hour I'll be his evil genius, haunt him at bed and board, he shall not sleep nor eat, disturb him at his prayers, in his embraces, and tease him into madness. Help me, invention, malice, love, and wit. Opening the letter. Ye gods, and little fiends, instruct my mischief. Reads. Dear brother, according to your desire I have sent for my son from St. Omer's, whom I have sent to wait on you in England. He is a very good accountant, and fit for business, and much pleased he shall see that uncle to whom he's so obliged, and which is so gratefully acknowledged by, dear brother, your affectionate brother, Francis Fane Wowdy. Hark ye, Charles, do you know who I am now? Gay. Why, I hope a very honest friend of mine, Harry Belmer. Bell. No, sir, you are mistaken in your man. Gay. It may be so. Bell. I am, d'ye see, Charles, this very individual, numerical young Mr., what ye call Fane Wowdy, just come from St. Omer's into England, to my uncle the alderman. I am, Charles, this very man. Gay. I know you are, and will swear 't upon occasion. Bell. This lucky thought has almost calmed my mind. And if I don't fit you, my dear uncle, may I never lie with my aunt. Gay. Ah, rogue, but prithee what care have you taken about your pardon? 'Twere good you should secure that. Bell. There's the devil, Charles, had I but that, but I have had a very good friend at work, 1,000 guineas, that seldom fails, but yet in vain, I being the first transgressor since the act against duelling. But I impatient to see this dear delight of my soul, and hearing from none of you this 6 weeks, came from Brussels in this disguise, for the Hague I have not seen, though hanged there, but come, let's away, and complete me a right St. Omer's spark, that I may present myself as soon as they come from church. Exeunt. Scene 2. Sir Cautious Fullbank's house. Enter Lady Fullbank, pert and Breadwill. Breadwill gives her a letter. Lady Fullbank reads. Did my Julia know how I languish in this cruel separation, she would afford me her pity, and write oftener. If only the expectation of 2,000 a year kept me from you, Julia, how easily would I abandon that trifle for your more valued sight, but that I know a fortune will render me more agreeable to the charming Julia, I should quit all my interest here, to throw myself at her feet, to make her sensible how I am entirely her adorer. Charles Gaiman. Faith, Charles, you lie, you are as welcome to me now now when I doubt thy fortune is declining, as if the universe were thine. Pert. That, madam, is a noble gratitude. For if his fortune be declining, 'tis sacrificed to his passion for your ladyship. 'Tis all laid out on love. Elful. I prize my honour more than life, yet I had rather have given him all he wished of me, than be guilty of his undoing. Pert. And I think the sin were less. Elful. I must confess, such jewels, rings and presents as he made me, must needs decay his fortune. Bread. Madam, his very coach at last was turned into a jewel for your ladyship. Then, madam, what expenses his despair have run him on, as drinking and gaming, to divert the thought of your marrying my old master. Elful. And put in wenching too. Bread. No, assure yourself, madam, Elful. Of that I would be better satisfied, and you too must assist me, as ere you hope I should be kind to you in gaining you Diana. To Breadwill. Bread. Madam, I'll die to serve you. Pert. Nor will I be behind in my duty. Elful. Oh, how fatal are forked marriages! How many ruins one such match pulls on! Had I but kept my sacred vows to Gammon, how happy had I been, how prosperous he! Whilst now I languish in a loathsome embrace, pine out my life with age, consumptions, coughs. But dost thou fear that Gammon is declining? Bread. You are my lady, and the best of mistresses, therefore I would not grieve you, for I know you love this best, but most unhappy man. Elful. You shall not grieve me, prithee on. Bread. My master sent me yesterday to Mr. Crapp, his scrivener, to send to one Mr. Waysteel, to tell him his first mortgage was out, which is £200 a year, and who has since ingaged 500 or 600 more to my master, but if this first be not redeemed, he'll take the forfeit on tea, as he says a wise man ought. Elful. That is to say, a knave, according to his notion of a wise man. Bread. Mr. Crapp, being busy with a borrowing lord, sent me to Mr. Waysteel, whose lodging is in a nasty place called Alsatia, at a blacksmither's. Elful. But what's all this to Gammon? Bread. Madam, this Waysteel was Mr. Gammon. Elful. Gammon. Sawest thou Gammon? Bread. Madam, Mr. Gammon, yesterday. Elful. When came he to town? Bread. Madam, he has not been out of it. Elful. Not at his uncle's in Northamptonshire. Bread. Your ladyship was wont to credit me. Elful. Forgive me, you went to a blacksmither's. Bread. Yes, madam, and at the door encountered the beastly thing he calls a landlady, who looked as if she had been of her own husband's making, composed of moulded smith's dust. I asked for Mr. Waysteel, and she began to open, and did so rail at him, that what with her billinsgate, and her husband's hammers, I was both deaf and dumb. At last the hammers seized Dee, and she grew weary, and called Dee down Mr. Waysteel. But he not answering, I was sent up a ladder rather than a pair of stairs. At last I scaled the top, and entered the enchanted castle. There did I find him, spite of the noise below, drowning his cares in sleep. Elful. Whom foundst thou? Gaiman. Bread. He, madam, whom I waked, and seeing me, heavens, what confusion seized him! Which nothing but my own surprise could equal. Ashamed he would have turned away, but when he saw, by my dejected eyes, I knew him, he sighed and blushed, and heard me tell my business. Then begged I would be secret, for he vowed his whole repose and life depended on my silence. Nor had I told it now, but that your ladyship may find some speedy means to draw him from this desperate condition. Elful. Heavens, is 't possible? Bread. He's driven to the last degree of poverty. Had you but seen his lodgings, madam. Elful. What were they? Bread. 'Tis a pretty convenient tub, madam. He may lie along in 't. There's just room for an old joined stool besides the bed, which one cannot call a cabin, about the largeness of a pantry bin, or a usurer's trunk. There had been door-necks curtains to 't in the days of yore, but they were now annihilated, and nothing left to save his eyes from the light, but my landlady's blue apron, tied by the strings before the window, in which stood a broken sixpenny looking-glass, that showed as many faces as the scene in Henry VIII, which could but just stand upright, and then the comb-case filled it. Elful. What a lloyd description hast thou made of his chamber! Bread. Then for his equipage, 'tis banished to one small monsieur, who, saucy with his master's poverty, is rather a companion than a footman. Elful. But what said he to the forfeiture of his land? Bread. He sighed and cried, why, farewell dirty acres, it shall not trouble me, since 'twas all but for love. Elful. How much redeems it? Bread. Madam, £500. Elful. Enough, you shall in some disguise convey this money to him, as from an unknown hand. I would not have him think it comes from me, for all the world. That nicety and virtue I've professed, I am resolved to keep. Pert. If I were your ladyship, I would make use of Sir Cautious' cash, pay him in his own coin. Bread. Your ladyship would make no scruple of it, if you knew how this poor gentleman has been used by my unmerciful master. Elful. I have a key already to his counting-house, it being lost, he had another made, and this I found and kept. Bread. Madam, this is an excellent time for 't, my master being gone to give my sister Laetitia at church. Elful. 'Tis so, I'll go and commit the theft, whilst you prepare to carry it, and then we'll to dinner with your sister the bride. Exeunt. Scene 3. The house of Sir Feeble. Enter Sir Feeble, Laetitia, Sir Cautious, Begst, Diana, noisy. Sir Feeble sings and salutes Sir Phoebe. Welcome, Joan Sanderson, welcome, welcome. Kisses the bride. Odds bobs, and so thou art, sweetheart. So to the rest. Bear. Methinks my lady bride is very melancholy. Sir Cor. Women that are discreet, are always thus upon their wedding day. Sir Phoebe. Always by daylight, Sir Cautious. But when bright Phoebus does retire, to Thetis bed to quench his fire, and do the thing we need not name, we mortals by his influence do the same. Then the blushing maid lays by her simpering, and her modesty, and round the lover clasps and twines like ivy, or the circling vines. Sir Phoebe. Here, Ralph, the bottle, rogue, of sack, ye rascal, hadst thou been a butler worth hanging, thou wouldst have met us at the door with it. Odds bods, sweetheart, thy health. Bear. Away with it, to the bride's haunts in Kelder. Sir Phoebe. Got so, go to, rogue, go to, that shall be, knave, that shall be the morrow morning, odds bobs, we'll do tea, sweetheart, here's to tea. Drinks again. Let I die but to imagine it, would I were dead indeed. Sir Phoebe. How's this? Tears upon the wedding day. Why, you baggage, you little thing, fool's face, away, you rogue, you're naughty, you're naughty. Patting and playing, and following her. Look now, buss it, and friends, didums beat its nun silly baby, away, you little hussy, away, and pledge me, she drinks a little. Sir Cor. A wise discreet lady, I'll warrant her, my lady would prodigally have took it off all. Sir Phoebe. Dear's its noun dear Phubs, buss again, away, odds bobs, I long for night, look, Sir Cautious, what an eye's there. Sir Cor. So there is, brother, and a modest eye too. Sir Phoebe. Aided, I love her more and more, Ralph, call old Susan hither, come, Mr. Begst, put the glass about. Odds bobs, when I was a young fellow, I would not let the young wenches look pale and wan, but would rouse and toose and blows till I put a colour in their cheeks, like an apple John, a fax, nay, I can make a shift still, and Pupsy shall not be jealous. Enter Susan, Sir Feeble whispers her, she goes out. Let. Indeed, not I, sir. I shall be all obedience. Sir Cor. A most judicious lady, would my Julia had a little of her modesty, but my lady's a wit. Enter Susan with a box. Sir Phoebe. Look here, my little puskin, here's fine playthings for its noun little coxcomb, go, get you gone, and off with this street martin's trumpery, these playhouse glass baubles, this necklace, and these pendants, and all this false ware, odds bobs, I'll have no counterfeit gear about thee, not I. See, these are right as the blushes on thy cheeks, and these as true as my heart, my girl. Go, put 'em on, and be fine. Gives 'em her. Let. Believe me, sir, I shall not merit this kindness. Sir Phoebe. Go to, more of your love, and less of your ceremony, give the old fool a hearty buss, and pay him that way. Ye little wanton tit, I'll steal up, and catch ye and love ye, adod, I will. Get ye gone, get ye gone. Let. Heavens, what a nauseous thing is an old man turned lover. X. Letitia and Diana. Sir Cor. How, steal up, Sir Feeble? I hope not so, I hold it most indecent before the lawful hour. Sir Phoebe. Lawful hour. Why, I hope all hours are lawful with a man's own wife. Sir Cor. But wise men have respect to times and seasons. Sir Phoebe. Wise young men, Sir Cautious, but wise old men must nick their inclinations, for it is not as 'twas wont to be, for it is not as Dot was wont to be, singing and dancing. Enter Ralph. Rule. Sir, here's a young gentleman without would speak with you. Sir Phoebe. I hope it is not that same Belmer come to forbid the Behns. If it be, he comes too late, therefore bring me first my long sword, and then the gentleman. Exit Ralph. Bear. Pray, sir, use mine, it is a travelled blade I can assure you, sir. Sir Phoebe. I thank you, sir. Enter Ralph and Belmer disguised, gives him a letter, he reads. How, my nephew? Francis Fainwowdy. Embraces him. Bell. I am glad he has told me my Christian name. Sir Phoebe. Sir Cautious, no my nephew, 'tis a young St. Omer's scholar, but none of the witnesses. Sir Cor. Marry, sir, and the wiser he, for they got nothing by tea. B. Sir, I love and honour you, because you are a traveller. Sir Phoebe. A very proper young fellow, and as like old Frank Fainwowdy as the devil to the collier. But, Francis, you are come into a very loyed town, Francis, for whoring, and plotting, and roaring, and drinking, but you must go to church, Francis, and avoid ill company, or you may make damnable havoc in my cash, Francis. What, you can keep merchants' books? Bell. That's been my study, sir. Sir Phoebe. And you will not be proud, but will be commanded by me, Francis. Bell. I desire not to be favoured as a kinsman, sir, but as your humblest servant. Sir Phoebe. Why, thou art an honest fellow, Francis, and thou art heartily welcome, and I'll make thee fortunate. But come, Sir Cautious, let you and I take a turn ith garden, and get a right understanding between your nephew Mr. Begst, and my daughter Di. Sir Cor. Prudently thought on, sir, I'll wait on you. X. Sir Feeble, and Sir Cautious. B. You are a traveller, I understand. Bell. I have seen a little part of the world, sir. B. So have I, sir, I thank my stars, and have performed most of my travels on foot, sir. Bell. You did not travel far then, I presume, sir. B. No, sir, it was for my diversion indeed, but I assure you, I travelled into Ireland afoot, sir. Bell. Sure, sir, you go by shipping into Ireland. B. That's all one, sir, I was still afoot, ever walking on the deck. Bell. Was that your farthest travel, sir? B. Farthest, why, that's the end of the world, and sure a man can go no farther. Bell. Sure, there can be nothing worth a man's curiosity. B. No, sir, I'll assure you, there are the wonders of the world, sir, I'll hint you this one. There is a harbour which since the creation was never capable of receiving a lighter, yet by another miracle the King of France was to ride there with a vast fleet of ships, and to land 100,000 men. Bell. This is a swinging wonder, but are there store of madmen there, sir? B. That's another rarity to see a man run out of his wits. Noy. Marry, sir, the wiser they I say. B. Pray, sir, what store of miracles have you at St. Omer's? Bell. None, sir, since that of the wonderful Salamanca doctor, who was both here and there at the same instant of time. B. How, sir? Why, that's impossible. Bell. That was the wonder, sir, because 'twas impossible. Noy. But 'twas a greater, sir, that 'twas believed. Enter Elphulb. And Pert, Sir Cor. And Sir Phoebe. Sir Phoebe. Enough, enough, Sir Cautious, we apprehend one another. Mr. Begst, your uncle here and I have struck the bargain. The wench is yours with £3,000 present, and something more after death, which your uncle likes well. B. Does he so, sir? I'm beholding to him, then 'tis not a pin matter whether I like or not, sir. Sir Phoebe. How, sir, not like my daughter die? B. Oh, Lord, sir, die or live, 'tis all one for that, sir, I'll stand to the bargain my uncle makes. Pert. Will you so, sir? You'll have very good luck if you do. Aside. B. Prithee hold thy peace, my lady's woman. Elful. Sir, I beg your pardon for not waiting on you to church, I knew you would be private. Enter let underscore. Fine Angels underscore. Sir Phoebe. You honour us too highly now, madam. Presents his wife, who salutes her. Elful. Give you joy, my dear Laetitia. I find, sir, you were resolved for youth, wit and beauty. Sir Phoebe. Madam, to the comfort of many a hoping coxcomb, but rogue thou wot not make me free at city a second time, wot thou entice the rogues with the twire and the wanton leer, the amorous simper that cries, come, kiss me, then the pretty round lips are pouted out, he, rogue, How I long to be at well, she shall never go to church more, that she shall not. Elful. How, sir, not to church, the chiefest recreation of a city lady? Sir Phoebe. That's all one, madam, that tricking and dressing, and prinking and patching, is not your devotion to heaven, but to the young knaves that are licked and combed and are minding you more than the parson. Odds bobs, there are more cuckolds destined in the church, than are made out of it. Sir Cor. Ha, 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 he tickles ye, I faith, ladies. To his lady. Bell. Not one chance look this way, and yet I can forgive her lovely eyes, because they look not pleased with all this ceremony, and yet methinks some sympathy in love might this way glance their beams. I cannot hold, sir, is this fair lady my aunt? Sir Phoebe. Oh, Francis. Come hither, Francis. Here's a young rogue has a mind to kiss thee. Puts them together, she starts back. Nay, start not, he's my own flesh and blood, my nephew. Baby, look how the young rogues stare at one another, like will to like, I see that. There's something in his face so like my Belma, it calls my blushes up, and leaves my heart defenseless. Enter Ralph. Ralph. Sir, dinner's on the table. Sir Phoebe. Come, let's in then, gentlemen and ladies, and share today my pleasures and delight, but, adds Bobs, they must be all mine own at night. Exeunt. Act 2. Scene I. Gayman's lodging. Enter Gayman in a nightcap, and an old campaign coat tied about him, very melancholy. Gay. Curse on my birth. Curse on my faithless fortune. Curse on my stars, and cursed be all, but love. That dear, that charming sin, though he have pulled innumerable mischiefs on my head, I have not, nor I cannot find repentance for. Nor let me die despised, upbraided, poor, let fortune, friends and all abandon me, but let me hold thee, thou soft smiling God, close to my heart while life continues there. Till the last pantings of my vital blood, nay, the last spark of life and fire be love's. Enter Rag. How now, Rag, what's o'clock? Rag. My belly can inform you better than my tongue. Gay. Why, you gormandizing vermin you, what have you done with the 3 pence I gave you a fortnight ago? Rag. Alas, sir, that's all gone long since. Gay. You guttling rascal, you are enough to breed a famine in a land. I have known some industrious footmen, that have not only gotten their own livings, but a pretty livelihood for their masters too. Rag. Till they came to the gallows, sir. Gay. Very well, sirrah, they died in an honourable calling, but hark ye, Rag, I have business, very earnest business abroad this evening. Now were you a rascal of docility, you would invent a way to get home my last suit that was laid in lavender, with the appurtenances therein to belonging, as periwig, cravat, and so forth. Rag. Faith, master, I must deal in the black art then, for no human means will duty, and now I talk of the black art, master, try your power once more with my landlady. Gay. Oh! Name her not, the thought on't turns my stomach, a sight of her is a vomit, but he's a bold hero that dares venture on her for a kiss, and all beyond that sure is hell itself, yet there's my last refuge, and I must to this wedding, I know not what, but something whispers me, this night I shall be happy, and without Julia. Is impossible. Rag. Julia, who's that? My Lady Fullbank, sir. Gay. Peace, sirrah, and call, no, pox on't, come back, and yet, yes, call my fulsome landlady. Exit Rag. Sir Cautious knows me not by name or person. And I will to this wedding, I'm sure of seeing Julia there. And what may come of that, but here's old Nasty coming. I smell her up, ha, my dear landlady. Enter Rag and landlady. Quite out of breath, a chair there for my landlady. Rag. Here's ne'er a one, sir. Land. More of your money and less of your civility, good Mr. Waysteel. Gay. Dear landlady, land. Dear me no dears, sir, but let me have my money, 8 weeks' rent last Friday, besides taverns, alehouses, chandlers, laundresses' scores, and ready money out of my purse, you know it, sir. Gay. But your husband don't, speak softly. Land. My husband. What, do you think to fright me with my husband? I'd have you to know I'm an honest woman, and care not this, for my husband. Is this all the thanks I have for my kindness, for patching, borrowing and shifting for you? 'Twas but last week I pawned my best petticoat, as I hope to wear it again. It cost me 26 shillings besides making. Then this morning my new Norwich mantua followed, and 2 postle spoons. I had the whole dozen when you came first, but they dropped, and dropped, till I had only Judas left for my husband. Gay. Hear me, good landlady. Land. Then I've passed my word at the George Tavern, for 40 shillings for you, 10 shillings at my neighbour Squab's for ale, besides 7 shillings to Mother Suds for washing, and do you fob me off with my husband? Gay. Here, Rag, run and fetch her a pint of sack, there's no other way of quenching the fire in her flabber chops. Exit Rag. But, my dear landlady, have a little patience. Land. Patience. I scorn your words, sir. Is this a place to trust in? Tell me of patience, that us'd to have my money beforehand. Come, come, pay me quickly, or old Gregory Grimes' house shall be too hot to hold you. Gay. Is't come to this, can I not be heard? Land. No, sir. You had good clothes when you came first, but they dwindled daily, till they dwindled to this old campaign, with tandy-coloured lining, once red, but now all colours of the rainbow, a cloak to skulk in o' nights, and a pair of piss-burnedy chamois breeches. Nay, your very badge of manhood's gone too. Gay. How, landlady? Nay then, I' faith, no wonder if you rail so. Land. Your silver sword I mean, transmogrified to this two-handed basket hilt, this old Sir Guy of Warwick, which will sell for nothing but old iron. In fine, I'll have my money, sir, or I' faith, Alsatia shall not shelter you. Enter Rag. Gay. Well, landlady, if we must part, let's drink at parting. Here, landlady, here's to the fool, that shall love you better than I have done. Sighing, drinks. Land. Rot your wine, d'ye think to pacify me with wine, sir? She refusing to drink, he holds open her jaws, Rag throws a glass of wine into her mouth. What, will you force me? No, give me another glass, I scorn to be so uncivil to be forced, my service to you, sir, this shan't do, sir. She drinks, he, embracing her, sings. Ah, Chloris, is in vain you scold, whilst your eyes kindle such a fire. To railing cannot make me cold, so fast as they a warmth inspire. Land. Well, sir, you have no reason to complain of my eyes nor my tongue neither, if rightly understood. Weeps. Gay. I know you are the best of landladies, as such I drink your health, drinks. But to upbraid a man in tribulation, fie, 'tis not done like a woman of honor, a man that loves you too. She drinks. Land. I am a little hasty sometimes, but you know my good nature. Gay. I do, and therefore trust my little wants with you. I shall be rich again, and then, my dearest landlady, land. Woody this wine might ne'er go through me, if I woody not go, as they say, through fire and water, by night or by day for you. She drinks. Gay. And as this is wine I do believe thee. He drinks. Land. Well, you have no money in your pocket now, I'll warrant you. Here's 10 shillings for you old Gregor I knows not of. Opens a great greasy purse. Gay. I cannot in conscience take it, good faith, I cannot, besides, the next quarrel you'll hit me in the teeth with it. Land. Nay, pray no more of that, forget it, forget it. I own I was to blame, here, sir, you shall take it. Gay. But what should I do with money in these damned breeches? No, put it up, I can't appear abroad thus, no, I'll stay at home, and lose my business. Land. Why, is there no way to redeem one of your suits? Gay. None, I'll lay me down and die. Land. Die, marry, heavens forbid, I would not for the world, let me see, what does it lie for? Gay. Alas! Dear landlady, a sum. Land. Well, say no more, I'll lay about me. Gay. By this kiss but you shall not, a safe tider, by this light. Land. Shall not. That's a good one, I' faith, shall you rule, or I? Gay. But shoddy your husband know it, land. Husband, marry come up, husbands know wives' secrets. No, sure, the world's not so bad yet, where do your things lie? And for what? Gay. £5 equips me, rag can conduct you, but I say you shall not go, I've sworn. Land. Meddle with your matters, let me see, the caudle cup that Molly's grandmother left her, will pawn for about that sum, I'll sneak it out. Well, sir, you shall have your things presently, trouble not your head, but expect me. X. Landlady and rag. Gay. Was ever man put to such beastly shifts? 'Sdeath, how she stunk, my senses are most luxuriously regal. There's my perpetual music too, knocking of hammers on a anvil. The ringing of bells is an ask to tea. Enter rag. Rag. Sir, there's one in a coach below, would he speak to you? Gay. With me, and in a coach. Who can it be? Rag. The devil, I think, for he has a strange countenance. Gay. The devil. Show yourself a rascal of parts, sirrah, and wait on him up with ceremony. Rag. Who, the devil, sir? Gay. The devil, sir, if you mean to thrive. Exit rag. Who can this be? But see, he comes to inform me. Withdraw. Enter Breadwill dressed like a devil. Bread. I come to bring you this, gives him a letter. Gayman reads. Receive what love and fortune present you with, be grateful and be silent, or 'twill vanish like a dream, and leave you more wretched that it found you. Adieu. Ha, gives him a bag of money. Bread. Nay, view it, sir, 'tis all substantial gold. Gay. Now dare not I ask one civil question for fear it vanish all, aside. But I may ask, how 'tis I ought to pay for this great bounty. Bread. Sir, all the pay is secrecy. Gay. And is this all that is required, sir? Bread. No, you're invited to the shades below. Gay. Shades below, I am not prepared for such a journey, sir. Bread. If you have courage, youth or love, you'll follow me, when night's black curtains drawn around the world, and mortal eyes are safely locked in sleep, in feigned heroic tone. And no bold spy dares view when God's caress, then I'll conduct thee to the banks of bliss. Durst thou not trust me? Gay. Yes, sure, on such substantial security. Hugs the bag. Bread. Just when the day is vanished into night, and only twinkling stars inform the world, near to the corner of the silent wall, in fields of Lincoln's Inn, thy spirit shall meet thee. Farewell. Goes out. Gay. I am awake sure, and this is gold I grasp. I could not see this devil's cloven foot, nor am I such a coxcomb to believe, but he was as substantial as his gold. Spirits, ghosts, hobgoblins, furies, fiends and devils, I've often heard old wives fright fools and children with, which, once arrived to common sense, they laugh at. No, I am for things possible and natural, some female devil, old and damned to ugliness, and past all hopes of courtship and address, full of another devil called desire, has seen this face, this shape, this youth, and thinks it's worth her hire. It must be so, I must whirl on in the damned dirty road, and sure such pay will make the journey easy, and for the price of the dull drudging night, all day I'll purchase new and fresh delight. Exit. Scene 2. Sir Feeble's house. Enter Letitia, pursued by Phyllis. Phil. Why, madam, do you leave the garden, for this retreat to melancholy? Let. Because it suits my fortune and my humour, and even thy presence would afflict me now. Phil. Madam, I was sent after you, my Lady Fullbank has challenged Sir Feeble at bowls, and stakes a ring of £50 against his new chariot. Let. Tell him I wish him luck in everything, but in his love to me, go tell him I am viewing of the garden. X. Phyllis. Enter Belma at a distance behind her. Blessed be this kind retreat, this lone occasion, that lends a short cessation to my torments, and gives me leave to vent my sighs and tears. Weeps. Bell. And doubly blessed be all the powers of love, that give me this dear opportunity. Let. Where were you, all ye pitying gods of love, that once seemed pleased at Belma's flame and mine, and smiling joined our hearts, our sacred vows, and spread your wings, and held your torches high? Bell. Oh, she starts, and pauses. Let. Where were you now, when this unequal marriage gave me from all my joys, gave me from Belma, your wings were flagged, your torches burned to earth, and all your little bonnets veiled your eyes, you saw not, or were deaf and pitiless? Bell. O my Letitia. Let. Ha, 'tis there again, that very voice was Belma's. Where art thou, O thou lovely charming shade? For sure thou canst not take a shape to fright me. What art thou? Speak. Not looking behind her yet for fear. Bell. Thy constant true adorer, who all this fatal day has haunted thee to ease his tortured soul. Approaching nearer. Let. My heart is well acquainted with that voice, but oh, my eyes dare not encounter thee. Speaking with signs of fear. Bell. Is it because thou hast broken all thy vows? Take to thee courage, and behold thy slaughters. Let. Yes, though the sight would blast me, I would view it. Turns. 'Tis he, 'tis very Belma. Also like, I cannot doubt but thou deservest this welcome. Embraces him. Bell. O my Letitia. Let. I'm sure I grasp not air, thou art no phantom, thy arms return not empty to my bosom, but meet a solid treasure. Bell. A treasure thou so easily threwest away, a riddle simple love ne'er understood. Let. Alas, I heard, my Belma, thou wert dead. Bell. And was it thus you mourned my funeral? Let. I will not justify my hated crime, but oh, remember I was poor and helpless, and much reduced, and much imposed upon. Belma weeps. Bell. And want compelled thee to this wretched marriage, did it? Let. 'Tis not a marriage, since my Belma lives, the consummation were adultery. I was thy wife before, wote thou deny me. Bell. No, by those powers that heard our mutual vows, those vows that tie us faster than dull priests. Let. But O my Belma, thy sad circumstances permit thee not to make a public claim, thou art prescribed, and diest if thou art seen. Bell. Alas! Let. Yet I would wander with thee o'er the world, and share thy humblest fortune with thy love. Bell. Is-'t possible, Letitia, thou wouldst fly to foreign shores with me? Let. Can Belma doubt the soul he knows so well? Bell. Perhaps in time the king may find my innocence, and may extend his mercy, meantime I'll make provision for our flight. Let. But how twixt this and that can I defend myself from the loathsome arms of an impatient dotard, that I may come a spotless maid to thee? Bell. Thy native modesty and my industry shall well enough secure us. Feign your nice virgin cautions all the day, then trust at night to my conduct to preserve thee. And wilt thou yet be mine? Oh, swear anew, give me again thy faith, thy vows, thy soul, for mine's so sick with this day's fatal business, it needs a cordial of that mighty strength. Swear, swear, so as if thou breakest, thou mayst be anything, but damned, Letitia. Let. Thus then, and hear me, heaven. Kneels. Bell. And thus, I'll listen to thee. Kneels. Enter Sir Feeble, Elfulbank, Sir Cautious. Sir Phoebe. Let, where are you, little rogue, let? What's here? Bell. Snatches her to his bosom, as if she fainted. Bell. Oh heavens, she's gone, she's gone. Sir Phoebe. Gone, whither is she gone? It seems she had the wit to take good company with her. The women go to her, take her up. Bell. She's gone to heaven, sir, for aught I know. Sir Cor. She was resolved to go in a young fellow's arms, I see. Sir Phoebe. Go to, Francis, go to. Elful. Stand back, sir, she recovers. Bell. Alas, I found her dead upon the floor, showed I have left her so, if I had known your mind, Sir Phoebe. Was it so, got so? By no means, Francis. Let. Pardon him, sir, for surely I had died, before his timely coming. Sir Phoebe. Alas, poor pupsy, was it sick? Look here, here's a fine thing to make it well again. Come, Bus, and it shall have it. Oh, how I long for night. Ralph, are the fiddlers ready? Rull. They are tuning in the hall, sir. Sir Phoebe. That's well, they know my mind. I hate that same twang, 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 thumb, 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 tweedle, 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 then screw go the pins, till a man's teeth are on an edge, then snap, says a small gut, and there we are at a loss again. I long to be in bed with a tridoddle, 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 with a tridool, tridoddle, trido, dancing and playing on his stick like a flute. Sir Cor. A prudent man would reserve himself, good facts, I dank thee so on my wedding day, that when I came to bed, to my shame be it spoken, I fell fast asleep, and slept till morning. Elful. Where was your wisdom then, Sir Cautious? But I know what a wise woman ought to have done. Sir Phoebe. Oddspobes, that's wormwood, that's wormwood, I shall have my young hussy set agog too. She'll hear there are better things in the world than she has at home, and then oddspobes, and then they'll hearty, adod, they will, Sir Cautious. Ever while you live, keep a wife ignorant, unless a man be as brisk as his neighbours. Sir Cor. A wise man will keep him from bawdy christenings then, and gossipings. Sir Phoebe. Christenings and gossipings. Why, they are the very schools that debauch our wives, as dancing schools do our daughters. Sir Cor. When the overjoyed good man invites them all against that time 12-month, oh, he's a dear man, cries one, I must marry, cries another, here's a man indeed, my husband, God help him, Sir Phoebe. Then he falls to telling of her grievance, till, half maudlin, she weeps again, just my condition, cries a third, so the frolic goes round, and we poor cuckolds are anatomies d, and turn d the right side outwards, adspobes, we are, Sir Cautious. Sir Cor. This grievance ought to be redressed, Sir Feeble, the grave and sober part of th nation are hereby ridiculed and cuckolded too for aught I know. Elful. Wise men knowing this, should not expose their infirmities, by marrying us young wenches, who, without instruction, find how we are imposed upon. Enter fiddles playing, Mr. Bergst and Diana dancing, Breadwill, noisy, and C. Elful. So, cousin, I see you have found the way to Mrs. D.'s heart. B. Who, my dear lady aunt? I never knew but one way to a woman's heart, and that road I have not yet travelled, for my uncle, who is a wise man, says matrimony is a sort of a, kind of a, as it were, of a voyage, which every man of fortune is bound to make one time or other, and madam, I am, as it were, a bold adventurer. Dear. And are you sure, sir, you will venture on me? B. Sure, I thank you for that, as if I could not believe my uncle, for in this case a young heir has no more to do, but to come and see, settle, marry, and use you scurvily. Dear. How, sir, scurvily? B. Very scurvily, that is to say, be always fashionably drunk, despise the tyranny of your bed, and reign absolutely, keep a seraglio of women, and let my bastardish you inherit, be seen once a quarter, or so, with you in the park for countenance, where we loll to several ways in the gilt coach like Janus, or a spread eagle. Dear. And do you expect I should be honest the while? B. Heaven forbid, not I have not met with that wonder in all my travels. Elful. How, sir, not an honest woman? B. Except my lady aunt, nay, as I am a gentleman and the first of my family, you shall pardon me, here, cuff me soundly. Kneels to her. Enter gayman richly dressed. Gay. This love's a damned bewitching thing, now though I should lose my assignation with my devil, I cannot hold from seeing Julia tonight, ha, there, and with a fop at her feet. O vanity of woman! Softly pulls her. Elful. Oh, sir, you're welcome from Northamptonshire. Gay. Surely she knows the cheat. Aside. Elful. You are so gay, you save me, sir, the labour of asking if your uncle be alive. Gay. Pray heaven she have not found my circumstances. But if she have, confidence must assist me. Aside. And, madam, you're too gay for me to inquire whether you are that Julia which I left you. Elful. Oh, doubtless, sir, gay. But why the devil do I ask? Yes, you are still the same, one of those hoiting ladies, that love nothing like fool and fiddle, crowds of fops, had rather be publicly, though dully, flattered than privately aided. You love to pass for the wit of the company, by talking all and loud. Elful. Rail on, till you have made me think my virtue at so low ebb, it should submit to you. Gay. What, I'm not discreet enough, I'll babble all in my next high debauch, boast of your favours, and describe your charms to every wishing fool. Elful. Or make most filthy verses of me, under the name of Chloris, you philander, who in Lloyd rhymes confess the dear appointment, what hour, and where, how silent was the night, how full of love your eyes, and wishing mine. Faith, no, if you can afford me a lease of your love, till the old gentleman my husband depart this wicked world, I'm for the bargain. Sir Cor. What's here, a young spark at my wife? Goes about Gay. Unreasonable Julia, is that all, my love, my sufferings, and my vows must hope? Set me an age, say when you will be kind, and I will languish out in starving wish, but thus to gape for legacies of love, till youth be past enjoyment, the devil I will as soon, farewell. Offers to go. Elful. Stay, I conjure you stay. Gay. And lose my assignation with my devil. Aside. Sir Cor. 'Tis so, 'tis so, and wise men will perceive it. 'Tis here in my forehead, it more than buds, it sprouts, it flourishes. Sir Phoebe. So, that young gentleman has nettled him, stung him to the quick, I hope he'll chain her up, the gad be's in his quanundrum, in charity I'll relieve him. Come, my lady Fullbank, the night grows old upon our hands, to dancing, to gigotting, come, shall I lead your ladyship? Elful. No, sir, you see I am better provided, takes Gayman's hand. Sir Cor. No doubt on't, a pox on him for a young handsome dog. They dance all. Sir Phoebe. Very well, now the posset, and then, odds bobs, and then, dear. And then we'll have tea other dance. Sir Phoebe. Away, girls, away, and steal the bride to bed, they have a deal to do upon their wedding nights, and what with the tedious ceremonies of dressing and undressing, the smutty lectures of the women, by way of instruction, and the little stratagems of the young wenches, odds bobs, a man's cousin of half his night. Come, gentlemen, one bottle, and then, we'll toss the stocking. Exeunt all but Elful. Bread, who are talking, and Gayman. Elful. But dost thou think he'll come? Bread. I do believe so, madam. Elful. Be sure you contrive it so, he may not know whither, or to whom he comes. Bread. I warrant you, madam, for our parts. Exit Breadwill, stealing out Gayman. Elful. How now, what, departing? Gay. You are going to the bride chamber. Elful. No matter, you shall stay, Gay. I hate to have you in a crowd. Elful. Can you deny me? Will you not give me one lone hour ith garden? Gay. Where we shall only tantalize each other with dull kissing, and part with the same appetite we met. No, madam, besides, I have business. Elful. Some assignation, is it so indeed? Gay. Away, you cannot think me such a traitor. 'Tis more important business. Elful. Oh, 'tis too late for business, let tomorrow serve. Gay. By no means, the gentleman is to go out of town. Elful. Rise the earlier then, Gay. But, madam, the gentleman lies dangerously sick, and should he die, Elful. 'Tis not a dying uncle, I hope, sir. Gay. Elful. The gentleman a dying, and to go out of town tomorrow. Gay. He goes, in a litter, 'tis his fancy, madam, change of air may recover him. Elful. So may your change of mistress do me, sir. Farewell. Goes out. Gay. Stay, Julia, devil, be damned, for you shall tempt no more. I'll love and be undone, but she is gone, and if I stay, the most that I shall gain is but a reconciling look, or kiss. No, my kind goblin, I'll keep my word with thee, as the least evil, a tantalizing woman's worse than devil. Exit. Act 3. Scene I. Sir Feeble's house. The second song before the entry. A song made by Mr. Cheek. No more, Lucinda, Expose no more to the admiring world those conquering charms, in vain all day unhappy men adore, what the kind knight gives to my longing arms. Their vain attempts can ne'er successful prove, whilst I so well maintain the fort of love. Yet to the world with so bewitching arts, your dazzling beauty you around display, and triumph in the spoils of broken hearts, that sink beneath your feet, and crowd your way. Ah! Suffer now your cruelty to cease, and to a fruitless war prefer a peace underscore. Enter Ralph with light, Sir Feeble, and Belma Sir Phoebe. So, they are gone. Come, Francis, you shall have the honour of undressing me for the encounter, but 'twill be a sweet one, Francis. Bell. Hell take him, how he teases me. Undressing all the while. Sir Phoebe. But is the young rogue laid, Francis, is she stone to bed? What tricks the young baggages have to whet a man's appetite. Bell. Sir, pox on him, he will raise my anger up to madness, and I shall kill him to prevent his going to bed to her. Aside. Sir Phoebe. Appice of those band-strings, the more haste the less speed. Bell. Be it so in all things, I beseech thee, Venus. Sir Phoebe. Thy aid a little, Francis, oh, thou chokest me. Bobs, what dost mean? Pinches him by the throat. Bell. You had so hampered sir, the devil's very mischievous in me. Aside. Sir Phoebe. Come, quick, good Francis, adod, I'm as yare as a hawk at the young wanton, nimbly, good Francis, untruss. Bell. Cramp seize ye, what shall I do? The near approach distracts me. Aside. Sir Phoebe. So, my breeches, good Francis. But well, Francis, how dost think I got the young jade my wife? Bell. With £500 a year jointure, sir. Sir Phoebe. No, that would he not do. The baggage was damnably in love with a young fellow they call Belma, a handsome young rascal he was, they say, that's truth on't, and a pretty estate, but happening to kill a man he was forced to fly. Bell. That was great pity, sir. Sir Phoebe. Pity. Hang him, rogue, Zbobes, and all the young fellows in the town deserve it. We can never keep our wives and daughters honest for rampant young dogs, and an old fellow cannot put in amongst them, under being undone, with presenting, and the devil and all. But what dost think I did? Being damnably in love, I feigned a letter as from the Hague, wherein was a relation of this same Belma's being hanged. Bell. Is-'t possible, sir, you could devise such news? Sir Phoebe. Possible, man. I did it. She swooned at the news, shut herself up a whole month in her chamber, but I presented her. She sighed and wept, and swore she'd never marry. Still I presented. She hated, loathed, spit upon me. Still, adod, I presented, till I presented myself effectually in church to her, for she at last wisely considered her vows were cancelled, since Belma was hanged. Bell. Faith, sir, this was very cruel, to take away his fame, and then his mistress. Sir Phoebe. Cruel. Thou art e'en us, we are but even with the brisk rogues, for they take away our fame, cuckold us, and take away our wives, so, my cap, Francis. Bell. And do you think this marriage lawful, sir? Sir Phoebe. Lawful. It shall be when I've had livery and sison of her body, and that shall be presently, rogue, quick. Besides, this Belmer dares as well be hanged as come into England. Bell. If he gets his pardon, Sir Phoebe. Pardon? No, I have took care for that, for I have, you must know, got his pardon already. Bell. How, sir? Got his pardon? That's some amends for robbing him of his wife. Sir Phoebe. Hold, honest Francis, what, dost think 'twas in kindness to him? No, you fool, I got his pardon myself, that nobody else should have it, so that if he gets anybody to speak to his Majesty for it, his Majesty cries he has granted it, but for want of my appearance, he's defunct. Trust up, hanged, Francis. Bell. This is the most excellent revenge I ever heard of. Sir Phoebe. I learnt it of a great politician of our times. Bell. But have you got his pardon, Sir Phoebe? I've done tea, pox on him, it cost me £500 though, here 'tis, my solicitor brought it me this evening. Gives it him. Bell. This was a lucky hit, and if it 'scape me, let me be hanged by a trick indeed. Aside. Sir Phoebe. So, put it into my cabinet, safe, Francis, safe. Bell. Safe, I'll warrant you, sir. Sir Phoebe. My gown, quick, t'other sleeve, man, so now my nightcap, well, I'll throw open my gown to fright away the women, and jump into her arms. Exit Sir Phoebe. Bell. He's gone, quickly, oh love inspire me. Enter a footman. Foot. Sir, my master, Sir Cautious Fullbank, left his watch on the little parlour table tonight, and bid me call 40. Bell. Ha, the bridegroom has it, sir, who is just gone to bed, it shall be sent him in the morning. Foot. 'Tis very well, sir, your servant. Exit footman. Bell. Let me see, here is the watch, I took it up to keep for him, but his sending has inspired me with a sudden stratagem, that will do better than force, to secure the poor trembling Laetitia, who, I am sure, is dying with her fears. Exit Belmer. Scene 2. Changes to the bedchamber, Laetitia in an undressing by the women at the table. Enter to them Sir Phoebe Fane Wowdy. Sir Phoebe. What's here? What's here? The prating women still. Odds bobs, what, not in bed yet? For shame of love, Laetitia. For shame of modesty, sir, you would not have me go to bed before all this company. Sir Phoebe. What, the women? Why, they must see you laid, 'tis the fashion. Let. What, with a man? I woo thee not for the world. O, Belma, where art thou with all thy promised aid? Aside. Dear. Nay, madam, we should see you laid indeed. Let. First in my grave, Diana. Sir Phoebe. Odds bobs, here's a compact amongst the women, high treason against the bridegroom, therefore, ladies, withdraw, or, adod, I'll lock you all in. Throws open his gown, they run all away, he locks the door. So, now we're alone, Letitia, off with this foolish modesty, and nightgown, and slide into my arms. She runs from him. My little puskin, what, fly me, my coy Daphne, he pursues her. Knocking. Ha, who's that knocks, who's there, Bell? Within. Tease I, sir, tease I, open the door presently. Sir Phoebe. Why, what's the matter, is the house o' fire? Bell. Within. Worse, sir, worse, underscore he opens the door, Belma enters with the watch in his hand underscore. Let. Tease Belma's voice. Bell. Oh, sir, do you know this watch? Sir Phoebe. This watch. Bell. Sir, this watch. Sir Phoebe. This watch, why, prithee, why dost tell me of a watch? 'Tis Sir Cautious Fullbank's watch. What then, what a pox dost trouble me with watches? Offers to put him out, he returns. Bell. 'Tis indeed his watch, sir, and by this token he has sent for you, to come immediately to his house, sir. Sir Phoebe. What a devil, art mad, Francis? Or is his worship mad, or does he think me mad? Go, prithee tell him I'll come to him tomorrow. Goes to put him out. Bell. Tomorrow, sir. Why, all our throats may be cut before tomorrow. Sir Phoebe. What say'st thou, throat cut? Bell. Why, the city's up in arms, sir, and all the aldermen are met at Guildhall, some damnable plot, sir. Sir Phoebe. Ha, plot, the aldermen met at Guildhall, why, let em meet, I'll not lose this night to save the nation. Let. Woody you to bed, sir, when the weighty affairs of state require your presence. Sir Phoebe. Met at Guildhall, my clothes, my gown again, Francis, I'll out. What, upon my wedding night? No, I'll in. Putting on his gown, pausing, pulls it off again. Let. For shame, sir, shall the reverend council of the city debate without you. Sir Phoebe. That's true, come truss again, Francis, truss again, yet now I think on't, Francis, prithee run thee to the hall, and tell 'tis my wedding night, d'ye see, Francis, and let somebody give my voice for, Bell. What, sir? Sir Phoebe. Adod, I cannot tell, up in arms, say you. Why, let 'em fight dog, fight bear, man, I'll to bed, go, let. And shall his majesty's service and his safety lie unregarded for a slight woman, sir? Sir Phoebe. His majesty, come, haste, Francis, I'll away, and call Ralph, and the footman, and bid 'em arm, each man shoulder his musket, and advance his pike, and bring my artillery implements quick, and let's away. Pupsy, be you, Pupsy, I'll bring it a fine thing yet before morning, it may be, let's away, I shall grow fond, and forget the business of the nation. Come, follow me, Francis. Exit Sir Feeble. Belma runs to Letitia. Bell. Now, my Letitia, if thou e'er didst love, if ever thou designest to make me blessed, without delay fly this adulterous bed. Sir Phoebe. Why, Francis, where are you, knave? Sir Phoebe within _ Bell. I must be gone, lest he suspect us, I'll lose him, and return to thee immediately. Get thyself ready. Let. I will not fail, my love. Exit Belma. Old man, forgive me, thou the aggressor art, who rudely forked the hand without the heart. She cannot from the paths of honor rove, whose guides religion, and whose end is love. Exit. Scene 3. Changes to a wash house, or outhouse. Enter with a dark lantern Breadwell disguised like a devil, leading gamen. Bread. Stay here till I give notice of your coming. Exit Breadwell, leaves his dark lantern. Gay. Kind light, a little of your aid, now must I be peeping, though my curiosity should lose me all. Ha, zounds, what here, a hovel or a hogsty? See the wickedness of man, that I should find no time to swear in, but just when I'm in the devil's clutches. Enter pert, as an old woman, with a staff. Old W. Good even to you, fair sir. Gay. Ha, defend me, if this be she, I must rival the devil, that's certain. Old W. Come, young gentleman, dare not you venture. Gay. He must be as hot as Vesuvius that does, I shall never earn my morning's present. Old W. What, do you fear a longing woman, sir? Gay. The devil I do, this is a damned preparation to love. Old W. Why stand you gazing, sir? A woman's passion is like the tide, it stays for no man when the hour is come. Gay. I'm sorry I have took it at its turning, I'm sure mine's ebbing out as fast. Old W. Will you not speak, sir, will you not on? Gay. I would fain ask a civil question or two first. Old W. You know too much curiosity lost paradise. Gay. Why, there's it now. Old W. Fortune and love invite you, if you dare follow me. Gay. This is the first thing in petticoats that ever dard me in vain. Were I but sure she were but human now, for sundry considerations she might down, but I will on, she goes, he follows, both go out. Scene 4. A chamber in the apartments of L_Fullbank. Enter old woman followed by gay man in the dark. Soft music plays, she leaves him. Gay. Ha, music, and excellent. Song. O. Love, that stronger art than wine, pleasing delusion, witchery divine, want to be prized above all wealth, disease that has more joys than health, though we blaspheme thee in our pain, and of thy tyranny complain, we all are bettered by thy reign. What reason never can bestow, we to this useful passion owe. Love wakes the dull from sluggish ease, and learns a clown the art to please, humbles the vain, kindles the cold, makes misers free, and cowards bold. He reforms the sot from drink, and teaches airy fops to think. When full brute appetite is fed, and choked the glutton lies, and dead, thou new spirits dost dispense, and finest the gross delights of sense. Virtue's unconquerable aid, that against nature can persuade, and makes a roving mind retire within the bounds of just desire. Cure of age, youth's kind unrest, and half the heaven of the blessed _ Gay. Julia, Julia. If this soft preparation were but to bring me to thy dear embraces, what different motions would surround my soul, from what perplex it now. Enter nymphs and shepherds, and dance. Then two dance alone. All go out but Pert and a shepherd. If these be devils, they are obliging ones. I did not care if I ventured on that last female fiend. Man sings. Cease your wonder, cease your guess, whence arrives your happiness. Cease your wonder, cease your pain, human fancy is in vain. Chorus. Is enough, you once shall find, fortune may to worth be kind, gives him gold. And love can leave off being blind. Pert sings. You, before you enter here on this sacred ring must swear, puts it on his finger, holds his hand. By the figure which is round, your passion constant and profound, by the adamantine stone, to be fixed to one alone, by the lustre, which is true, ne'er to break your sacred vow. Lastly, by the gold that's tried for love all dangers to abide _ They all dance about him, while those same two sing. Man. Once about him let us move, to confirm him true to love. Bis. Pert. Twice with mystic turning feet, make him silent and discreet. Bis. Man. Thrice about him let us tread, to keep him ever young in bed. Bis. Gives him another part. Man. Forget Aminta's proud disdain, haste here, and sigh no more in vain, the joy of love without the pain. Pert. That God repents his former slights, and fortune thus your faith requites. Both. Forget Aminta's proud disdain, then taste, and sigh no more in vain, the joy of love without the pain, the joy of love without the pain. Exeunt all dancers. Looks on himself, and feels about him. Gay. What the devil can all this mean? If there be a woman in the case, Sure I have not lived so bad a life, to gain the dull reputation of so modest a coxcomb, but that a female might down with me, without all this ceremony. Is it care of her honour? That cannot be, this age affords none so nice, nor fiend nor goddess can she be, for these I saw were mortal. No, 'tis a woman, I am positive. Not young nor handsome, for then vanity had made her glory to have been seen. No, since 'tis resolved, a woman, she must be old and ugly, and will not balk my fancy with her sight, but baits me more with this essential beauty. Well, be she young or old, woman or devil, she pays, and I'll endeavour to be civil. Exit. Scene V. In the same house. The flat scene of the hall. After a knocking, enter Breadwell in his masking habit, with his vizard in the one hand, and a light in the other, in haste. Bread. Ha, knocking so late at our gate, opens the door. Enter Sir Feeble dressed, and armed cap with a broad waist belt stuck round with pistols, a helmet, scarf, buff coat and half pike. Sir Phoebe. How now, what's the matter here? Bread. Matter, what, is my lady's innocent intrigue found out? Heavens, sir, what makes you here in this warlike equipage? Sir Phoebe. What makes you in this showing equipage, sir? Bread. I have been dancing among some of my friends. Sir Phoebe. And I thought to have been fighting with some of my friends. Where's Sir Cautious, where's Sir Cautious? Bread. Sir Cautious, sir, in bed. Sir Phoebe. Call him, quickly, good Edward. Bread. Sure my lady's frolic is betrayed, and he comes to make mischief. However, I'll go and secure Mr. Gayman. Exit Breadwell. Enter Sir Cautious and Dick his boy with light. Dick. Pray, sir, go to bed, here's no thieves, all's still and well. Sir Caw. This last night's misfortune of mine, Dick, has kept me waking, and without all night, I heard a kind of a silent noise. I am still afraid of thieves, mercy upon me, to lose 500 guineas at one clap, Dick. Ha, bless me. What's yonder? Blow the great horn, Dick. Thieves, murder, murder. Sir Phoebe. Why, what a pox, are you mad? 'Tis I, man. Sir Caw. Who am I? Speak, declare, pronounce. Sir Phoebe. Your friend, old Feeble Fane Wowdy. Sir Caw. How, Sir Feeble? At this late hour, and on his wedding night, why, what's the matter, sir, is it peace or war with you? Sir Phoebe. A mistake, proceed to the business, good brother, for time you know is precious. Sir Caw. Some strange catastrophe has happened between him and his wife tonight, and makes him disturb me thus, aside. Come, sit, good brother, and to the business as you say. They sit one at one end of the table, the other at the other, Dick sets down the light and goes out. Both sit gaping and staring, and expecting when either should speak. Sir Phoebe. As soon as you please, sir. Lord, how wildly he stares. He's much disturbed in's mind. Well, sir, let us be brief, Sir Cor. As brief as you please, sir. Well, brother, pausing still. Sir Phoebe. So, sir. Sir Cor. How strangely he stares and gapes, some deep concern. Sir Phoebe. Hum, Sir Cor. I listen to you. Advance, Sir Phoebe. Sir. Sir Cor. A very distracted countenance. Pray heaven he be not mad, and a young wife is able to make an old fellow mad. That's the truth on't. Aside. Sir Phoebe. Sure 'tis something of his lady, he's so loath to bring it out. I am sorry you are thus disturbed, sir. Sir Cor. No disturbance to serve a friend, Sir Phoebe. I think I am your friend indeed, Sir Cautious, or I would not have been here upon my wedding night. Sir Cor. His wedding night, there lies his grief, poor heart. Perhaps she has cuckolded him already. Aside. Well, come, brother, many such things are done, Sir Phoebe. Done, come, out with it, brother, what troubles you tonight? Sir Cor. Troubles me, why, knows he I am robbed. Aside. Sir Phoebe. I may perhaps restore you to the rest you've lost. Sir Cor. The rest, why, have I lost more since? Why, know you then who did it? Oh, how I'd be revenged upon the rascal. Sir Phoebe. 'Tis jealousy, the old worm that bites. Aside. Who is it you suspect? Sir Cor. Alas, I know not whom to suspect. I would I did, but if you could discover him, I would so swinge him, Sir Phoebe. I know him. What, do you take me for a pimp, sir? I know him. There's your watch again, sir. I'm your friend, but no pimp, sir. Rises in rage. Sir Cor. My watch, I thank you, sir, but why pimp, sir? Sir Phoebe. Oh, a very thriving calling, sir, and I have a young wife to practice with. I know your rogues. Sir Cor. A young wife, 'tis so, his gentlewoman has been at hot cockles without her husband, and he's horn mad upon tea. I suspected her being so close in with his nephew, in a fit with a pox. Aside. Come, Sir Feeble, 'tis many an honest man's fortune. Sir Phoebe. I grant it, sir, but to the business, sir, I came for. Sir Cor. With all my soul. They sit gaping, and expecting when either should speak. Enter Breadwell and Gaiman at the door. Breadwell sees them, and puts Gaiman back again. Bread. Ha, Sir Feeble, and Sir Cautious there, what shall I do? For this way we must pass, and to carry him back would discover my lady to him, betray all, and spoil the jest. Retire, sir, your life depends upon your being unseen. Go out. Sir Phoebe. Well, sir, do you not know that I am married, sir? And this my wedding night. Sir Cor. Very good, sir. Sir Phoebe. And that I long to be in bed. Sir Cor. Very well, sir. Sir Phoebe. Very good, sir, and very well, sir. Why then what the devil do I make here, sir? Rises in a rage. Sir Cor. Patience, brother, and forward. Sir Phoebe. Forward. Lend me your hand, good brother, let's feel your pulse. How has this night gone with you? Sir Cor. Ha, 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 this is the oddest conundrum, sure he's mad, and yet now I think on't, I have not slept tonight, nor shall I ever sleep again, till I have found the villain that robbed me. Weeps. Sir Phoebe. So, now he weeps, far gone, this laughing and weeping is a very bad sign. Aside. Come, let me lead you to your bed. Sir Cor. Mad, stark mad, no, now I'm up, 'tis no matter, pray ease your troubled mind, I am your friend, out with it. What, was it acted, or but designed? Sir Phoebe. How, sir? Sir Cor. Be not ashamed, I'm under the same premunia I doubt, little better than a, but let that pass. Sir Phoebe. Have you any proof? Sir Cor. Proof of what, good sir? Sir Phoebe. Of what? Why, that you're a cuckold, sir, a cuckold, if you'll hearty. Sir Cor. Cuckold. Sir, do ye know what ye say? Sir Phoebe. What I say? Sir Cor. What you say, can you make this out? Sir Phoebe. I make it out. Sir Cor. Sir, if you say it, and cannot make it out, you're a, Sir Phoebe. What am I, sir? What am I? Sir Cor. A cuckold as well as myself, sir, and I'll sue you for scandalum magnatum, I shall recover swinging damages with a city jury. Sir Phoebe. I know of no such thing, sir. Sir Cor. No, sir. Sir Phoebe. No, sir. Sir Cor. Then what would you be at, sir? Sir Phoebe. I be at, sir. What would you be at, sir? Sir Cor. Ha, 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 why this is the strangest thing, to see an old fellow, a magistrate of the city, the first night he's married, forsake his bride and bed, and come en decap like Gargantua, to disturb another old fellow, and banter him with a tale of a tub, and all to be cuckold him here, in plain English, what's your business? Sir Phoebe. Why, what the devil's your business, and you go to that? Sir Cor. My business, with whom? Sir Phoebe. With me, sir, with me, what a pox do you think I do here? Sir Cor. 'Tis that I would be glad to know, sir. _enter_ Dick. Sir Phoebe. Here, Dick, remember I've brought back your master's watch, Next time he sends for me o' night, I'll come to him in the morning. Sir Caw. Ha, 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 I send for you. Go home and sleep, sir, and ye keep your wife waking to so little purpose, you'll go near to be haunted with a vision of horns. Exit Dick. Sir Phoebe. Roguery, knavery, to keep me from my wife, look ye, this was the message I received. Tells him seemingly. Enter Breadwell to the door in a white sheet like a ghost, speaking to Gaiman who stands within. Bread. Now, sir, we are 2 to 2, for this way you must pass or be taken in the lady's lodgings. I'll first adventure out to make you pass the safer, and that he may not, if possible, see Sir Cautious, whom I shall fright into a trance, I am sure. And Sir Feeble, the devil's in tea if he know him. Aside. Gay. A brave kind fellow this. Enter Breadwell stalking on as a ghost by them. Sir Caw. Oh, undone, undone, help, help, I'm dead, I'm dead. Falls down on his face, Sir Feeble stares, and stands still. Bread. As I could wish. Aside, turns. Come on, thou ghastly thing, and follow me. Enter Gaiman like a ghost, with a torch. Sir Caw. O Lord, O Lord. Gay. Ha, old Sir Feeble fain wowdy, why, where the devil am I? Tease he, and be it where it will, I'll fright the old dotard for cozening my friend of his mistress. Stalks on. Sir Phoebe. Oh, guard me, all ye POWRS. Trembling. Gay. Thou callest in vain, fond wretch, for I am Belma, whom first thou robbest of fame and life, and then what dearer was, his wife. Goes out, shaking his torch at him. Sir Caw. O Lord, O Lord. Enter Elfulbank in an undress, and pert _underest. Elful. Heavens, what noise is this? So he's got safe out I see, ha, what thing art thou? Sees Sir Feeble armed _. Sir Phoebe. Stay, madam, stay, 'tis I, a poor trembling mortal. Elful. Sir Feeble fain wowdy, rise, are you both mad? Sir Caw. No, no, madam, we have seen the devil. Sir Phoebe. And he was as tall as the monument. Sir Caw. With eyes like a beacon, and a mouth, heaven bless us, like London Bridge at a full tide. Sir Phoebe. And rowdy as loud. Elful. Idle fancies, what makes you from your bed? And you, sir, from your bride. Enter Dick with sack. Sir Phoebe. Oh. That's the business of another day, a mistake only, madam. Elful. Away, I'm ashamed to see wise men so weak, the phantoms of the night, or your own shadows, the whimsies of the brain for want of rest, or perhaps Breadwell, your man, who being wiser than his master, played you this trick to fright you both to bed. Sir Phoebe. Adod, and that may be, for the young knave when he let me in tonight, was dressed up for some waggery circle. Ha, 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 'twas even so, sure enough, brother, Sir Phoebe. Adds Bobs, but they frighted me at first basely, but I'll home to Pupsy, there may be roguery, as well as here, madam, I ask your pardon, I see we're all mistaken. Elful. Sir Feeble, go home to your wife. Ex severally. Scene 6. The street. Enter Belma at the door, knocks, and enter to him from the house, Phyllis. Phil. Oh, are you come, sir? I'll call my lady down. Bell. Oh, haste, the minutes fly, leave all behind. And bring Letitia only to my arms. A noise of people. Ha, what noise is that? 'Tis coming this way, I tremble with my fears, ha, death and the devil, is he, enter Sir Feeble and his men armed, goes to the door, knocks. 'Tis he, and I'm undone, what shall I do to kill him now? Besides, the sin would put me past all hopes of pardoning. Sir Phoebe. A damned rogue to deceive me thus. Bell. Ha, see, by heaven Letitia, oh, we are ruined. Sir Phoebe. What's here? Two women, stands a little off. Enter Letitia and Phyllis softly, undressed, with a box. Where are you, my best wishes? Lord of my vows, and charmer of my soul. Where are you? Bell. Oh, heavens, draws his sword halfway. Sir Phoebe. Who's here? My gentlewoman, she's monstrous kind of the sudden. But whom is he meant to? Aside. Give me your hand, my love, my life, my all, alas. Where are you? Sir Phoebe. No, no, this is not to me, I am jilted, cozened, cuckolded, and so forth. Groping, she takes hold of Sir Phoebe. Oh, are you here? Indeed you frighted me with your silence, here, take these jewels, and let us haste away. Sir Phoebe. Are you thereabouts, mistress? Was I sent away with a sham plot for this? She cannot mean it to me. Aside. Will you not speak, will you not answer me? Do you repent already? Before enjoyment are you cold and false? Sir Phoebe. Before enjoyment, that must be me. Before enjoyment, tease I see a little prolonging a woman's joy, sets an edge upon her appetite. Merrily. What means, my dear? Shall we not haste away? Sir Phoebe. Haste away. There 'tis again, no, 'tis not me she means, what, at your tricks and intrigues already, yes, yes, I am destined a cuckold, say, am I not your wife? Can you deny me? Sir Phoebe. Wife. Adod, 'tis I she means, 'tis I she means, merrily. Oh Belma, Belma. Sir Phoebe starts back from her hands. Sir Phoebe. What's that, Belma? Let. Ha. Sir Feeble, he would not, sir, have us deem me thus unkindly. Sir Phoebe. Oh, I'm glad 'tis no worse, Belma, quoth he. I thought the ghost was come again. Phil. Why did you not speak, sir, all this while? My lady weeps with your unkindness. Sir Phoebe. I did but hold my peace, to hear how prettily she prattled love, but, fags, you are naught to think of a young fellow, adds Bobs, you are now. Let. I only say, he would not have been so unkind to me. Sir Phoebe. But what makes ye out at this hour, and with these jewels? Phil. Alas, sir, we thought the city was in arms, and packed up our things to secure 'em, if there had been a necessity for flight. For had they come to plundering once, they would have begun with the rich aldermen's wives, you know, sir. Sir Phoebe. Adds Bobs, and so they would, but there was no arms, nor mutiny. Where's Francis? Bell. Here, sir. Sir Phoebe. Here, sir. Why, what a story you made of a meeting in the hall, and arms, and the devil of anything was stirring, but a couple of old fools, that sat gaping and waiting for one another's business. Bell. Such a message was brought me, sir. Sir Phoebe. Brought. Thou art e'en us, Francis, but no more. Come, come, let's to bed, let. To bed, sir. What, by daylight, for that's hasting on, I would not for the world, the night would hide my blushes, but the day, would let me see myself in your embraces. Sir Phoebe. Embraces, in a fidelistic, why, are we not married? Let. 'Tis true, sir, and time will make me more familiar with you, but yet my virgin modesty forbids it. I'll to Diana's chamber, the night will come again. Sir Phoebe. For once you shall prevail, and this damned jaunt has pretty well mortified me, a pox of your mutiny, Francis. Come, I'll conduct thee to Diana, and lock thee in, that I may have thee safe, rogue. We'll give young wenches leave to whine and blush, and fly those blessings which, adds Bobs, they wish. Exeunt. Act 4. Scene I_Sir Feeble's house_. Enter Lady Fullbank, Gaiman fine, gently pulling her back by the hand, and Ralph meets M. Elful. How now, Ralph, let your lady know I am come to wait on her. _exit_Ralph. Gay. Oh, why this needless visit? Your husband's safe, at least till evening safe. Why will you not go back, and give me one soft hour, though to torment me? Elful. You are at leisure now, I thank you, sir. Last night when I with all love's rhetoric pleaded, and heaven knows what last night might have produced, you were in Gagdy. False man, I do believe it, and I am satisfied you love me not. Walks away in scorn. Gay. Not love you. Why do I waste my youth in vain pursuit, neglecting interest, and despising power? unheeding and despising other beauties. Why at your feet are all my fortunes laid, and why does all my fate depend on you? Elful. I'll not consider why you play the fool, present me rings and bracelets, why pursue me, why watch whole nights before my senseless door, and take such pains to show yourself a coxcomb. Gay. Oh! Why all this? By all the powers above, by this dear hand, and by this ring, which on this hand I place, on which I've sworn fidelity to love, I never had a wish or soft desire to any other woman, since Julia swayed the empire of my soul. Elful. Ha, my own ring I gave him last night. Aside. Your jewel, sir, is rich, why do you part with things of so much value, so easily, and so frequently? Gay. To strengthen the weak arguments of love. Elful. And leave yourself undone. Gay. Impossible, if I am blessed with Julia. Elful. Love's a thin diet, nor will keep out cold. You cannot satisfy your dunning tailor, to cry, I am in love. Though possible you may your seamstress. Gay. Does aught about me speak such poverty? Elful. I am sorry that it does not, since to maintain this gallantry, 'tis said you use base means, below a gentleman. Gay. Who dares but to imagine it's a rascal, a slave, below a beating, what means my Julia? Elful. No more dissembling, I know your land is gone, I know each circumstance of all your wants, therefore, as ere you hope that I should love you ever, tell me, where 'twas you got this jewel, sir? Gay. Ha, I hope 'tis no stolen goods, aside. Why on the sudden all this nice examining? Elful. You trifle with me, and I'll plead no more. Gay. Stay, why, I bought it, madam, Elful. Where had you money, sir? You see I am no stranger to your poverty. Gay. This is strange, perhaps it is a secret. Elful. So is my love, which shall be kept from you. Offers to go. Gay. Stay, Julia, your will shall be obeyed, sighing. Though I had rather die than be obedient, because I know you'll hate me when 'tis told. Elful. By all my vows, let it be what it will, it ne'er shall alter me from loving you. Gay. I have, of late, been tempted, with presents, jewels, and large sums of gold. Elful. Tempted. By whom? Gay. The devil, for aught I know. Elful. Defend me, heaven. The devil. I hope you have not made a contract with him. Gay. No, though in the shape of woman it appeared. Elful. Where met you with it? Gay. By magic art I was conducted, I know not how, to an enchanted palace in the clouds, where I was so attended, young dancing, singing fiends innumerable. Elful. Imagination all. Gay. But for the amorous devil, the old Proserpine. Elful. She, what said she? Gay. Not a word, heaven be praised. She was a silent devil, but she was laid in a pavilion, all formed of gilded clouds, which hung by geometry, whither I was conveyed, after much ceremony, and laid in bed with her, where with much ado, and trembling with my fears, I forked my arms about her. Elful. And sure that undeceived him. Aside. Gay. But such a carcass 'twas, deliver me, so rivelled lean and rough, a canvas bag of wooden ladles were a better bedfellow. Elful. Now though I know that nothing is more distant than I from such a monster, yet this angers me. Death. Could you love me and submit to this? Gay. 'Twas that first drew me in, the tempting hope of means to conquer you, would put me upon any dangerous enterprise, were I the lord of all the universe. I am so lost in love, for one dear night to clasp you in my arms, I'd lavish all that world, then die with joy. Elful. Slife, after all to seem deformed, old, ugly, walking in a fret. Gay. I knew you would be angry when you heard it. He pursues her in a submissive posture. Enter Sir Cautious, Bergst, Noisy and Breadwill. Sir Cor. How, what's here, my lady with the spark that courted her last night, with her again so soon? Well, this impudence and importunity undoes more city wives than all their unmerciful finery. Gay. But, madam, Elful. Oh, here's my husband, you'd best tell him your story, what makes him here so soon, angry? Sir Cor. Me his story. I hope he will not tell me he has a mind to cuckold me. Gay. A devil on him, what shall I say to him? Elful. What, so excellent at intrigues, and so dull at an excuse? Aside. Gay. Yes, madam, I shall tell him, enter Belma. Elful. Is my lady at leisure for a visit, sir? Bell. Always to receive your ladyship. She goes out. Sir Cor. With me, sir, would you speak? Gay. With you, sir, if your name be Fullbank. Sir Cor. Plain Fullbank. Methinks you might have had a Sir Reverence, under your girdle, sir. I am honoured with another title, sir, goes talking to the rest. Gay. With many, sir, that very well become you, pulls him a little aside. I've something to deliver to your ear. Sir Cor. So, I'll be hanged if he do not tell me, I'm a cuckold now, I see it in his eyes. My ear, sir. I'd have you to know I scorn any man's secrets, sir, for aught I know you may whisper treason to me, sir. Pox on him, how handsome he is, I hate the sight of the young stallion. Aside. Gay. I would not be so uncivil, sir, before all this company. Sir Cor. Uncivil. 'Tis so, he cannot be content to cuckold, but he must tell me so too. Gay. But since you will have it, sir, you are a rascal, a most notorious villain, sir, do ye hear, Sir Caw. Yes, yes, I do hear, and am glad 'tis no worse. Laughing. Gay. Griping as hell, and as insatiable, worse than a brokering Jew. Not all the 12 tribes harbor such a damned extortioner. Sir Caw. Pray, under favor, sir, who are you? Pulling off his hat. Gay. One whom thou'st undone, Sir Caw. I'm glad of that however. Aside smiling. Gay. Racking me up to a starving want and misery, then took advantages to ruin me. Sir Caw. So, and he'd revenge it on my wife, aside smiling. Gay. Do not you know one way steal, sir? Enter Ralph with wine, sets it on a table. Sir Caw. Way steal, ha, 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 if you are any friend to that poor fellow, you may return and tell him, sir, d'ye hear, that the mortgage of £200 a year is this day out, and I'll not bate him an hour, sir, ha, 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 what, do you think to hector civil magistrates? Gay. Very well, sir, and is this your conscience? Sir Caw. Conscience. What do you tell me of conscience? Why, what a noise is here, as if the undoing a young heir were such a wonder, odds so I've undone 100 without half this ado. Gay. I do believe thee, and am come to tell you, I'll be none of that number, for this minute I'll go and redeem it, and free myself from the hell of your indentures. Sir Caw. How, redeem it? Sure the devil must help him then. Stay, sir, stay, lord, sir, what need you put yourself to that trouble? Your land is in safe hands, sir. Come, come, sit down, and let us take a glass of wine together, sir. Bell. Sir, my service to you. Drinks to him. Gay. Your servant, sir. Would I could come to speak to Belmer, which I dare not do in public, lest I betray him. I long to be resolved where 'twas Sir Feeble was last night, if it were he, by which I might find out my invisible mistress. Noy. Noble Mr. Waysteel, salutes him, so does Begst. Bell. Will you please to sit, sir? Gay. I have a little business, sir, but anon I'll wait on you. Your servant, gentlemen, I'll to crap the scriveners. Goes out. Sir Caw. Do you know this Waysteel, sir, too noisy? Noy. Know him, sir. A. Too well. B. The world's well amended with him, Captain, since I lost my money to him and you at the George in Whitefriars. Noy. A. Poor fellow, he's sometimes up, and sometimes down, as the dice favour him. B. Faith, and that's pity, but how came he so fine a sudden? Was but last week he borrowed 18 pence of me on his waist belt to pay his dinner in an ordinary. Bell. Were you so cruel, sir, to take it? Noy. We are not all one man's children, faith, sir, we are here today, and gone tomorrow, Sir Caw. I say 'twas done like a wise man, sir, but under favour, gentlemen, this waste-eel is a rascal, Noy. A very rascal, sir, and a most dangerous fellow. He cullies in your prentices and cashiers to play, which ruins so many a young fry city, Sir Cor. Does he so? Do ye hear that, Edward? Noy. Then he keeps a private press, and prints your Amsterdam and Leiden libels. Sir Cor. And makes them too, I'll warrant him, a dangerous fellow, Noy. Sometimes he begs for a lame soldier with a wooden leg. B. Sometimes as a blind man, sells switches in Newmarket Road. Noy. At other times he runs the country like a gypsy, tells fortunes and robs hedges, when he's out of linen. Sir Cor. Tells fortunes too, nay, I thought he dealt with the devil. Well, gentlemen, you are all wide o' this matter, for to tell you the truth, he deals with the devil, gentlemen, otherwise he could never have redeemed his land. Aside. Bell. How, sir, the devil? Sir Cor. I say the devil, heaven bless every wise man from the devil. B. The devil, pshaw. There's no such animal in nature, I rather think he pads. Noy. Oh, sir, he has not courage for that, but he's an admirable fellow at your lock. Sir Cor. Lock. My study lock was picked, I begin to suspect him. B. I saw him once open a lock with the bone of a breast of mutton, and break an iron bar asunder with the eye of a needle. Sir Cor. Prodigious. Well, I say the devil still. Enter Sir Feeble. Sir Phoebe. Who's this talks of the devil? A pox of the devil, I say, this last night's devil has so haunted me, Sir Cor. Why, have you seen it since, brother? Sir Phoebe. In imagination, sir. Bell. How, sir, a devil? Sir Phoebe. Or a ghost? Bell. Where, good sir? B. Where? I'd travel 100 mile to see a ghost, Bell. Sure, sir, 'twas fancy. Sir Phoebe. If 'twere a fancy, 'twas a strong one, and ghosts and fancy are all one if they can deceive. I tell you, if ever I thought in my life, I thought I saw a ghost, and a damnable impudent ghost too. He said he was a fellow here, they call Belmer. Bell. How, sir? B. Well, I would give the world to see the devil, provided he were a civil affable devil, such an one as Waste-eel's acquaintance is, Sir Cor. He can show him too soon, it may be. I'm sure as civil as he is, he helps him to steal my gold, I doubt, and to be sure, gentlemen, you say he's a gamester, I desire when he comes anon, that you would propose to sport a die, also, and we'll fall to play for a tester, or the like, and if he sets any money, I shall go near to know my own gold, by some remarkable pieces amongst it, and if he have it, I'll hang him, and then all his 600 a year will be my own, which I have in mortgage. B. Let the captain and I alone to top upon him. Meantime, sir, I have brought my music, to entertain my mistress with a song. Sir Phoebe. Take your own methods, sir, they are at leisure, while we go drink their healths within. Adod, I long for night, we are not half in Kelter, this damned ghost will not out of my head yet. Exeunt all but Belmer. Bell. Ha, a ghost. What can he mean? A ghost, and Belmer's. Sure my good angel, or my genius, in pity of my love, and of Laetitia, but see Laetitia comes, but still attended, enter Laetitia, Lady Fullbank, Diana. Remember, oh, remember to be true. Aside to her, passing by goes out. Elful. I was sick to know with what Christian patience you bore the martyrdom of this night. Let, as those condemned bear the last hour of life. A short reprieve I had, and by a kind mistake, Diana only was my bedfellow, weeps. Dear. And I wish for your repose you ne'er had seen my father. Weeps. Let. And so do I fear he has undone me, dear. And me, in breaking of his word with Breadwill, Elful. So, as Trinculo says, would you were both hanged for me, for putting me in mind of my husband. For I have no better luck than either of you, let our two fates warn your approaching one, I love young Breadwill and must plead for him. Dear. I know his virtue justifies my choice, but pride and modesty forbids I should unlawfully pursue him. Let. Wrong not my brother so, who dies for you, dear. Could he so easily see me given away, without a sigh at parting? For all the day a calm was in his eyes, and unconcerned he looked and talked to me, in dancing never pressed my willing hand, nor with a scornful glance reproached my falsehood. Let. Believe me, that dissembling was his masterpiece. Dear. Why should he fear, did not my father promise him? Let. That was in his wooing time to me, but now 'tis all forgotten, music at the door. After which enter Bergst and Breadwill. Elful. How now, cousin? Is this high piece of gallantry from you? B. Madam, I have not travelled for nothing, Elful. I find my cousin is resolved to conquer, he assails with all his artillery of charms, we'll leave him to his success, Madam. X. Laetitia and Elful Bank. B. O Lord, Madam, you oblige me, look, Ned. You had a mind to have a full view of my mistress, sir, and, here she is. He stands gazing. Go, salute her, look how he stands now, what a sneaking thing is a fellow who has never travelled and seen the world, madam, this is a very honest friend of mine, for all he looks so simply. Dear. Come, he speaks for you, sir. B. He, madam. Though he be but a banker's prentice, madam, he's as pretty a fellow of his inches as any ith city, he has made love in dancing schools, and to ladies of quality in the middle gallery, and shall joke ye, and repartee with any foreman within the walls. Prithee to her, and commend me, I'll give thee a new point cravat. Dear. He looks as if he could not speak to me. B. Not speak to you. Yes, gad, madam, and do anything to you too. Dear. Are you his advocate, sir? In scorn. B. For want of a better, stands behind him, pushing him on. Bread. An advocate for love I am, and bring you such a message from a heart, B. Meaning mine, dear madam. Bread. That when you hear it, you will pity it. B. Or the devil's in her, dear. Sir, I have many reasons to believe, it is my fortune you pursue, not person. B. There is something in that, I must confess. Behind him. But say what you will, Ned. Bread. May all the mischiefs of despairing love fall on me if it be. B. That's well enough, Bread. No, were you born an humble village maid, that fed a flock upon the neighboring plain, with all that shining virtue in your soul, by heaven, I would adore you, love you, wed you, though the gay world were lost by such a nuptial. Bear looks on him. This, I would do, were I my friend the squire, recollecting. B. A. If you were me, you might do what you please D, but I'm of another mind. Dear. Show D I consent, my father is a man whom interest sways, not honor, and whatsoever promises he has made you, he means to break 'em all, and I am destined to another. B. How, another, his name, madam, here's Ned and I fear ne'er a single man ith nation, what is he, dear? A fop, a fool, a beaten ass, a blockhead. B. What a damned shame's this, that women should be sacrificed to fools, and fops must run away with heiresses, whilst we men of wit and parts dress and dance, and cock and travel for nothing but to be tame keepers. Dear. But I, by heaven, will never be that victim, but where my soul is vowed, 'tis fixed forever. Bread. Are you resolved, are you confirmed in this? O my Diana, speak it o'er again. Runs to her, and embraces her. Bless me, and make me happier than a monarch. B. Hold, dear Ned, that's my part, I take it. Bread. Your pardon, sir, I had forgot myself. But time is short, what's to be done in this? B. Done. I'll enter the house with fire and sword, do ye see, not that I care this, but I'll not be fobbed off. What, do they take me for a fool, an ass? Bread. Madam, dare you run the risk of your father's displeasure, and run away with the man you love? Dear. With all my soul, B. That's hearty, and we'll do it, Ned and I here, and I love an amour with an adventure in tea like a maid's de Gaul. Harkee, Ned, get a coach and 6 ready tonight when tea's dark, at the back gate, Bread. And I'll get a parson ready in my lodging, to which I have a key through the garden, by which we may pass unseen. B. Good, man, here's company, Enter gameman with his hat and money in tea, Sir cautious in a rage, Sir feeble, Lady full bank, Letitia, Captain noisy, Belmer. Sir Cor. £100 lost already. O coxcomb, old coxcomb, and a wise coxcomb, to turn prodigal at my years, why, I was bewit. Sir Phoebe. Sure, 'twas a frolic, sir, I have lost £100 as well as you. My lady has lost, and your lady has lost, and the rest, what, old cows will kick sometimes, what's £100? Sir Cor. £100. Why, 'tis a sum, sir, a sum, why, what the devil did I do with a box and dice? Elful. Why, you made a shift to lose, sir. And where's the harm of that? We have lost, and he has won, and on it may be your fortune. Sir Cor. But he could never do it fairly, that's certain. £300. Why, how came you to win so unmercifully, sir? Gay. Oh, the devil will not lose a gamester of me, you see, sir. Sir Cor. The devil, mark that, gentlemen, be. The rogue has damned luck sure, he has got a fly, Sir Cor. And can you have the conscience to carry away all our money, sir? Gay. Most assuredly, unless you have the courage to retrieve it. I'll set it at a throw, or any way, what say you, gentlemen? Sir Phoebe. Odds bobs, you young fellows are too hard for us every way, and I'm engagged at an old game with a new gamester here, who will require all an old man's stock. Elful. Come, cousin, will you venture a guinea? Come, Mr. Breadwill. Gay. Well, if nobody dare venture on me, I'll send away my cash. They all go to play at the table, but Sir Cor. Sir Phoebe. And Gay. Sir Cor. Must it all go, a rare sum, if a man were but sure the devil would but stand neuter now, aside. Sir, I wish I had anything but ready money to stake, £300, a fine sum. Gay. You have movables, sir, goods, commodities, Sir Cor. That's all one, sir, that's money's worth, sir, but if I had anything that were worth nothing, Gay. You would venture it, I thank you, sir, I would your lady were worth nothing, Sir Cor. Why, so, sir? Gay. Then I would set all this against that nothing. Sir Cor. What, set it against my wife? Gay. Wife, sir. Your wife, Sir Cor. My wife against £300. What, all my wife, sir? Gay. All your wife? Why, sir, some part of her would serve my turn. Sir Cor. My wife, why, if I showed lose, he could not have the impudence to take her. Aside. Gay. Well, I find you are not for the bargain, and so I put up, Sir Cor. Hold, sir, why so hasty, my wife? No, put up your money, sir, what, lose my wife for £300. Gay. Lose her, sir, why, she shall be never the worse for my wearing, sir. The old covetous rogue is considering on tea, I think. What say you to a night? I'll set it to a night, there's none need know it, sir. Sir Cor. A night, £300 for a night. Why, what a lavish whoremaster's this. We take money to marry our wives, but very seldom part with them, and by the bargain get money, for a night, say you. Gad, if I showed ye take the rogue at his word, 2d be a pure jest. Aside. Sir Phoebe. You are not mad, brother. Sir Cor. No, but I'm wise, and that's as good. Let me consider. Sir Phoebe. What, whether you shall be a cuckold or not? Sir Cor. Or lose £300, consider that. A cuckold, why, is a word, an empty sound, t's breath, t's air, t's nothing, but £300, Lord, what will not £300 do? You may chance to be a cuckold for nothing, Sir Phoebe. It may be so, but she shall do tea discreetly then. Sir Cor. Under favour, you're an ass, brother, this is the discreetest way of doing it, I take it. Sir Phoebe. But would a wise man expose his wife? Sir Cor. Why, Cato was a wiser man than I, and he lent his wife to a young fellow they called Hortensius, as story says, and can a wise man have a better precedent than Cato? Sir Phoebe. I say, Cato was an ass, sir, for obliging any young rogue of M. all. Sir Cor. But I am of Cato's mind. Well, a single night you say. Gay. A single night, to have, to hold, possess, and so forth, at discretion. Sir Cor. A night, I shall have her safe and sound ith morning. Sir Phoebe. Safe, no doubt on tea, but how sound? Gay. And for non-performance, you shall pay me £300, I'll forfeit as much if I tell, Sir Cor. Tell, why, make your £300 600, and let it be put into the Gazette, if you will, man. But it's a bargain. Gay. Done, Sir Phoebe shall be witness, and there stands my hat. Puts down his hat of money, and each of them take a box and dice, and kneel on the stage, the rest come about Sir Cor. He that comes first to 31 wins, they throw and count. Elful. What are you playing for? Sir Phoebe. Nothing, but a trial of skill between an old man and a young, and your ladyship is to be judge. Elful. I shall be partial, sir. Sir Cor. 6 and 5's 11, throws, and pulls the hat towards him. Gay. Cater tray, pox of the dice, Sir Cor. 2 5's, 1 and 20, sets up, pulls the hat nearer. Gay. Now, luck, doublets of 6's, 19. Sir Cor. 5 and 4, 30, draws the hat to him. Sir Phoebe. Now if he wins it, I'll swear he has a fly indeed. 'Tis impossible without doublets of sixes. Gay, now fortune's smile, and for the future frown. Throws. Sir Cordot, hum, 2 sixes, rises and looks dolefully round. Elful. How now? What's the matter, you look so like an ass, what have you lost? Sir Cor. A bauble, 'tis not for what I've lost, but because I have not won, Sir Phoebe. You look very simple, sir, what think you of Cato now? Sir Cor. A wise man may have his failings, Elful. What has my husband lost, Sir Cor? Only a small parcel of ware that lay dead upon my hands, sweetheart. Gay. But I shall improve them, madam, I'll warrant you. Elful. Well, since 'tis no worse, bring in your fine dancer, cousin, you say you brought to entertain your mistress with. Bergst goes out. Gay. Sir, you'll take care to see me paid tonight. Sir Cor. Well, sir, but my lady, you must know, sir, has the common frailties of her sex, and will refuse what she even longs for, if persuaded to tea by me. Gay. 'Tis not in my bargain to solicit her, sir, you are to procure her, or £300, sir, choose you whether. Sir Cor. Procure her. With all my soul, sir. Alas, you mistake my honest meaning. I scorn to be so unjust as not to see you abed together, and then agree as well as you can. I have done my part. In order to this, sir, get but yourself conveyed in a chest to my house, with a direction upon tea for me, and for the rest, Gay. I understand you. Sir Phoebe. Ralph, get supper ready. Enter B. With dancers, all go out but Sir Cautious. Sir Cor. Well, I must break my mind, if possible, to my lady, but if she should be refractory now, and make me pay £300, why, sure she won't have so little grace. £300 saved is £300 got, by our account, could all, who of this city privilege are free, hope to be paid for cuckoldom like me, th unthriving merchant, whom grey hair adorns, before all ventures would he ensure his horns, for thus, while he but lets spare rooms to hire, his wife's cracked credit keeps his own entire. Exit. Act V Scene I. Sir Cautious his house. Enter Belma alone, sad. Bell. The night is come, O my Laetitia. The longing bridegroom hastens to his bed, whilst she with all the languishment of love, and sad despair, casts her fair eyes on me, which silently implore, I would deliver her. But how? There's the question, pausing. I'll get myself hid in her bedchamber, and something I will do, may serve us yet, if all my arts should fail, I'll have recourse, draws a dagger. To this, and bear Laetitia off by force. But see she comes, enter Lady Fullbank, Sir Cautious, Sir Feeble, Laetitia, Bergst, Noisy, Gayman. Exit Belma. Sir Phoebe. Lights there, Ralph. And my lady's coach there, Bergst goes to Gaiman. B. Well, sir, remember you have promised to grant me my diabolical request, in showing me the devil, Gay. I will not fail you, sir. Elful. Madam, your servant, I hope you'll see no more ghosts, Sir Feeble. Sir Phoebe. No more of that, I beseech you, madam. Prithee, Sir Cautious, take away your wife, madam, your servant, all go out after the light. Come, let, hasten, rogue, hasten to thy chamber, away, here be the young wenches coming, puts her out, he goes out. Enter Diana, puts on her hood and scarf. Dear. So, they are gone to bed, and now for Breadwill, the coach waits, and I'll take this opportunity. Father, farewell, if you dislike my course,